The Book of the Thousand Nights and One Night, translated into English prose and verse by John Payne. The story of King Shehriyar and his brother. In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful. Praise be to God, the Lord of the two worlds, and blessing and peace upon the Prince of the Prophets, our Lord and Master Muhammad, whom God bless and preserve with abiding and continuing peace and blessing until the day of the faith. Of a verity, the doings of the ancients become a lesson to those that follow after, so that men look upon the admonitory events that have happened to others and take warning, and come to the knowledge of what befell bygone peoples, and are restrained thereby. So glory be to him who hath appointed the things that have been done aforetime for an example to those that come after. And of these admonitory instances are the histories called the Thousand Nights and One Night, with all their store of illustrious fables and relations. It is recorded in the chronicles of the things that have been done of time past, that there lived once, in the olden days, and in bygone ages and times, a king of the kings of the sons of Hassan, who reigned over the islands of India and China, and was lord of armies, and guards, and servants, and retainers. He had two sons, an elder and a younger, who were both valiant cavaliers, but the elder was a stouter horseman than the younger. When their father died, he left his empire to his elder son, whose name was Shehriyar, and he took the government and ruled his subjects justly, so that the people of the country and of the empire loved him well, whilst his brother Schahzaman became king of Samarkand of Tartary. The two kings abode each in his own dominions, ruling justly over their subjects and enjoying the utmost prosperity and happiness for the space of 20 years, at the end of which time the elder king yearned after his brother and commanded his vizier to repair to the latter's court and bring him to his own capital. The vizier replied, "I hear and obey," and set out at once, and journeyed till he reached King Schahzaman's court in safety, when he saluted him for his brother, and informed him that the latter yearned after him and desired that he would pay him a visit, to which King Schahzaman consented gladly, and made ready for the journey, and appointed his vizier to rule the country in his stead during his absence. Then he caused his tents and camels and mules to be brought forth and encamped, with his guards and attendants, without the city, in readiness to set out next morning for his brother's kingdom. In the middle of the night, it chanced that he bethought him of somewhat he had forgotten in his palace. So he returned thither privily and entered his apartments, where he found his wife asleep in his own bed, in the arms of one of his black slaves. When he saw this, the world grew black in his sight, and he said to himself, "If this is what happens whilst I am yet under the city walls, what will be the condition of this accursed woman during my absence at my brother's court?" Then he drew his sword, and smote the twain, and slew them, and left them in the bed, and returned presently to his camp, without telling anyone what had happened. Then he gave orders for immediate departure, and set out at once, and travelled till he drew near his brother's capital, when he dispatched vaunt couriers to announce his approach. His brother came forth to meet him and saluted him, and rejoiced exceedingly, and caused the city to be decorated in his honour. Then he sat down with him to converse and make merry. But King Schahzaman could not forget the perfidy of his wife, and grief grew on him more and more, and his colour changed, and his body became weak. Shehriyar saw his condition, but attributed it to his separation from his country and his kingdom, so let him alone, and asked no questions of him, till one day he said to him, "O my brother, I see that thou art grown weak of body, and hast lost thy colour." And Schahzaman answered, "O my brother, I have an internal wound," but did not tell him about his wife. Said Shehriyar, "I wish thou wouldst ride forth with me a-hunting. Maybe it would lighten thy heart." But Schahzaman refused, so his brother went out to hunt without him. Now there were in King Schahzaman's apartments lattice windows overlooking his brother's garden, and as the former was sitting looking on the garden, behold, a gate of the palace opened, and out came 20 damsels and 20 black slaves, and among them his brother's wife, who was wonderfully fair and beautiful. They all came up to a fountain, where the girls and slaves took off their clothes and sat down together. Then the queen called out, "O Messoud!" And there came to her a black slave, who embraced her, and she him. Then he lay with her, and on likewise did the other slaves with the girls. And they ceased not from kissing and clipping and clicketing and carousing until the day began to wane. When the king of Tartary saw this, he said to himself, "By Allah, my mischance was lighter than this." And his grief and chagrin relaxed from him, and he said, "This is more grievous than what happened to me." So he put away his melancholy and ate and drank. Presently, his brother came back from hunting, and they saluted each other. And Shehriyar looked at Schahzaman, and saw that his colour had returned, and his face was rosy, and he ate heartily, whereas before he ate but little. So he said to him, "O my brother, when I last saw thee, thou wast pale and wan, and now I see that the colour has returned to thy face. Tell me how it is with thee," quoth Schahzaman. "I will tell thee what caused my loss of colour, but excuse me from acquainting thee with the cause of its return to me." Said Shehriyar, "Let me hear first what was the cause of thy pallor and weakness." "Know then, O my brother," rejoined Schahzaman, "that when thou sentest thy vizier to bid me to thee, I made ready for the journey, and had actually quitted my capital city, when I remembered that I had left behind me a certain jewel, that which I gave thee. So I returned to my palace, where I found my wife asleep in my bed, in the arms of a black slave. I slew them both and came to thee, and it was for brooding over this affair that I lost my colour and became weak. But forgive me if I tell thee not the cause of my restoration to health." When his brother heard this, he said to him, "I conjure thee by Allah, tell me the reason of thy recovery." So he told him all that he had seen, and Shehriyar said, "I must see this with my own eyes." "Then," replied Schahzaman, "feign to go forth to hunt and hide thyself in my lodging, and thou shalt see all this, and have ocular proof of the truth." So Shehriyar ordered his attendants to prepare to set out at once, whereupon the troops encamped without the city, and he himself went forth with them and sat in his pavilion, bidding his servants admit no one. Then he disguised himself and returned secretly to King Schahzaman's palace, and sat with him at the lattice overlooking the garden, until the damsels and their mistress came out with the slaves, and did as his brother had reported, till the call to afternoon prayer. When King Shehriyar saw this, he was as one distraught, and said to his brother, "Arise, let us depart hence, for we have no concern with kingship, and wander till we find one to whom the like has happened as to us, else our death were better than our life." Then they went out by a postern of the palace, and journeyed days and nights, till they came to a tree standing in the midst of a meadow, by a spring of water, on the shore of the salt sea, and they drank of the stream, and sat down by it to rest. When the day was somewhat spent, behold, the sea became troubled, and there rose from it a black column that ascended to the sky and made towards the meadow. When the princes saw this, they were afraid, and climbed up to the top of the tree, which was a high one, that they might see what was the matter. And behold, it was a genie of lofty stature, broad-browed and wide-chested, bearing on his head a coffer of glass with 7 locks of steel. He landed and sat down under the tree, where he set down the coffer, and opening it, took out a smaller one. This also he opened, and there came forth a damsel, slender of form and dazzlingly beautiful, as she were a shining sun, as says the poet Uteya. She shines out in the dusk, and lo, the day is here, and all the trees flower forth with blossoms bright and clear. The sun from out her brows arises, and the moon, when she unveils her face, cloth hide for shame and fear. All living things prostrate themselves before her feet, when she unshrouds, and all her hidden charms appear. And when she flashes forth the lightnings of her glance, she maketh eyes to rain, like showers, with many a tear. When the genie saw her, he said to her, O queen of noble ladies, thou whom indeed I stole away on thy wedding night, I have a mind to sleep a while. And he laid his head on her knees and fell asleep. Presently the lady raised her eyes to the tree, and saw the two kings among the branches. So she lifted the genie's head from her lap, and laid it on the ground, then rose and stood beneath the tree, and signed to them to descend, without heeding the Afrit. They answered her in the same manner, God on thee excuse us from this. But she rejoined by signs, as who should say, If you do not come down, I will wake the Afrit on you, and he will kill you without mercy. So they were afraid, and came down to her, whereupon she came up to them, and offered them her favours, saying, To it, both of you, and lustily, or I will set the Afrit on you. So for fear of him, King Shehriyar said to his brother Schahzaman, O brother, do as she bids thee. But he replied, Not I, do thou have at her first. And they made signs to each other to pass first, till she said, Why do I see you make signs to each other? And you come not forward and fall to, I will rouse the Afrit on you. So for fear of the genie, they lay with her one after the other, and when they had done, she bade them arise, and took out of her bosom a purse containing a necklace made of 570 rings, and said to them, Know ye what these are? They answered, No. And she said, Every one of the owners of these rings has had to do with me in despite of this Afrit. And now give me your rings, both of you. So each of them took off a ring and gave it to her. And she said to them, Know that this genie carried me off on my wedding night, and laid me in a box, and shut the box up in a glass chest, on which he clapped 7 strong locks, and sank it to the bottom of the roaring, stormy sea, knowing not that nothing can hinder a woman when she desires aught, even as says one of the poets, I rede thee, put no faith in womankind, nor trust the oaths they lavish all in vain, for on the satisfaction of their lusts depend alike their love and their disdain. They proffer lying love, but perfidy is all indeed their garments do contain. Take warning then, by Joseph's history, and how a woman sought to do him bane, and eke thy father Adam, by their fault to leave the groves of paradise was fain. Or as another says, out on you. Blame confirms the blamed one in his way. My fault is not so great indeed as you would say. If I'm in love, forsooth, my case is but the same as that of other men before me, many a day. For great the wonder were if any man alive from women and their wiles escape unharmed away. When the two kings heard this, they marvelled and said, Allah, Allah! There is no power and no virtue save in God the Most High, the Supreme. We seek aid of God against the malice of women, for indeed their craft is great. Then she said to them, Go your ways. So they returned to the road, and Shehriyar said to Schahzaman, By Allah, O my brother, this Afrit's case is more grievous than ours. For this is a genie, and stole away his mistress on her wedding night, and clapped her in a chest, which he locked with 7 locks, and sank in the midst of the sea. thinking to guard her from that which was decreed by fate. Yet have we seen that she has lain with 570 men in his despite, and now with thee and me to boot. Verily, this is a thing that never yet happened to any, and it should surely console us. Let us therefore return to our kingdoms, and resolve never again to take a woman to wife. And as for me, I will show thee what I will do. So they set out at once, and presently came to the camp outside Shehriyar's capital, and entering the royal pavilion, sat down on their bed of estate. Then the chamberlains and amirs and grandees came into them, and Shehriyar commanded them to return to the city. So they returned to the city, and Shehriyar went up to his palace, where he summoned his vizier, and bade him forthwith put his wife to death. The vizier accordingly took the queen and killed her, whilst Shehriyar, going into the slave girls and concubines, drew his sword and slew them all. Then he let bring others in their stead, and took an oath that every night he would go in to a maid, and in the morning put her to death, for that there was not one chaste woman on the face of the earth. As for Schahzaman, he sought to return to his kingdom at once. So his brother equipped him for the journey, and he set out and fared on till he came to his own dominions. Meanwhile, King Shehriyar commanded his vizier to bring him the bride of the night, that he might go into her. So he brought him one of the daughters of the amirs, and he went into her. And on the morrow he bade the vizier cut off her head. The vizier dared not disobey the king's commandment, so he put her to death and brought him another girl, of the daughters of the notables of the land. The king went in to her also, and on the morrow he bade the vizier kill her, and he ceased not to do thus for 3 years, till the land was stripped of marriageable girls, and all the women and mothers and fathers wept and cried out against the king, cursing him and complaining to the Creator of heaven and earth, and calling for succour upon him who heareth prayer and answereth those that cry to him. And those that had daughters left fled with them, till at last there remained not a single girl in the city apt for marriage. One day the king ordered the vizier to bring him a maid, as of wont. So the vizier went out and made search for a girl, but found not one, and returned home troubled and careful for fear of the king's anger. Now this vizier had 2 daughters, the elder called Scheherazade, and the younger Dunyazad, and the former had read many books and histories and chronicles of ancient kings and stories of people of old time. It is said indeed that she had collected 1,000 books of chronicles of past peoples and bygone kings and poets. Moreover, she had read books of science and medicine. Her memory was stored with verses and stories and folklore and the sayings of kings and sages, and she was wise, witty, prudent, and well-bred. She said to her father, "How comes it that I see thee troubled and oppressed with care and anxiety?" Quoth one of the poets, "Tell him that is of care oppressed, that grief shall not endure alway, but even as gladness fleeteth by, so sorrow too shall pass away." When the vizier heard his daughter's words, he told her his case, and she said, "By Allah, O my father, marry me to this king, for either I will be the means of the deliverance of the daughters of the Muslims from slaughter, or I will die and perish as others have perished." "For God's sake," answered the vizier, "do not thus adventure thy life." But she said, "It must be so." Whereupon her father was wroth with her, and said to her, "Fool that thou art, dost thou not know that the ignorant man who meddles in affairs falls into grievous peril, and that he who looks not to the issue of his actions finds no friend in time of evil fortune? As says the byword, I was sitting at my ease, but my officiousness would not let me rest. And I fear lest there happen to thee what happened to the ox and the ass with the husbandman." "And what happened to them?" asked she. Quoth the vizier, Know, O my daughter, that story of the ox and the ass. There was once a merchant who was rich in goods and cattle, and he had a wife and children, and dwelt in the country, and was skilled in husbandry. Now God had gifted him to understand the speech of beasts and birds of every kind, but under pain of death if he divulged his gift to anyone. So he kept it secret for fear of death. He had in his byre an ox and an ass, each tied up in his stall, hard by the other. One day, as the merchant was sitting near at hand, he heard the ox say to the ass, "I give thee joy, O father wakeful. Thou enjoyest rest and attention, and they keep thy stall always swept and sprinkled. And thine eating is sifted barley, and thy drink fresh water, whilst I am always weary. For they take me in the middle of the night, and gird the yoke on my neck, and set me to plough. And I toil without ceasing from break of morn till sunset. I am forced to work more than my strength, and suffer all kinds of indignities, such as blows and abuse, from the cruel ploughman. And I return home at the end of the day, and indeed my sides are torn, and my neck is flayed. Then they shut me up in the cowhouse, and throw me beans and straw mixed with earth and husks, and I lie all night in dung and stale. But thy place is always swept and sprinkled, and thy manger clean and full of sweet hay, and thou art always resting, except that, now and then, our master hath occasion to ride thee, and returns speedily with thee. And but for this, thou art always resting, and I toiling, and thou sleeping, and I waking. Thou art full, and I hungry, and thou honoured, and I despised. O Broadhead, answered the ass, he was in the right who dubbed thee ox, for thou art stupid in the extreme, nor is there in thee thought or craft, but thou showest zeal, and dost thine utmost endeavour before thy master, and fearest, and killest thyself for the benefit of another. Thou goest forth at the time of morning prayer, and returnest not till sundown, and endurest all day, all manner of afflictions, now blows, now fatigue, and now abuse. When thou returnest, the ploughman ties thee to a stinking manger, and thou friskest, and pawest the ground, and buttest with thy horns, and bellowest greatly, and they think thou art content. No sooner have they thrown thee thy fodder than thou fallest on it greedily, and hastenest to fill thy belly with it. But if thou wilt follow my counsel, it will be the better for thee, and thou wilt get twice as much rest as I. When thou goest forth to the furrow, and they lay the yoke on thy neck, lie down, and do not rise, even if they beat thee, or only rise and lie down again. And when they bring thee home, fall prostrate on thy back, and refuse thy fodder, when they throw it thee, and feign to be sick. Do this for a day or two, and thou wilt have rest from toil and weariness. The ox thanked the ass greatly for his advice, and called down blessings on him. And the merchant heard all that passed between them. Next day, the ploughman took the ox, and yoked him to the plough, and set him to work as usual. The ox began to fall short in his work, and the ploughman beat him till he broke the yoke and fled, following out the ass's precepts. But the man overtook him, and beat him till he despaired of life. Yet for all that, he did nothing but stand still and fall down till the evening. Then the ploughman took him home, and tied him in his stall. But he withdrew from the manger, and neither frisked, nor stamped, nor bellowed as usual, and the man wondered at this. Then he brought him the beans and straw, but he smelt at them, and left them, and lay down at a distance, and passed the night without eating. Next morning, the ploughman came and found the straw and beans untouched, and the ox lying on his back, with his stomach swollen and his legs in the air. So he was concerned for him, and said to himself, "He has certainly fallen ill, and this is why he would not work yesterday." Then he went to his master, and told him that the ox was ill and would not touch his fodder. Now the farmer knew what this meant, for that he had overheard the talk between the ox and the ass, as before mentioned. So he said, "Take that knave of an ass, and bind the yoke on his neck, and harness him to the plough, and try and make him do the ox's work." So the ploughman took the ass, and made him work all day beyond his strength to accomplish the ox's task. And he beat him till his skin and ribs were sore, and his neck flayed with the yoke. When the evening came and the ass returned home, he could hardly drag himself along. But as for the ox, he had lain all day, resting, and had eaten his fodder cheerfully and with a good appetite. And all day long he had called down blessings on the ass for his good counsel, not knowing what had befallen him on his account. So when the night came, and the ass returned to the stable, the ox arose and said to him, "Mayst thou be gladdened with good news, O Father Wakeful? Through thee I have rested today, and have eaten my food in peace and comfort." The ass made him no answer, for rage and vexation and fatigue and the beating he had undergone. But he said to himself, "All this comes of my folly in giving another good advice. As the saying goes, I was lying at full length, but my officiousness would not let me be. But I will go about with him, and return him to his place, else I shall perish." Then he went to his manger weary, whilst the ox thanked him and blessed him. "And thou, O my daughter," said the vizier, "like the ass, wilt perish through thy lack of sense. So do thou oft quiet, and cast not thyself into perdition. Indeed, I give thee good counsel, and am affectionately solicitous for thee." "O my father," answered she, "nothing will serve me, but I must go up to this king and become his wife." Quoth he, "An thou hold not thy peace and bide still, I will do with thee even as the merchant did with his wife." "And what was that?" asked she. "Know," answered he, "that the merchant and his wife and children came out on the terrace, it being a moonlit night, and the moon at its full. Now the terrace overlooked the byre, and presently, as he sat, with his children playing before him, the merchant heard the ass say to the ox, 'Tell me, O father stupid, what dost thou mean to do tomorrow?' 'What but that thou advisest me?' answered the ox. 'Thine advice was as good as could be, and has gotten me complete rest, and I will not depart from it in the least. So when they bring me my fodder, I will refuse it, and feign sickness, and swell out my belly.' The ass shook his head and said, 'Beware of doing that.' 'Why?' asked the ox. And the ass answered, 'Know that I heard our master say to the labourer, If the ox do not rise and eat his fodder today, send for the butcher to slaughter him, and give his flesh to the poor, and make a rug of his skin. And I fear for thee on account of this. So take my advice, ere ill hap betide thee, and when they bring thee the fodder, eat it, and arise and bellow and paw the ground with thy feet, or our master will assuredly slaughter thee." Whereupon the ox arose and bellowed and thanked the ass, and said, "Tomorrow I will go with them readily." Then he ate up all his fodder, even to licking the manger with his tongue. When the merchant heard this, he was amused at the ass's trick, and laughed, till he fell backward. "Why dost thou laugh?" asked his wife, and he said, "I laughed at something that I saw and heard, but it is a secret, and I cannot disclose it, or I shall die." Quoth she, "There is no help for it, but thou must tell me the reason of thy laughter, though thou die for it." "I cannot reveal it," answered he, "for fear of death." "It was at me thou didst laugh," said she, and ceased not to importune him till he was worn out and distracted. So he assembled all his family and kinsfolk, and summoned the Cadi and the witnesses, being minded to make his last dispositions and impart to her the secret and die, for indeed he loved her with a great love, and she was the daughter of his father's brother and the mother of his children. Moreover, he sent for all her family and the neighbours, and when they were all assembled, he told them the state of the case and announced to them the approach of his last hour. Then he gave his wife her portion, and appointed guardians of his children, and freed his slave girls, and took leave of his people. They all wept, and the Qadi and the witnesses wept also, and went up to the wife and said to her, "We conjure thee by Allah, give up this matter, lest thy husband and the father of thy children die. Did he not know that if he revealed the secret, he would surely die, he would have told thee." But she replied, "By Allah, I will not desist from him, till he tell me, though he die for it." So they forbore to press her, and all who were present wept sore, and there was a general mourning in the house. Then the merchant rose and went to the cow-house to make his ablutions and pray, intending after to return and disclose his secret and die. Now he had a cock and 50 hens and a dog, and he heard the latter say in his lingo to the cock, "How mean is thy wit, O cock! May he be disappointed who reared thee. Our master is in extremity, and thou clappest thy wings, and crowest and fliest from one hen's back to another's. God confound thee. Is this a time for sport and diversion? Art thou not ashamed of thyself?" "And what ails our master, O dog?" asked the cock. The dog told him what had happened, and how the merchant's wife had importuned him, till he was about to tell her his secret and die, and the cock said, "Then is our master little of wit and lacking in sense. If he cannot manage his affairs with a single wife, his life is not worth prolonging. See, I have 50 wives. I content this one and anger that, stint one and feed another, and through my good governance they are all under my control. Now, our master pretends to sense and accomplishments, and he has but one wife, and yet knows not how to manage her." Quoth the dog, "What, then, should our master do?" "He should take a stick," replied the cock, "and beat her soundly till she says, 'I repent, O my lord. I will never again ask a question as long as I live.' And when once he has done this, he will be free from care and enjoy life. But he has neither sense nor judgment." When the merchant heard what the cock said, he went to his wife, after he had hidden a rattan in an empty storeroom, and said to her, "Come with me into this room, that I may tell thee my secret, and die, and none see me." So she entered gladly, thinking that he was about to tell her his secret, and he locked the door. Then he took the rattan and brought it down on her back and ribs and shoulders, saying, "Wilt thou ask questions about what is none of thy business?" He beat her till she was well nigh senseless, and she cried out, "By Allah, I will ask thee no more questions, and indeed I repent sincerely." And she kissed his hands and feet. Then he unlocked the door and went out and told the company what had happened, whereat they rejoiced, and mourning was changed into joy and gladness. So the merchant learnt good management from a cock, and he and his wife lived happily until death. End of the story of the ox and the ass. "And thou, O my daughter," added the vizier, "except thou desist from this thing, I will do with thee even as the merchant did with his wife." "I will never desist," answered she, "nor is it this story that can turn me from my purpose. And an thou yield not to me, I will go up myself to the king and complain to him of thee, in that thou grudges the like of me to the like of him." Quoth her father, "Must it be so?" And she answered, "Yes." So being weary of striving with her and despairing of turning her from her purpose, he went up to King Shehriyar, and kissing the earth before him, told him about his daughter, and how she would have him give her to him that next night. Whereat the king marvelled, and said to him, "How is this? By him who raised up the heavens, if thou bring her to me, I shall say to thee on the morrow, Take her, and put her to death. And if thou kill her not, I will kill thee without fail." "O king of the age," answered the vizier, "it is she who will have it so." And I told her all this, but she will not hear me, and insists upon passing this night with thy highness. "It is well," answered Shehriyar. "Go and make her ready, and tonight bring her to me." So the vizier returned to his daughter, and told her what had passed, saying, "May God not bereave us of thee." But Scheherazade rejoiced with an exceeding joy, and made ready all that she needed, and said to her sister Dunyazad, "O my sister, note well what I shall enjoin thee. When I go up to the Sultan, I will send after thee, and when thou comest to me, and seest that the king has done his will of me, do thou say to me, O my sister, and thou be not asleep, tell us some of thy delightful stories, to pass away the watches of this our night. Do this, and God willing, it shall be the means of my deliverance, and of the ridding of the folk of this calamity, and by it I will turn the king from his custom." Dunyazad answered, "It is well." And the vizier carried Scheherazade to the king, who took her to his bed, and fell to toying with her. But she wept, and he said to her, "Why dost thou weep?" "O king of the age," answered she, "I have a young sister, and I desire to take leave of her this night, and that she may take leave of me before the morning." So he sent for Dunyazad, and she waited till the Sultan had done his desire of her sister, and they were all three awake, when she coughed and said, "O my sister, and thou be not asleep, tell us one of thy pleasant stories, to beguile the watches of our night, and I will take leave of thee before the morning." "With all my heart," answered Scheherazade, "if the good king give me leave." The king, being wakeful, was pleased to hear a story, and said, "Tell on." Whereat she rejoiced greatly, and said, "It is related, O august king, that the merchant and the genie. There was once a merchant who had much substance and traded largely in foreign countries. One day, as he was riding through a certain country, whither he had gone to collect what was due to him, there overtook him the heat of the day, and presently he espied a garden before him. So he made towards it for shelter and alighting, sat down under a walnut tree by a spring of water. Then he put his hand to his saddlebags, and took out a cake of bread and a date, and ate them, and threw away the date stone. When, behold, there started up before him a gigantic Afrit, with a naked sword in his hand, who came up to him and said, "Arise, that I may slay thee, even as thou hast slain my son." "How did I slay thy son?" asked the merchant. And the genie replied, "When thou threwest away the date stone, it smote my son, who was passing at the time, on the breast, and he died forthright." When the merchant heard this, he said, "Verily we are gods, and to him we return. There is no power and no virtue but in God, the Most High, the Supreme. If I killed him, it was by misadventure, and I prithee pardon me." But the genie said, "There is no help for it, but I must kill thee." Then he seized him, and throwing him down, raised his sword to strike him. Whereupon the merchant wept and said, "I commit my affair to God," and recited the following verses. "Fate has 2 days, untroubled one, the other lowering, and life 2 parts, the one content, the other sorrowing. Say unto him that taunteth us with fortune's perfidy, at whom but those whose heads are high doth fate its arrows fling. If that the hands of time have made their plaything of our life, till for its long protracted kiss ill hap upon us spring. Dost thou not see the hurricane? What time the wild winds blow, smite down the stately trees alone and spare each lesser thing. Lo, in the skies are many stars, no one can tell their tale, but to the sun and moon alone eclipse brings darkening. The earth bears many a pleasant herb and many a plant and tree, but none is stoned save only those to which the fair fruit cling. Look on the sea, and how the waifs float up upon the foam, but in its deepest depths of blue the pearls have sojourning. Cut short thy speech, said the genie, for by Allah, there is no help for it, but I must kill thee. Know, O Afrit, replied the merchant, that I have a wife and children and much substance, and I owe debts and hold pledges. So let me return home and give everyone his due, and I vow by all that is most sacred that I will return to thee at the end of the year, that thou mayest do with me as thou wilt, and God is witness of what I say. The genie accepted his promise and released him, whereupon he returned to his dwelling place and paid his debts and settled all his affairs. Moreover, he told his wife and children what had happened and made his last dispositions and tarried with his family till the end of the year. Then he rose and made his ablutions and took his winding sheet under his arm and bidding his household and kinsfolk and neighbours farewell, set out, much against his will, to perform his promise to the genie, whilst his family set up a great noise of crying and lamentation. He journeyed on till he reached the garden, where he had met with the genie on the first day of the new year, and there sat down to await his doom. Presently, as he sat weeping over what had befallen him, there came up an old man, leading a gazelle by a chain, and saluted the merchant, saying, "What ails thee to sit alone in this place, seeing that it is the resort of the jinn?" The merchant told him all that had befallen him with the Afrit, and he wondered and said, "By Allah, O my brother, thy good faith is exemplary, and thy story is a marvellous one. If it were graven with needles on the corners of the eye, it would serve as a warning to those that can profit by example." Then he sat down by his side, saying, "By Allah, O my brother, I will not leave thee till I see what befalls thee with this Afrit." So they sat conversing, and fear and terror got hold upon the merchant, and trouble increased upon him, notwithstanding the old man's company. Presently another old man came up, leading 2 black dogs, and saluting them, inquired why they sat in a place known to be haunted by jinn, whereupon the merchant repeated his story to him. He had not sat long with them when there came up a 3rd old man leading a dappled she-mule, and after putting to them the same question and receiving a like answer, sat down with them to await the issue of the affair. They had sat but a little while longer, when behold, there arose a cloud of dust, and a great whirling column approached from the heart of the desert. Then the dust lifted, and discovered the genie, with a drawn sword in his hand, and sparks of fire issuing from his eyes. He came up to them, and dragged the merchant from amongst them, saying, "Rise, that I may slay thee, as thou slewest my son, the darling of my heart." Whereupon the merchant wept and bewailed himself, and the 3 old men joined their cries and lamentations to his. Then came forward the 1st old man, he of the gazelle, and kissed the Afrit's hand, and said to him, "O genie and crown of the kings of the jinn, if I relate to thee my history with this gazelle, and it seem to thee wonderful, wilt thou grant me a 3rd of this merchant's blood?" "Yes, O old man," answered the genie. "If thou tell me thy story, and I find it wonderful, I will remit to thee a 3rd of his blood." Then said the old man, "Know, O Afrit, that." The first old man's story. This gazelle is the daughter of my father's brother and my own flesh and blood. I married her whilst she was yet of tender age and lived with her near 30 years, without being blessed with a child by her. So I took me a concubine, and had by her a son like the rising full moon, with eyes and eyebrows of perfect beauty. And he grew up and flourished till he reached the age of 15, when I had occasion to journey to a certain city, and set out thither with great store of merchandise. Now my wife had studied sorcery and magic from her youth. So I being gone, she turned my son into a calf, and his mother into a cow, and delivered them both to the cowherd. And when, after a long absence, I returned from my journey and inquired after my son and his mother, my wife said to me, "Thy slave died, and her son ran away, whither I know not." I abode for the space of a year, mournful-hearted and weeping-eyed, till the coming of the greater festival, when I sent to the herdsman and bade him bring me a fat cow for the purpose of sacrifice. So he brought me the very cow into which my wife had changed my concubine by her art, and I tucked up my skirts, and taking the knife in my hand, went up to the cow to slaughter her. But she lowed and moaned so piteously that I was seized with wonder and compassion, and held my hand from her and said to the herd, "Bring me another cow." "Not so," cried my wife. "Slaughter this one, for we have no finer nor fatter." So I went up to her again, but she cried out, and I left her and ordered the herdsman to kill her and skin her. So he killed her and flayed her, but found on her neither fat nor flesh, only skin and bone. Then I was sorry for having slain her, when repentance availed me not, and I gave her to the herd and said to him, "Bring me a fat calf." So he brought me my son in the guise of a calf. And when he saw me, he broke his halter and came up to me and fawned on me and moaned and wept, till I took pity on him and said to the man, "Bring me a cow and let this calf go." But my wife cried out at me and said, "Not so. Thou must sacrifice this calf, and none other today, for it is a holy and a blessed day, on which it behoves us to offer up none but a good thing, and we have no calf fatter or finer than this one." Quoth I, "Look at the condition of the cow I slaughtered by thine order. We were deceived in her, and now I will not be persuaded by thee to slay this calf this time." "By the great God, the compassionate, the merciful," answered she, "thou must without fail sacrifice this calf on this holy day. Else thou art no longer my husband, nor am I thy wife." When I heard this harsh speech from her, I went up to the calf, knowing not what she aimed at, and took the knife in my hand. Here Scheherazade perceived the day and was silent, and her sister said to her, "What a charming and delightful story!" Quoth Scheherazade, "This is nothing to what I will tell thee tomorrow night, if the king let me live." And the king said to himself, "By Allah, I will not kill her till I hear the rest of the story." So they lay together till morning, when the king went out to his hall of audience, and the vizier came in to him, with the winding sheet under his arm. Then the king ordered and appointed and deposed, without telling the vizier aught of what had happened, much to the former's surprise, until the end of the day, when the divan broke up and he retired to his apartments. Dunyazad said to her sister Scheherazade, "O my sister, finish us thy story of the merchant and the genie." "With all my heart," answered she, "if the king give me leave." The king bade her say on. So she began as follows. "It has reached me, O august king and wise governor, that the first old man continued his story as follows. O lord of the kings of the jinn, as I was about to kill the calf, my heart failed me, and I said to the herdsman, 'Keep this calf with the rest of the cattle.' So he took it and went away. Next day the herd came to me, as I was sitting by myself, and said to me, O my lord, I have that to tell thee will rejoice thee, and I claim a reward for good news. Quoth I, It is well. And he said, O merchant, I have a daughter, who learnt the art of magic in her youth from an old woman who lived with us. And yesterday, when I took home the calf that thou gavest me, she looked at it and veiled her face and fell a-weeping. Then she laughed and said to me, O my father, am I become of so little account in thine eyes that thou bringest into me strange men? Where are the strange men? Asked I. And why dost thou weep and laugh? Quoth she, The calf thou hast there is our master's son, who has been enchanted, as well as his mother, by his father's wife. This is why I laughed, and I wept for his mother, because his father slaughtered her. I wondered exceedingly at this, and the day had no sooner broken than I came to tell thee. When, continued the old man, I heard the herdsman's story, O Genie, I went out with him, drunken without wine for stress of joy and gladness, and accompanied him to his house, where his daughter welcomed me and kissed my hand. And the calf came up to me and fawned on me. Said I to the girl, Is it true what I hear about this calf? Yes, O my lord, answered she. This is indeed thy son, and the darling of thy heart. So I said to her, O damsel, if thou wilt release him, all that is under thy father's hand of beasts and goods shall be thine. But she smiled and said, O my lord, I care not for wealth, but I will do what thou desirest upon 2 conditions. The first, that thou marry me to this thy son, and the second, that thou permit me to bewitch the sorceress and imprison her, in the shape of a beast. Else I shall not be safe from her craft. I answered, Besides what thou seekest, thou shalt have all that is under thy father's hand, and as to my wife, it shall be lawful to thee to shed her blood, if thou wilt. When she heard this, she took a cup full of water and conjured over it, then sprinkled the calf with the water, saying, If thou be a calf by the creation of the Almighty, abide in that form and change not. But if thou be enchanted, return to thine original form, with the permission of God the Most High. With that, he shook and became a man. And I fell upon him and said to him, For God's sake, tell me what my wife did with thee and thy mother. So he told me what had befallen them, and I said to him, O my son, God hath sent thee one to deliver and avenge thee. Then I married him to the herdsman's daughter, and she transformed my wife into this gazelle, saying to me, I have given her this graceful form for thy sake, that thou mayest look on her without aversion. She dwelt with us days and nights and days, till God took her to himself. And after her death, my son set out on a journey to the land of Ind, which is this merchant's native country. And after a while, I took the gazelle and travelled with her from place to place, seeking news of my son, till chance led me to this garden, where I found this merchant sitting weeping. And this is my story. End of the first old man's story. Quoth the genie, This is indeed a rare story, and I remit to thee a 3rd part of his blood. Then came forward the 2nd old man, he of the 2 greyhounds, and said to the genie, I will tell thee my story with these 2 dogs, and if thou find it still rarer and more marvellous, do thou remit to me another 3rd part of his blood. Quoth the genie, I agree to this. Then said the 2nd old man, Know, O Lord of the kings of the Jinn, that the 2nd old man's story. These 2 dogs are my elder brothers. Our father died and left us 3,000 dinars, and I opened a shop that I might buy and sell therein, and my brothers did each the like. But before long, my eldest brother sold his stock for 1,000 dinars and bought goods and merchandise, and setting out on his travels, was absent a whole year. One day, as I was sitting in my shop, a beggar stopped before me, and I said to him, "God assist thee." But he said to me, weeping, "Dost thou not recognize me?" I took note of him, and behold, it was my brother. So I rose and welcomed him, and made him sit down by me, and inquired how he came in such a case. But he answered, "Do not ask me. My wealth is wasted, and fortune has turned her back on me." Then I carried him to the bath, and clad him in one of my own suits, and took him to live with me. Moreover, I cast up my accounts, and found that I had made 1,000 dinars profit, so that my capital was now 2,000 dinars. I divided this between my brother and myself, saying to him, "Put it that thou hast never travelled nor been abroad." He took it gladly and opened a shop with it. Presently my second brother arose like the first, and sold his goods, and all that belonged to him, and determined to travel. We would have dissuaded him, but he would not be dissuaded, and bought merchandise with which he set out on his travels, and we saw no more of him for a whole year. At the end of which time he came to us as had done his elder brother, and I said to him, "O my brother, did I not counsel thee not to travel?" And he wept and said, "O my brother, it was decreed, and behold, I am poor, without a dirham or a shirt to my back." Then I carried him to the bath, and clad him in a new suit of my own, and brought him back to my shop, where we ate and drank together. After which I said to him, "O my brother, I will make up the accounts of my shop, as is my wont once a year, and the increase shall be between thee and me." So I arose and took stock, and found I was worth 2,000 dinars increase, in excess of capital. Wherefore I praised the divine Creator, and gave my brother 1,000 dinars, with which he opened a shop. In this situation we remained for some time, till one day my brothers came to me, and would have me go on a voyage with them. But I refused, and said to them, "What did your travels profit you, that I should look to profit by the same venture?" And I would not listen to them. So we abode in our shops, buying and selling, and every year they pressed me to travel, and I declined, until 6 years had elapsed. At last I yielded to their wishes, and said to them, "O my brothers, I will make a voyage with you, but first let me see what you are worth." So I looked into their affairs, and found they had nothing left, having wasted all their substance in eating and drinking and merrymaking. However, I said not a word of reproach to them, but sold my stock, and got in all I had, and found I was worth 6,000 dinars. So I rejoiced, and divided the sum into 2 equal parts, and said to my brothers, "These 3,000 dinars are for you and me to trade with. The other 3,000 I buried, in case what befell them should befall me also, so that we might still have, on our return, wherewithal to open our shops again." They were content, and I gave them each 1,000 dinars, and kept the like myself. Then we provided ourselves with the necessary merchandise, and equipped ourselves for travel, and chartered a ship, which we freighted with our goods. After a month's voyage, we came to a city, in which we sold our goods at a profit of 10 dinars on every one, of prime cost. And as we were about to take ship again, we found on the beach a damsel in tattered clothes, who kissed my hand and said to me, "O my lord, is there in thee kindness and charity? I will requite thee for them." Quoth I, "Indeed, I love to do courtesy and charity, though I be not requited." And she said, "O my lord, I beg thee to marry me and clothe me and take me back to thy country, for I give myself to thee. Entreat me courteously, for indeed I am of those whom it behoves to use with kindness and consideration, and I will requite thee therefore. Do not let my condition prejudice thee." When I heard what she said, my heart inclined to her, that what God, to whom belong might and majesty, willed, might come to pass. So I carried her with me, and clothed her, and spread her a goodly bed in the ship, and went in to her, and made much of her. Then we set sail again, and indeed my heart clove to her with a great love. And I left her not night nor day, and occupied myself with her to the exclusion of my brothers. Wherefore they were jealous of me, and envied me my much substance. And they looked upon it with covetous eyes, and took counsel together to kill me, and to take my goods, saying, Let us kill our brother, and all will be ours. And Satan made this to seem good in their eyes. So they took me sleeping beside my wife, and lifted us both up, and threw us into the sea. When my wife awoke, she shook herself, and becoming an Afrite, took me up, and carried me to an island, where she left me for a while. In the morning she returned, and said to me, I have paid thee my debt, for it is I who bore thee up out of the sea, and saved thee from death, by permission of God the Most High. Know that I am of the Jinn who believe in God and his apostle, whom God bless and preserve. And I saw thee, and loved thee for God's sake. So I came to thee in the plight thou knowest of, and thou didst marry me. And now I have saved thee from drowning. But I am wroth with thy brothers, and needs must I kill them. When I heard her words, I wondered and thanked her for what she had done, and begged her not to kill my brothers. Then I told her all that had passed between us, and she said, This very night will I fly to them, and sink their ship, and make an end of them. God on thee, answered I, do not do this. For the proverb says, O thou who dost good to those who do evil, let his deeds suffice the evildoer. After all, they are my brothers, quoth she. By Allah, I must kill them. And I besought her till she lifted me up, and flying away with me, set me down on the roof of my own house, where she left me. I went down and unlocked the doors, and brought out what I had hidden under the earth, and opened my shop, after I had saluted the folk and bought goods. At nightfall, I returned home, and found these 2 dogs tied up in the courtyard. And when they saw me, they came up to me and wept and fawned on me. At the same moment, my wife presented herself and said to me, These are thy brothers? Who has done this thing unto them? Asked I. And she answered, I sent to my sister, who turned them into this form, and they shall not be delivered from the enchantment till after 10 years. Then she left me, after telling me where to find her. And now, the 10 years having expired, I was carrying the dogs to her, that she might release them, when I fell in with this merchant, who acquainted me with what had befallen him. So I determined not to leave him, till I saw what passed between thee and him. And this is my story. End of the second old man's story. This is indeed a rare story, said the genie, and I remit to thee a 3rd part of his blood and his crime. Then came forward the 3rd old man, he of the mule, and said, O genie, I will tell thee a story still more astonishing than the 2 thou hast heard, and do thou remit to me the remainder of his blood and crime. The genie replied, It is well. So the 3rd old man said, Know, O Sultan and chief of the Jinn, that. The 3rd old man's story. This mule was my wife. Some time ago I had occasion to travel, and was absent from her a whole year, at the end of which time I returned home by night, and found my wife in bed with a black slave, talking and laughing and toying and kissing and dallying. When she saw me, she made haste, and took a mug of water, and muttered over it, then came up to me, and sprinkled me with the water, saying, Leave this form for that of a dog. And immediately I became a dog. She drove me from the house, and I went out of the door and ceased not running till I came to a butcher's shop, where I stopped and began to eat the bones. The butcher took me and carried me into his house, but when his daughter saw me, she veiled her face and said to her father, "How is it that thou bringest a man in to me?" "Where is the man?" asked he, and she replied, "This dog is a man, whose wife has enchanted him, and I can release him." When her father heard this, he said, "I conjure thee by Allah, O my daughter, release him." So she took a mug of water and muttered over it, then sprinkled a little of it on me, saying, "Leave this shape and return to thy former one." And immediately I became a man again, and kissed her hand, and begged her to enchant my wife as she had enchanted me. So she gave me a little of the water, and said to me, "When thou seest her asleep, sprinkle her with this water, and repeat the words thou hast heard me use, naming the shape thou wouldst have her take, and she will become whatever thou wishest." So I took the water, and returned home, and went in to my wife. I found her asleep, and sprinkled the water upon her, saying, "Quit this form for that of a mule." And she at once became a mule. And this is she whom thou seest before thee, O Sultan and chief of the kings of the Jinn. Then he said to the mule, "Is it true?" And she nodded her head, and made signs as who should say, "Yes, indeed. This is my history, and what befell me." End of the third old man's story. Here Scheherazade perceived the day, and was silent. And Dunyazad said to her, "O my sister, what a delightful story is this of thine." "This is nothing," answered Scheherazade, "to what I will tell thee tomorrow night, if the king let me live." Quoth the king to himself, "By Allah, I will not put her to death till I hear the rest of her story, for it is wonderful." And they lay together till the morning. Then the king rose and betook himself to his audience chamber, and the vizier and the troops presented themselves, and the court was full. The king judged and appointed and deposed and ordered and forbade till the end of the day, when the divan broke up and he returned to his apartments. And when it was the third night, and the king had taken his will of the vizier's daughter, Dunyazad said to her sister, "O my sister, finish us thy story." "With all my heart," answered Scheherazade. "Know, O august king, that when the genie heard the third old man's story, he marvelled exceedingly and shook with delight, and said, I remit to thee the remainder of his crime." Then he released the merchant, who went up to the three old men and thanked them, and they gave him joy of his escape and returned, each to his own country. Nor is this more wonderful than the story of the fisherman and the genie. "What is that?" asked the king. And she said, "I have heard tell, O august king, that." The Fisherman and the Genie. There was once a poor fisherman who was getting on in years and had a wife and 3 children, and it was his custom every day to cast his net 4 times and no more. One day he went out at the hour of noon and repaired to the seashore, where he set down his basket and tucked up his skirts, and plunging into the sea, cast his net and waited till it had settled down in the water. Then he gathered the cords in his hand and found it heavy and pulled at it, but could not bring it up. So he carried the end of the cords ashore and drove in a stake, to which he made them fast. Then he stripped, and diving round the net, tugged at it till he brought it ashore. Whereat he rejoiced, and landing, put on his clothes. But when he came to examine the net, he found in it a dead ass, and the net was torn. When he saw this, he was vexed, and said, "There is no power and no virtue save in God the Most High, the supreme. This is indeed strange luck. And he repeated the following verses. O thou that strivest in the gloom of darkness and distress, cut short thine efforts, for in strife alone lies not success. Seest not the fisherman that seeks his living in the sea, midmost the network of the stars that round about him press? Up to his midst he plunges in, the billows buffet him, but from the bellying net his eyes cease not in watchfulness, till when, contented with his night, he carries home a fish, whose throat the hand of death hath slit with trident pitiless, comes one who buys his prey of him, one who has passed the night, safe from the cold, in all delight of peace and blessedness. Praise be to God, who gives to this, and cloth to that deny. Some fish, and others eat the fish caught with such toil and stress. Then he said, Courage. I shall have better luck next time, please God, and repeated the following verses. If misfortune assail thee, clothe thyself thereagainst with patience, the part of the noble. 'Twere wiselier done. Complain not to men, that were indeed to complain, to those that have no mercy of the merciful one. So saying, he threw out the dead ass, and wrung the net, and spread it out. Then he went down into the sea and cast again, saying, In the name of God, and waited till the net had settled down in the water, when he pulled the cords, and finding it was heavy, and resisted more than before, thought it was full of fish. So he made it fast to the shore, and stripped and dived into the water round the net, till he got it free. Then he hauled at it till he brought it ashore, but found in it nothing but a great jar full of sand and mud. When he saw this, he groaned aloud, and repeated the following verses. Anger of fate, have pity and forbear, or at the least hold back thy hand and spare. I sally forth to seek my daily bread, and find my living vanished into air. How many a fool's exalted to the stars, whilst sages hidden in the mire must fare. Then he threw out the jar, and wrung out and cleansed his net, after which he asked pardon of God, the Most High, and returning to the sea a third time, cast the net. He waited till it had settled down, then pulled it up, and found in it potsherds and bones and broken bottles, whereat he was exceeding wroth and wept, and recited the following verses. Fortunes with God thou mayest not win to bind or set it free, nor letter law nor any skill can bring good hap to thee. Fortune indeed, and benefits by fate are lotted out. One country's blessed with fertile fields, whilst others sterile be. The shifts of evil chance cast down full many a man of worth, and those that merit not uplift to be of high degree. So come to me, O death, for life is worthless verily, when falcons humbled to the dust and geese on high we see. 'Tis little wonder if thou find the noble-minded poor, what while the loser by main force usurps his sovereignty. One bird will traverse all the earth and fly from east to west. Another hath his every wish, although no step stir he. Then he lifted his eyes to heaven and said, O my God, thou knowest that I cast my net but 4 times a day, and now I have cast it 3 times and have taken nothing. Grant me then, O my God, my daily bread this time. So he said, In the name of God, and cast his net, and waited till it had settled down in the water, then pulled it, but could not bring it up, for it was caught in the bottom. Whereupon, There is no power and no virtue but in God, said he, and repeated the following verses. Away with the world, if it be like this, away. My part in it's naught but misery and dismay. Though the life of a man in the morning be serene, he must drink of the cup of woe ere ended day. And yet, if one asked, Who's the happiest man alive? The people would point to me, and he would say. Then he stripped and dived down to the net and strove with it till he brought it to shore, where he opened it and found in it a brazen vessel, full and stoppered with lead, on which was impressed the seal of our Lord Solomon, son of David, on whom be peace. When he saw this, he was glad, and said, I will sell this in the copper market, for it is worth 60 dinars. Then he shook it, and found it heavy, and said to himself, I wonder what is inside. I will open it, and see what is in it, before I sell it. So he took out a knife, and worked at the leaden seal, till he extracted it from the vessel, and laid it aside. Then he turned the vase mouth downward and shook it, to turn out its contents. But nothing came out, and he wondered greatly, and laid it on the ground. Presently there issued from it a smoke, which rose up towards the sky, and passed over the face of the earth, then gathered itself together, and condensed, and quivered, and became an afrit, whose head was in the clouds, and his feet in the dust. His head was like a dome, his hands like pitchforks, his legs like masts, his mouth like a cavern, his teeth like rocks, his nostrils like trumpets, his eyes like lamps, and he was stern and lowering of aspect. When the fisherman saw the afrit, he trembled in every limb. His teeth chattered, and his spittle dried up, and he knew not what to do. When the afrit saw him, he said, There is no God but God, and Solomon is his prophet. O prophet of God, do not kill me, for I will never again disobey thee or cross thee, either in word or deed. Quoth the fisherman, O married, thou sayest, Solomon is the prophet of God. Solomon is dead these 1800 years, and we are now at the end of time. But what is thy history, and how comest thou in this vessel? When the married heard this, he said, There is no God but God. I have news for thee, O fisherman. What news? Asked he, and the afrit answered, Even that I am about to slay thee without mercy. O chief of the afrits, said the fisherman, thou meritest the withdrawal of God's protection from thee for saying this. Why wilt thou kill me, and what calls for my death? Did I not deliver thee from the abysses of the sea, and bring thee to land, and release thee from the vase? Quoth the afrit, Choose what manner of death thou wilt die, and how thou wilt be killed. What is my crime? Asked the fisherman. Is this my reward for setting thee free? The afrit answered, Hear my story, O fisherman. Say on and be brief, quoth he, for my heart is in my mouth. Then said the afrit, Know, O fisherman, that I was of the schismatic jinn, and rebelled against Solomon son of David, on whom be peace. I and Saker, the genie, and he sent his vizier Asef ben Berkia, who took me by force and bound me and carried me, in despite of myself, before Solomon, who invoked God's aid against me and exhorted me to embrace the faith and submit to his authority. But I refused. Then he sent for this vessel, and shut me up in it, and stoppered it with lead, and sealed it with the Most High name, and commanded the jinn to take me and throw me into the midst of the sea. There I remained 100 years, and I said in my heart, Whoso releaseth me, I will make him rich for ever. But the 100 years passed, and no one came to release me, and I entered on another century and said, Whoso releaseth me, I will open to him the treasures of the earth. But none released me, and other 400 years passed over me, and I said, Whoso releaseth me, I will grant him 3 wishes. But no one set me free. Then I was exceeding wroth, and said to myself, Henceforth, whoso releaseth me, I will kill him, and let him choose what death he will die. And now thou hast released me, and I give thee thy choice of deaths. When the fisherman heard this, he exclaimed, O God, The pity of it that I should not have come to release thee till now." Then he said to the Afrit, "Spare me, that God may spare thee, and do not destroy me, lest God set over thee one who will destroy thee." But he answered, "There is no help for it, I must kill thee, so choose what death thou wilt die." The fisherman again returned to the charge, saying, "Spare me, for that I set thee free." "Did I not tell thee?" replied the Marid. "That is why I kill thee?" "O head of the Afrits," said the fisherman, "I did thee a kindness, and thou repayest me with evil. Indeed, the proverb lieth not that saith. We did them good, and they the contrary returned. And this, upon my life, is what the wicked do. Who helps those that deserve it not shall be repaid, as the hyena paid the man that helped her through." "Make no more words about it," said the Afrit. "Thou must die." Quoth the fisherman to himself, "This is a genie, and I am a man, and God hath given me a good wit. So I will contrive for his destruction by my wit and cunning, even as he plotted mine of his craft and perfidy." Then he said to the Afrit, "Is there no help for it, but thou must kill me?" He answered, "No." And the fisherman said, "I conjure thee, by the Most High name, graven upon the ring of Solomon son of David, on whom be peace, answer me one question truly." When the Afrit heard him mention the Most High name, he was agitated and trembled, and replied, "It is well. Ask and be brief." Quoth the fisherman, "This vessel would not suffice for thy hand or thy foot, so how could it hold the whole of thee?" Said the Afrit, "Dost thou doubt that I was in it?" "Yes," answered the fisherman, "nor will I believe it till I see it with my own eyes." Here Scheherazade perceived the day, and was silent. And when it was the fourth night, Dunyazad said to her sister, "O sister, and thou be not asleep, finish us thy story." So Scheherazade began, "I have heard tell, O august king, that when he heard what the fisherman said, the Afrit shook and became a smoke over the sea, which drew together and entered the vessel little by little, till it was all inside. Whereupon the fisherman made haste to take the leaden stopper, and clapping it on the mouth of the vessel, called out to the Afrit, saying, Choose what death thou wilt die. By Allah, I will throw thee back into the sea, and build myself a house hard by, and all who come hither I will warn against fishing here, and say to them, There is an Afrit in these waters, that gives those who pull him out their choice of deaths, and how he shall kill them. When the Afrit heard this, and found himself shut up in the vessel, he knew that the fisherman had outwitted him, and strove to get out, but could not, for Solomon's seal prevented him. So he said to the fisherman, I did but jest with thee. Thou liest, O vilest, and meanest, and foulest of Afrits, answered he, and rolled the vessel to the brink of the sea, which when the Afrit felt, he cried out, No, no! And the fisherman said, Yes, yes. Then the Afrit made his voice small, and humbled himself, and said, What wilt thou do with me, O fisherman? I mean to throw thee back into the sea, replied he. Since thou hast lain there already 1800 years, thou shalt lie there now till the hour of judgment. Did I not say to thee, Spare me, so God may spare thee, and do not kill me, lest God kill thee? But thou spurnedst my prayers, and wouldst deal with me no otherwise than perfidiously. So I used cunning with thee, and now God has delivered thee into my hand. Said the Afrit, Let me out, that I may confer benefits on thee. The fisherman answered, Thou liest, O accursed one. Thou and I are like King Yunan's vizier and the physician DOUBAN. Who are they? Asked the Afrit. And what is their story? Then said the fisherman, Know, O Afrit, that Story of the physician DOUBAN. There was once in a city of Persia a powerful and wealthy king named Yunnan, who had guards and troops and auxiliaries of every kind. But he was afflicted with a leprosy, which defied the efforts of his physicians and wise men. He took potions and powders and used ointments, but all to no avail, and not one of the doctors could cure him. At last there came to the king's capital city a great physician, stricken in years, whose name was DOUBAN, and he had studied many books, Greek, ancient and modern, and Persian and Turkish and Arabic and Syriac and Hebrew, and was skilled in medicine and astrology, both theoretical and practical. Moreover, he was familiar with all plants and herbs and grasses, whether harmful or beneficial, and was versed in the learning of the philosophers. In brief, he had made himself master of all sciences, medical and other. He had not been long in the town before he heard of the leprosy with which God had afflicted the king, and of the failure of the physicians and men of science to cure him. Whereupon he passed the night in study, and when the day broke and the morning appeared and shone, he donned his richest apparel, and went in to the king, and kissing the ground before him, wished him enduring honour and fair fortune, in the choicest words at his command. Then he told him who he was, and said to him, O king, I have learnt what has befallen thee in thy person, and how a multitude of physicians have failed to find a means of ridding thee of it. But I will cure thee, O king, and that without giving thee to drink of medicine or anointing thee with ointment. When the king heard this, he wondered and said to him, How wilt thou do this? By Allah, if thou cure me, I will enrich thee, even to thy children's children, and I will heap favours on thee, and whatever thou desirest shalt be thine, and thou shalt be my companion and my friend. Then he gave him a dress of honour, and made much of him, saying, Wilt thou indeed cure me without drugs or ointment? Yes, answered DOUBAN, I will cure thee from without. Whereat the king marvelled exceedingly, and said, O physician, when wilt thou do as thou hast said? Make haste, O my son. Quoth DOUBAN, I hear and obey, it shall be done tomorrow. And he went down into the city, and hired a house, in which he deposited his books and medicines. Then he took certain drugs and simples, and fashioned them into a maul, which he hollowed out, and made thereto a handle and a ball, adapted to it by his art. Next morning he presented himself before the king, and kissing the ground before him, ordered him to repair to the tilting ground and play at maul there. So the king mounted and repaired thither with his emirs and chamberlains and viziers, and hardly had he reached the appointed place when the physician DOUBAN came up and presented him with the maul and ball he had prepared, saying, Take this maul, and grip the handle thus, and drive into the plain, and stretch thyself well, and strike this ball till thy hand and thy body sweat, when the drugs will penetrate thy hand and permeate thy body. When thou hast done, and the medicine has entered into thee, return to thy palace, and enter the bath, and wash. Then sleep a while, and thou wilt awake cured, and peace be on thee. The king took them all, and mounting a swift horse, threw the ball before him, and drove after it with all his might, and smote it. And his hand gripped the maul firmly. And he ceased not to drive after the ball and strike it, till his hand and all his body sweated. And DOUBAN knew that the drugs had taken effect upon him, and ordered him to return and enter the bath at once. So the king returned immediately, and ordered the bath to be emptied for him. They turned the people out of the bath, and his servants and attendants hastened thither, and made him ready change of linen, and all that was necessary. And he went in and washed himself well, and put on his clothes. Then he came out of the bath, and went up to his palace and slept there. When he awoke, he looked at his body, and found it clean as virgin silver, having no trace left of the leprosy, whereat he rejoiced exceedingly, and his breast expanded with gladness. Next morning he repaired to the divan and sat down on his chair of estate, and the chamberlains and grandees attended on him. Presently the physician DOUBAN presented himself and kissed the earth before the king, and repeated the following verses. The virtues all exalted are, when thou art styled their sire, none else the title dares accept of all that men admire. Lord of the radiant brow, whose light dispels the mists of doubt, from every goal of high emprise whereunto folk aspire, ne'er may thy visage cease to shine with glory and with joy, although the face of fate should gloom with unremitting ire, even as the clouds pour down their dews upon the thirsting hills, thy grace pours favour on my head, outrunning my desire. With liberal hand thou casteth forth thy bounties far and nigh, and so hast won those heights of fame thou soughtest to acquire. The king rose to him in haste, and embraced him, and made him sit down, and clad him in a splendid dress of honour. Then tables of rich food were brought in, and DOUBAN ate with the king, and ceased not to bear him company all that day. When it was night, the king gave him 2,000 dinars, besides other presents, and mounted him on his own horse. And the physician returned to his lodging, leaving the king astonished at his skill, and saying, This man cured me from without using ointments. By Allah, this is none other than consummate skill, and it behoves me to honour and reward him, and make him my companion and bosom friend to the end of time. The king passed the night in great content, rejoicing in the soundness of his body and his deliverance from his malady. On the morrow he went out and sat down on his throne, and the grandees stood before him, whilst the emirs and viziers sat on his right hand and on his left. Then he sent for the physician, who came and kissed the ground before him, whereupon the king rose to him and made him sit by his side and eat with him, and ceased not to converse with him and make much of him till night, when he commanded 5 dresses of honour and 1,000 dinars to be given to him, and he returned to his house, well contented with the king. Next morning the king repaired as usual to his council chamber, and the emirs and viziers and chamberlains took their places round him. Now he had among his viziers one who was forbidding of aspect, sordid, avaricious, and envious, a man of ill omen, naturally inclined to malevolence. And when he saw the esteem in which the king held DOUBAN and the favours he bestowed on him, he envied him and plotted evil against him. For, as says the byword, nobody is free from envy. And again, tyranny is latent in the soul. Weakness hides it, and strength reveals it. So he came to the king and kissed the earth before him and said to him, O king of the age, thou in whose bounties I have grown up, I have a grave warning to give thee, which did I conceal from thee, I were a son of shame. Wherefore, if thou command me to impart it to thee, I will do so. Quoth the king, and indeed the vizier's words troubled him, What is thy warning? O illustrious king, answered the vizier, the ancients have a saying, Whoso looks not to the issue of events, fortune is no friend of his. And indeed, I see the king in other than the right way, in that he favours his enemy, who seeks the downfall of his kingdom, and makes much of him, and honours him exceedingly, and is beyond measure familiar with him. And of a truth I am fearful for the king. Quoth King Yunan, and indeed he was troubled, and his colour changed, Of whom dost thou speak? The vizier answered, If thou sleepest, awake. I mean the physician DOUBAN. Out on thee, said the king. He is my true friend, and the dearest of all men to me, seeing that he medicined me by means of a thing I held in my hand, and cured me of my leprosy, which the doctors were unable to cure. and there is not his like to be found in this time. No, not in the whole world, east nor west, and it is of him that thou speakest thus. But from today I will assign him stipends and allowances, and appoint him 1,000 dinars a month. And if I should share my kingdom with him, it were but a little thing. Methinks thou sayest this out of pure envy, and wouldst have me kill him, and after repent, as King Sindbad repented the killing of his falcon. Pardon me, O king of the age, said the vizier, but how was that? Quoth the king, it is said that King Sindbad and his falcon. There was once a king of Persia who delighted in hunting, and he had reared a falcon that left him not day or night, but slept all night long, perched upon his hand. Whenever he went out to hunt, he took the falcon with him, and he let make for it a cup of gold to hang round its neck, that he might give it to drink therein. One day, his chief falconer came in to him and said, O king, now is the time to go a-hunting. So the king gave orders accordingly, and took the falcon on his wrist, and set out, accompanied by his officers and attendants. They rode on till they reached a valley, where they formed the circle of the chase, and behold, a gazelle entered the ring. Whereupon quoth the king, Whoso lets the gazelle spring over his head, I will kill him. Then they drew the ring closely around her, and behold, she came to the king's station, and standing still, put her forelegs to her breast, as if to kill the earth before him. He bowed to her, but she sprang over his head, and was off into the desert. The king saw his attendants nodding and winking to one another about him, and said to his vizier, O vizier, what say my men? They say, answered the vizier, that thou didst threaten to kill him over whose head the gazelle should spring. As my head liveth, rejoined the king, I will follow her up till I bring her back. So he pricked on after her, and followed her till he came to a mountain, and she made for her lair. But the king cast off the falcon, which swooped down on her and pecked at her eyes, till he blinded her and dazed her. Whereupon the king threw his mace at her and brought her down. Then he alighted and cut her throat and skinned her, and made her fast to his saddle-bow. Now it was the hour of midday rest, and the place where he was desert, and the king was athirst, and so was his horse. So he searched till he saw a tree, with water dripping slowly like oil from its branches. Now the king's hands were gloved with leather, so he took the cup from the falcon's neck and filled it with the liquid and set it before himself, when behold, the falcon smote the cup and overturned it. The king took it and refilled it with the falling drops and set it before the bird, thinking that it was athirst. But it smote it again and overturned it. At this, the king was vexed with the falcon, and rose and filled the cup a third time and set it before the horse. But the falcon again overturned it with its wing. Then said the king, God confound thee, thou most mischievous of fowls. Thou wilt neither drink thyself, nor let me, nor the horse drink. And he smote it with his sword, and cut off its wings. Whereupon it erected its head and made signs as who should say, Look what is at the top of the tree. The king raised his eyes, and saw at the top of the tree a brood of snakes, and this was their venom dripping, which he had taken for water. So he repented him of having cut off the falcon's wings, and mounting, rode on till he reached his tents, and gave the gazelle to the cook to roast. Then he sat down on his chair, with the falcon on his wrist, and presently the bird gasped and died, whereupon the king cried out in sorrow and lament for having slain the bird that had saved him from death, and repented him when repentance availed him not. End of King Sindbad and his Falcon. This, then, is the story of King Sindbad. And as for thee, O Vizier, envy hath entered into thee, and thou wouldst have me kill the physician, and after repent, even as King Sindbad repented. O mighty king, answered the vizier, what harm has this physician done me that I should wish his death? Indeed, I only do this thing in compassion for thee, and that thou mayest know the truth of the matter. Else may I perish as perished the vizier who plotted to destroy the king, his master's son. How was that? Asked the king. And the vizier replied, Know, O king, that. The king's son and the ogress. There was once a king's son who was passionately fond of the chase, and his father had charged one of his viziers to attend him wherever he went. One day, the prince went out to hunt, accompanied by the vizier, and as they were going along, they saw a great wild beast, whereupon the vizier said to the prince, Up and after yonder beast. So the prince rode after the beast and followed it, till he was lost to sight. After a while, the beast disappeared in the desert, and the prince found himself alone, not knowing which way to turn. Presently he came upon a damsel, weeping, and said to her, Who art thou? Quoth she, I am the daughter of one of the kings of India, and I was journeying through this country with a company of people, when sleep overcame me, and I fell from my horse, not knowing what I did. My people did not note my fall, and went on and left me. And now I am alone and bewildered. When the prince heard this, he had pity on her case, and took her up behind himself, and they rode on, till they came to some ruins, when she said to him, O my lord, I wish to do an occasion here. So he put her down, and she entered the ruins and tarried there till he became impatient and went in search of her. When he was ware that she was an ogress, and heard her say to her children, O my children, I have brought you today a fat youth. O mother, answered they, bring him to us, that we may browse on him our bellyful. When the prince heard this their talk, he trembled in every nerve and made sure of destruction and turned back. The ogress came out after him, and finding him terrified and trembling, said to him, Why dost thou fear? Quoth he, I have an enemy, of whom I am in fear. Didst thou not say that thou wast a king's son? Asked she, and he answered, Yes. Then, said she, why dost thou not give thine enemy money and so appease him? He replied, Indeed, he will not be satisfied with money, nor with aught but life, and I fear him, and am an oppressed man. If thou be oppressed as thou sayest, rejoined she, ask help of God. Surely he will protect thee from thine enemy, and from the mischief thou fearest from him. So the prince raised his eyes to heaven, and said, O thou that answerest the prayer of the distressed, when they call on thee, and dispellest evil from them, O my God, succour me against mine enemy, and turn him back from me, for thou indeed canst do whatsoever thou wilt. When the ogress heard his prayer, she departed from him, and he resumed to the king his father, and informed him of the vizier's conduct, whereupon the king sent for the latter, and put him to death. End of the King's Son and the Ogress. And thou, O king, continued the envious vizier, if thou put thy trust in this physician, he will kill thee in the foulest fashion. He, verily, whom thou hast favoured and admitted to thy friendship, plots thy destruction. For know that he is a spy, come from a far land, with intent to destroy thee. Seest thou not that he cured thee of thy distemper from without, by means of a thing held in thy hand? And how canst thou be sure that he will not kill thee by some like means? Thou speakest sooth, O vizier of good counsel, said the king. It must indeed be as thou sayest. This physician doubtless comes as a spy, seeking to destroy me, And indeed, if he could cure me by means of a handle held in my hand, he can kill me by means of something I shall smell. But what is to be done with him?" "Send after him at once," answered the vizier. "And when he comes, strike off his head and play him false ere he play thee false. And so shalt thou ward off his mischief and be at peace from him." "Thou art right, O vizier," rejoined the king, and sent for the physician, who came, rejoicing, for he knew not what the compassionate had decreed unto him. As the saying runs, "Thou that fearest ill fortune, be of good heart and hope. Trust thine affairs to him who fashioned the earth and sea. What is decreed of God surely shall come to pass. That which is not decreed never shall trouble thee." When DOUBAN entered, he recited the following verses. "If all the thanks I speak come short of that which is your due, say for whom else my verse and prose I make, except for you. You have indeed prevented me with many an unasked boon, blessed me, unhindered of excuse, with favours not a few. How then should I omit to give your praise its full desert, and celebrate with heart and voice your goodness ever new? I will indeed proclaim aloud the boons I owe to you, favours, that, heavy to the back, are light the thought unto. And also the following: avert thy face from trouble and from care, and trust in God to order thine affair. Rejoice in happy fortune near at hand, in which thou shalt forget the woes that were. Full many a weary and a troublous thing is, in its issue, solaceful and fair. God orders all according to his will. Oppose him not in what he doth prepare. And these also trust thine affairs to the subtle, to God that knoweth all, and rest at peace from the world, for nothing shall thee appall. Know that the things of the world not, as thou wilt, befall, but as the great God orders, to whom all kings are thrall. And lastly, these take heart, and rejoice, and forget thine every woe, for even the wit of the wise is eaten away by care. What shall thought-taking profit a helpless, powerless slave? Leave it, and be at peace in joy, enduring furor. When he had finished, the king said to him, Dost thou know why I have sent for thee? And the physician answered, None knoweth the hidden things save God the Most High. Quoth the king, I have sent for thee to kill thee and put an end to thy life. DOUBAN wondered greatly at these words and said, O king, wherefore wilt thou kill me, and what offence have I committed? I am told, replied Yunnan, that thou art a spy and comest to kill me, but I will kill thee first. Then he cried out to his sword-bearer, saying, Strike off the head of this traitor and rid us of his mischief. Spare me, said DOUBAN. So may God spare thee, and kill me not, lest God kill thee. And he repeated these words to him, Even as I did to thee, O Afrit, and thou wouldst not spare me, but persistedst in thine intent to put me to death. Then the king said to DOUBAN, Verily I shall not be secure except I kill thee, for thou curedst me by means of a handle I held in my hand, and I have no assurance but thou wilt kill me by means of perfumes or otherwise. O king, said DOUBAN, is this my reward from thee? Thou returnest evil for good? The king replied, It boots not. Thou must die, and that without delay. When the physician saw that the king was irrevocably resolved to kill him, he wept and lamented the good he had done to the undeserving, blaming himself for having sown in an ungrateful soil and repeating the following verses. Maimoune has no wit to guide her by, although her sire among the wise ranks high. The man, who has no sense to rule his steps, slips, he the ground he treads on wet or dry. Then the sword-bearer came forward and bandaged his eyes, and bearing his sword, said to the king, Have I thy leave to strike? Whereupon the physician wept and said, "Spare me, so God may spare thee, and kill me not, lest God kill thee." And he recited the following verses. I acted in good faith, and they betrayed. I came to naught. They prospered, whilst my loyalty brought me to evil case. If that I live, I will to none good counsel give again, and if I die, good counsellors be cursed of every race. And he said to the king, Is this my reward from thee? Thou givest me the crocodile's recompense. Quoth the king, What is the story of the crocodile? I cannot tell it, answered DOUBAN, and I in this case. But God on thee, spare me, so may he spare thee. And he wept sore. Then one of the king's chief officers rose and said, O king, grant me this man's life, for we see not that he has committed any offence against thee, nor that he has done aught but cure thee of thy disorder, which baffled the doctors and sages. Ye know not why I put him to death, answered the king. It is because I believe him to be a spy, who hath been suborned to kill me, and came hither with that intent. And verily he who cured me by means of a handle held in my hand can easily poison me in like manner. If I spare him, he will infallibly destroy me, so needs must I kill him, and then I shall feel myself safe. When the physician was convinced that there was no hope for him, but that the king would indeed put him to death, he said to the latter, O king, if thou must indeed kill me, grant me a respite, that I may go to my house and discharge my last duties and dispose of my medical books and give my people and friends directions for my burial. Among my books is one that is a rarity of rarities, and I will make thee a present of it, that thou mayest lay it up in thy treasury. And what is in this book? Asked the king. Quoth DOUBAN, It contains things without number. The least of its secret virtues is that if, when thou hast cut off my head, thou open the book, turn over 6 leaves, and read 3 lines of the left-hand page, my head will speak and answer whatever questions thou shalt ask it. At this, the king marvelled greatly and shook with delight, and said, O physician, will thy head indeed speak to me after it is cut off? And he answered, Yes, O king. Quoth the king, This is indeed wonderful, and sent him under guard to his house, where DOUBAN spent the remainder of the day in setting his affairs in order. Next day, the emirs and viziers and chamberlains and all the great officers and notables of the kingdom came to the court, and the presence chamber was like a flower garden. Presently the physician entered, bearing an old book and a small pot full of powder, and sitting down, called for a dish. So they brought him a dish, and he poured the powder therein and levelled it. Then he said, O king, take this book, but do not open it till my head has been cut off, placed on this dish, and pressed down on the powder, when the blood will cease to flow. Then open the book, and do as I have enjoined thee. The king took the book and gave the signal to the headsman, who rose and struck off the physician's head and set it on the dish, pressing it down upon the powder, when the blood immediately ceased to flow, and the head unclosed its eyes and said, Open the book, O king. Yunnan opened the book and found the leaves stuck together. So he put his finger to his mouth, and took of his spittle, and loosened them therewith, and turned over the pages in this manner, one after another, for the leaves would not come apart but with difficulty, till he came to the 7th page, but found nothing written thereon, and said to the head, O physician, there is nothing here. Quoth the head, Open more leaves. So the king turned over more leaves in the same manner. Now the book was poisoned, and before long the poison began to work upon the king, and he fell back in convulsions, and cried out, I am poisoned. Whereupon the head repeated the following verses, Lo, these once were kings, who governed with a harsh and haughty sway. In a little, their dominion was as if it never had been. Had they swayed the sceptre justly, they had been repaid the like. But they were unjust, and fortune guerdoned them with dole and teen. Now they're passed away. The moral of their case bespeaks them thus: this is what your sins have earnt you. Fate is not to blame, I ween. No sooner had it done speaking than the king fell down dead, and the head also ceased to live. End of story of the physician DOUBAN. And know, O Afrit, continued the fisherman, that if King Yunnan had spared the physician DOUBAN, God would have spared him. But he refused and sought his death. So God killed him. And thou, O Afrit, if thou hadst spared me, I would spare thee. But nothing would serve thee, but thou must put me to death. So now I will kill thee by shutting thee up in this vessel and throwing thee into the sea. At this the married roared out and said, God on thee, O fisherman, do not do that. Spare me, and bear me not malice for what I did. For men's wit is still better than that of jinn. If I did evil, do thou good, in accordance with the adage. O thou that dost good to him that does evil, the deed of the evildoer suffices him. Do not thou deal with me, as did Umame with Atike. And what did Umame with Atike? Asked the fisherman. But the Afrit answered, This is no time to tell stories, and I in this duress. Let me out, and I will tell thee. Quoth the fisherman, Leave this talk. I must and will throw thee into the sea, and thou shalt never win out again. For I besought thee and humbled myself to thee. But nothing would serve thee but thou must kill me, who had committed no offence against thee deserving this, nor done thee any ill, but only kindness, in that I delivered thee from duress. When thou didst thus by me, I knew thee for an incorrigible evildoer, and know that when I have thrown thee back into the sea, I will tell everyone what happened between me and thee, and warn him, to the end that whoever fishes thee up may throw thee in again. And thou shalt remain in the sea till the end of time, and suffer all manner of torments. Quoth the Afrit, Let me out, for this is the season of generosity, and I will make a compact with thee never to do thee hurt, and to help thee to what shall enrich thee. The fisherman accepted his proposal, and unsealed the vessel, after he had taken the Afrit's pledge, and made him swear by the Most High name never to hurt him, but on the contrary to do him service. Then the smoke ascended as before, and gathered itself together, and became an Afrit, who gave the vessel a kick and sent it into the sea. When the fisherman saw this, he let fly in his clothes, and gave himself up for lost, saying, This bodes no good. But he took courage, and said to the Afrit, O Afrit, quoth God the Most High, Be ye faithful to your covenants, for they shall be inquired of. And verily, thou madest a pact with me, and sworest to me that thou wouldst do me no hurt. So play me not false, lest God do the like with thee. For indeed he is a jealous God, who delayeth to punish, yet letteth not the evildoer escape. And I say to thee, as said the physician DOUBAN to King Yunnan, Spare me, so God may spare thee. The Afrit laughed and started off inland, saying to the fisherman, Follow me. So he followed him, trembling and not believing that he should escape, and the Afrit led him to the backward of the town. Then, crossing a hill, descended into a spacious plain, in the midst of which was a lake of water surrounded by 4 little hills. He led the fisherman into the midst of the lake, where he stood still and bade him throw his net and fish. The fisherman looked into the water and was astonished to see therein fish of 4 colours, white and red and blue and yellow. Then he took out his net and cast, and drawing it in, found in it 4 fish, one of each colour. At this he rejoiced, and the Afrit said to him, "Carry them to the Sultan and present them to him, and he will give thee what shall enrich thee, and accept my excuse. For I know not any other way to fulfil my promise to thee, having lain in yonder sea 1800 years, and never seen the surface of the earth till this time. But do not fish here more than once a day, and I commend thee to God's care." So saying, he struck the earth with his foot, and it opened and swallowed him up, whilst the fisherman returned, wondering at all that had befallen him, to his house, where he took a bowl of water and laid therein the fish, which began to frisk about. Then he set the bowl on his head, and going up to the palace, as the Afrit had bidden him, presented the fish to the king, who wondered at them greatly, for that he had never seen their like in shape or kind, and said to his vizier, "Give these fish to the cookmaid that the king of the Greeks sent us, and tell her to fry them." Now this was a damsel that he had received as a present from the king of the Greeks 3 days before, and of whom he had not yet made trial in cookery. So the vizier carried the fish to the cookmaid and said to her, "These fish have been brought as a present to the Sultan, and he says to thee, 'O my tear, I have reserved thee against my stress, so do thou show us today thy skill and the excellence of thy cookery.'" Then he returned to the Sultan, who bade him give the fisherman 400 dinars. So he gave them to him, and he took the money in his lap and set off home, running and stumbling and falling and rising again, and thinking that he was dreaming. And he bought what was needful for his family, and returned to his wife, glad and happy. Meanwhile the cookmaid took the fish, and cleaned them, and set the frying pan on the fire. Then she poured in oil of sesame, and waited till it was hot, when she put in the fish. As soon as one side was done, she fumed them. When lo, the wall of the kitchen opened, and out came a handsome and well-shaped young lady, with smooth cheeks and liquid black eyes. She was clad in a tunic of satin, yarded with spangles of Egyptian gold, and on her head she had a silken kerchief, fringed with blue. She wore rings in her ears, and bracelets on her wrists, and rings on her fingers, with bezels of precious stones, and held in her hand a rod of Indian cane. She came up to the brazier, and thrust the rod into the frying pan, saying, "O fish, are you constant to your covenant?" And when the cookmaid heard this, she swooned away. Then the damsel repeated her question a second and a third time, and the fish lifted up their heads and cried out with one voice, "Yes, yes. Return, and we return. Keep faith, and so will we. Or if thou wilt, forsake, and we'll do like to thee." With this, the damsel overturned the frying pan, and went out by the way she had come, and the wall closed up again as before. Presently the cookmaid came to herself, and seeing the 4 fish burnt black as coal, said, "My arms are broken in my first skirmish," and fell down again in a swoon. Whilst she was in this state, in came the vizier to seek the fish, and found her insensible, not knowing Saturday from Thursday. So he stirred her with his foot, and she came to herself, and wept, and told him what had passed. He marvelled, and said, "This is indeed a strange thing." Then he sent for the fisherman, and said to him, "O fisherman, bring us 4 more fish of the same kind." So the fisherman repaired to the lake, and cast his net, and hauling it in, found in it 4 fish like the first, and carried them to the vizier, who took them to the cookmaid, and said to her, "Come, fry them before me, that I may see what happens." So she cleaned the fish, and setting the frying pan on the fire, threw them into it. And they had not lain long before the wall opened, and the damsel appeared, after the same fashion, and thrust the rod into the pan, saying, O fish, are you constant to the old covenant?" And behold, the fish all lifted up their heads and cried out as before, "Yes, yes." "Return, and we return. Keep faith, and so will we. Or if thou wilt, forsake, and we'll do like to thee." Then she overturned the pan and went out as she had come, and the wall closed up again. When the vizier saw this, he said, "This is a thing that must not be kept from the king." So he went to him and told him what he had witnessed, and the king said, "I must see this with my own eyes." Then he sent for the fisherman and commanded him to bring him other 4 fish like the first. And the fisherman went down at once to the lake and, casting his net, caught other 4 fish and returned with them to the king, who ordered him other 400 dinars and set a guard upon him till he should see what happened. Then he turned to the vizier and said to him, "Come thou and fry the fish before me." Quoth the vizier, "I hear and obey." So he fetched the frying pan and, setting it on the fire, cleaned the fish and threw them in. But hardly had he turned them when the wall opened, and out came a black slave, as he were a mountain or one of the survivors of the tribe of Ard, with a branch of a green tree in his hand. And he said in a terrible voice, O fish, are you constant to the old covenant?" Whereupon they lifted up their heads and cried out, "Yes, yes, we are constant. Return, and we return. Keep faith, and so will we. Or if thou wilt, forsake, and we'll do like to thee." Then the slave went up to the pan, and overturning it with the branch, went out as he had come, and the wall closed up as before. The king looked at the fish and found them black as coal, whereat he was bewildered and said to the vizier, "This is a thing about which it is impossible to keep silence, and indeed there must be some strange circumstance connected with these fish." Then he sent for the fisherman and said to him, "Hark ye, sirrah, whence hadst thou those fish?" "From a lake between 4 hills," answered he, "on the thither side of the mountain behind the city." "How many days' journey hence?" asked the king. And the fisherman said, "O my lord Sultan, 1/2 an hour's journey." At this the king was astonished, and ordering the troops to mount, set out at once, followed by his suite and preceded by the fisherman, who began to curse the Afrit. They rode on over the mountain and descended into a wide plain that they had never before set eyes on, whereat they were all amazed. Then they fared on till they came to the lake lying between the 4 hills, and saw the fish therein of 4 colours, red and white and yellow and blue. The king stood and wondered and said to his attendants, "Has any one of you ever seen this lake before?" But they answered, "Never did we set eyes on it in all our lives, O king of the age." Then he questioned those stricken in years, and they made him the same answer. Quoth he, "By Allah, I will not return to my capital, nor sit down on my chair of estate, till I know the secret of this pond and its fish." Then he ordered his people to encamp at the foot of the hills, and called his vizier, who was a man of learning and experience, sagacious and skillful in business, and said to him, "I mean to go forth alone tonight, and inquire into the matter of the lake and these fish. Wherefore do thou sit down at the door of my pavilion, and tell the emirs and viziers and chamberlains and officers and all who ask after me that the Sultan is ailing and hath ordered thee to admit no one, and do thou acquaint none with my purpose." The vizier dared not oppose his design, so the king disguised himself and girt on his sword, and going forth privily, took a path that led over one of the hills, and fared on all that night and the next day, till the heat overcame him, and he paused to rest. Then he set out again, and fared on the rest of that day and all the next night, till on the morning of the 2nd day he caught sight of some black thing in the distance, whereat he rejoiced and said, "Belike I shall find someone who can tell me the secret of the lake and the fish." So he walked on till he came to the black object, when he found it a palace built of black stone, plated with iron, and one leaf of its gate was open and the other shut. At this the king rejoiced and went up to the gate and knocked lightly, but heard no answer. So he knocked a second time and a third time, with the same result. Then he knocked loudly, but still no one answered, and he said to himself, "It must be deserted." So he took courage, and entering the vestibule, cried out, "Ho, people of the palace! I am a stranger and a wayfarer, and hungry. Have ye any victual?" He repeated these words a second and a third time, but none answered. So he took heart, and went on boldly into the interior of the palace, which he found hung and furnished with silken stuffs, embroidered with stars of gold, and curtains let down before the doors. In the midst was a spacious courtyard, with 4 estrades, one on each side, and a bench of stone. Midmost, the courtyard was a great basin of water, from which sprang a fountain, and at the corners stood 4 lions of red gold, spouting forth water as it were pearls and jewels, and the place was full of birds, which were hindered from flying away by a network of gold stretched overhead. The king looked right and left, but there was no one to be seen, whereat he marvelled and was vexed to find none of whom he might inquire concerning the lake and the fish and the palace itself. So he returned to the vestibule, and sitting down between the doors, fell to musing upon what he had seen, when lo, he heard a moaning that came from a sorrowful heart, and a voice chanted the following verses: "I hid what I endured from thee, it came to light, and sleep was changed to wake thenceforward to my sight. O fate, thou sparest not, nor dost desist from me. Lo, for my heart is racked with dolour and affright. Have pity, lady mine, upon the great laid low, upon the rich made poor by love and its despite. Once, jealous of the breeze that blew on thee, I was. Alas, on whom fate falls, his eyes are veiled with night. What boots the archer's skill, if, when the foe draws near, his bowstrings snap and leave him helpless in the fight? So when afflictions press upon the noble mind, where shall a man from fate and destiny take flight?" When the king heard this, he rose and followed the sound, and found that it came from behind a curtain let down before the doorway of a sitting chamber. So he raised the curtain, and saw a young man seated upon a couch, raised a cubit from the ground. He was a handsome, well-shaped youth, with flower-white forehead and rosy cheeks, and a black mole, like a grain of ambergris, on the table of his cheek, as says the poet, the slender one. From his brow and the night of his jetty hair, the world in alternate gloom and splendour of day doth fare. Blame not the mole on his cheek. Is an anemone's cup perfect, except in its midst an islet of black it wear? He was clad in a robe of silk, laced with Egyptian gold, and had on his head a crown set with jewels, but his face bore traces of affliction. The king rejoiced when he saw him and saluted him, and the youth returned his salute in the most courteous wise, though without rising, and said to him, "O my lord, excuse me if I do not rise to thee, as is thy due. Indeed, I am unable to do so." "I hold thee excused, O youth," answered the king. "I am thy guest, and come to thee on a pressing errand, beseeching thee to expound to me the mystery of the lake and the fish and of this palace, and why thou sittest here alone and weeping." When the young man heard this, the tears ran down his cheeks, and he wept sore, till his breast was drenched, and repeated the following verses: "Say unto those that grieve, at whom doth fate her arrows cast, How many an one hath she raised up, but to lay low at last? Lo, if ye sleep, the eye of God is never closed in sleep. For whom indeed is life serene? For whom is fortune fast? Then he gave a heavy sigh and repeated the following: Trust thine affair to the ruler of all that be, and put thought-taking and trouble away from thee. Say not of aught that is past. How came it so? All things depend upon the divine decree. The king marvelled and said to him, What makes thee weep, O youth? How should I not weep, answered he, being in such a plight? Then he put out his hand and lifted the skirt of his robe, and behold, he was stone from the waist downward. When the king saw this, his condition, he grieved sore and lamented and cried out, Alas! Alas! And said, Verily, O youth, thou addest trouble to my trouble. I came to inquire concerning the fish, and now I am concerned to know thy history also. But there is no power and no virtue, save in God, the Most High, the Supreme. Hasten therefore, O youth, and expound to me thy story. Quoth the youth, Give me thine ears and understanding. And the king replied, I am all attention. Then said the youth, There hangs a strange story by these fish and by myself, a story which, were it graven with needles on the corners of the eye, would serve as a warning to those who can profit by example. How so? Asked the king. And the youth replied, Know, O my lord, that. Story of the Enchanted Youth. My father was king of the city that stood in this place, and his name was Mohammed, lord of the Black Islands, which are no other than the 4 hills of which thou wottest. He reigned 70 years, at the end of which time God took him to himself, and I succeeded to his throne, and took to wife the daughter of my father's brother, who loved me with an exceeding love, so that, whenever I was absent from her, she would neither eat nor drink till she saw me again. With her I lived for 5 years, till one day she went out to go to the bath, and I bade the cook hasten supper for us against her return. Then I entered the palace and lay down on the bed where we were wont to lie, and ordered 2 slave girls to sit, one at my head and the other at my feet, and fan me. Now I was disturbed at my wife's absence and could not sleep, but remained awake, although my eyes were closed. Presently I heard the damsel at my head say to the other one, O Mesude, how unhappy is our lord, and how wretched is his youth, and oh, the pity of him with our accursed harlot of a mistress. Yes, indeed, replied Mesude. May God curse all unfaithful women and adulteresses. Indeed, it befits not that the like of our Lord should waste his youth with this harlot who lies abroad every night. Quoth the other, Is our Lord then a fool, that when he wakes in the night and finds her not by his side, he makes no inquiry after her? Out on thee, rejoined Mesude. Has our Lord any knowledge of this, or does she leave him any choice? Does she not drug him every night in the cup of drink she gives him before he sleeps, in which she puts henbane? So he sleeps like a dead man, and knows nothing of what happens. Then she dresses and scents herself, and goes forth, and is absent till daybreak, when she returns and burns a perfume under his nose, and he awakes. When I heard the girls talk, the light in my eyes became darkness, and I thought the night would never come. Presently my wife returned from the bath, and they served up supper, and we ate and sat a while, drinking and talking as usual. Then she called for my sleeping draught and gave me the cup, and I feigned to drink it, but made shift to pour it into my bosom, and lay down at once, and began to snore as if I slept. Then said she, Sleep out thy night, and never rise again. By Allah, I hate thee, and I hate thy person. I am sick of thy company, and I know not when God will take away thy life." Then she rose, and donned her richest clothes, and perfumed herself, and girt on my sword, and opened the palace gate, and went out. I rose, and followed her, and she passed through the streets of the city, till she came to the gate, when she muttered words I understood not, and straightway the locks fell off, and the gate opened. She went forth, and fared on among the rubbish heaps, I still following her without her knowledge, till she came to a reed fence, within which was a hut of brick. She entered the hut, and I climbed up on the roof, and looking down, saw my wife standing by a scurvy black slave, with blubber lips, one of which overlapped the other, like a coverlet, and swept up the sand from the gravel floor, lying upon a bed of sugar-cane refuse, and wrapped in an old cloak and a few rags. She kissed the earth before him, and he raised his head to her, and said, "Out on thee! Why hast thou tarried till now? There have been some of my kinsmen the blacks here drinking, and they have gone away, each with his wench. But I refused to drink on account of thine absence. O my lord and my love and solace of my eyes," answered she, "dost thou not know that I am married to my cousin, and that I hate to look upon him and abhor myself in his company? Did I not fear for thy sake, I would not let the sun rise again till his city was a heap of ruins, wherein the owl and the raven should hoot, and wolves and foxes harbour, and I would transport its stones behind the mountain Kaf." "Thou liest, O accursed one," said the black, "and I swear by the valour of the blacks, else may our manhood be as that of the whites, that if thou tarry again till this hour, I will no longer keep thee company, nor join my body to thine. O accursed one, wilt thou play fast and loose with us at thy pleasure, O stinkard, O bitch, O vilest of whites?" When I heard and saw what passed between them, the world grew dark in my eyes, and I knew not where I was, whilst my wife stood weeping and humbling herself to him, and saying, "O my love and fruit of my heart, if thou be angry with me, who is left me? And if thou reject me, who shall shelter me, O my beloved and light of mine eyes?" And she ceased not to weep and implore him till he forgave her. Then she was glad, and rose, and putting off her clothes, said to the slave, "O my lord, hast thou aught here for thy handmaid to eat?" "Take the cover off yonder basin," answered he. "Thou wilt find under it cooked rat's bones, and there is a little millet beer left in this pot. Eat and drink." So she ate and drank and washed her hands and mouth, then lay down, naked, upon the rushes, beside the slave, and covered herself with the rags. When I saw this, I became as one distraught, and coming down from the roof, went in by the door. Then I took the sword she had brought, and drew it, thinking to kill them both. I struck first at the slave's neck, and thought I had made an end of him. But the blow only severed the flesh and the gullet, without dividing the jugulars. He gave a loud gurgling groan, and roused my wife, whereupon I drew back, after I had restored the sword to its place, and resuming to the palace, lay down on my bed till morning, when my wife came and awoke me, and I saw that she had cut off her hair and put on mourning garments. "O my cousin," said she, "do not blame me for this I have done, for I have news that my mother is dead, that my father has fallen in battle, and that both my brothers are dead also, one of a snake bite, and the other of a fall from a precipice, so that I have good reason to weep and lament." When I heard this, I did not reproach her, but said to her, "Do what thou wilt, I will not balk thee." She ceased not to mourn and lament for a whole year, at the end of which time she said to me, "I wish to build me in thy palace a tomb with a cupola, and set it apart for mourning, and call it House of Lamentations." Quoth I, "Do what seemeth good to thee." So she built herself a house of mourning, roofed with a dome and a monument in the midst, like the tomb of a saint. Thither she transported the slave and lodged him in the tomb. He was exceeding weak, and from the day I wounded him, he had remained unable to do her any service, or to speak, or do aught but drink. But he was still alive, because his hour was not yet come. She used to visit him morning and evening in the mausoleum, and carry him wine and broths, to drink and weep and make moan over him. And thus she did for another year, whilst I ceased not to have patience with her and pay no heed to her doings, till one day I came upon her unawares and found her weeping and saying, "Why art thou absent from my sight, O delight of my heart? Speak to me, O my life. Speak to me, O my love." And she recited the following verses. My patience fails me for desire. If thou forgettest me, my heart and all my soul can love none other after thee. Carry me with thee, body and soul, wherever thou dost fare. And where thou lightest down to rest, there let me buried be. Speak but my name above my tomb, the groaning of my bones, turning towards thy voice's sound, shall answer drearily. And she wept and recited the following. My day of bliss is that whereon thou drawest near to me, and that whereon thou turn'st away, my day of death and fear. What though I tremble all the night, and be in dread of death, yet thine embraces are to me than safety far more dear. And again the following. Though unto me were given all that can make life sweet, though the Khosrower's empire, yea, and the world were mine, all were to me in value less than a midge's wing, if that mine eyes must never look on that face of thine. When she had finished, I said to her, O my cousin, let thy mourning suffice thee, for weeping profiteth nothing. She replied, Thwart me not, or I will kill myself. So I held my peace, and let her go her way. And she ceased not to mourn and weep for the space of another year. At the end of the 3rd year, I came into the mausoleum one day, vexed at something that had crossed me and weary of this excessive affliction, and found her by the tomb under the dome, saying, O my lord, I never hear thee speak to me, no, not one word. Why dost thou not answer me, O my lord? And she recited the following verses. O tomb, have his beauties ceased? Or does thy light indeed, the sheen of the radiant countenance, no more in thee abound? O tomb, thou art neither earth nor heaven unto me. How comes it then that sun and moon at once in thee are found? When I heard this, it added wrath to my wrath. And I said, Alas, how much more of this mourning? And I repeated the following parody of her verses. O tomb, has his blackness ceased, or does thy light indeed, the sheen of the filthy countenance, no more in thee abound? O tomb, thou art neither kitchen stove nor sewer pool for me. How comes it then that mire and coal at once in thee are found? When she heard this, she sprang to her feet and said, Out on thee, thou dog! It was thou that didst thus with me, and woundedst the beloved of my heart, and hast afflicted me and wasted his youth, so that these 3 years he hath lain, neither dead nor alive. O foulest of harlots, and filthiest of whorish doxies of hired slaves, answered I, it was indeed I who did this. And I drew my sword, and made at her to kill her. But she laughed, and said, Avaunt, thou dog! Think'st thou that what is past can recur, or the dead come back to life? Verily, God has given into my hand him who did this to me, and against whom there was in my heart fire that might not be quenched, and insatiable rage. Then she stood up, and pronouncing some words I did not understand, said to me, let one half of thee by my enchantments become stone, and the other half remain man. And immediately I became as thou seest me, and have remained ever since neither sitting nor standing, and neither dead nor alive. Then she enchanted the city with all its streets and gardens, and turned it into the lake thou wottest of. And the inhabitants, who were of 4 religions, Muslims, Christians, Magians, and Jews, she changed to fish of various colours, the Muslims white, the Christians blue, the Magians red, and the Jews yellow, and the 4 islands she turned into 4 mountains encompassing the lake. Moreover, the condition to which she has reduced me does not suffice her, but every day she strips me and gives me 100 lashes with a whip, so that the blood runs down me and my shoulders are torn. Then she clothes my upper half in a shirt of haircloth, and over that she throws these rich robes. End of story of the enchanted youth. And he wept, and repeated the following verses. Lord, I submit myself to thee, and eke to fate, content, if so thou please, to suffer and to wait. My enemies oppress and torture me full sore, but paradise at last, belike, shall compensate. Though fate press hard on me, I trust in the elect, the accepted one of God, to be my advocate. With this, the king turned to him and said, O youth, after having rid me of one trouble, thou addest another to me. But tell me, where is thy wife, and where is the wounded slave? The slave lies in the tomb under the dome, answered the youth, and she is in the chamber over against the gate. Every day at sunrise, she comes out and repairs first to me, and strips off my clothes, and gives me 100 strokes with the whip, and I weep and cry out, but cannot stir to keep her off. When she has done torturing me, she goes down to the slave with the wine and broth on which she feeds him, and tomorrow, at sunrise, she will come. O youth, rejoined the king, by Allah, I will assuredly do thee a service by which I shall be remembered, and which men shall chronicle to the end of time. Then he sat down by the youth and talked with him till nightfall, when they went to sleep. At peep of day, the king rose and put off his clothes, and drawing his sword, repaired to the mausoleum, where, after noting the paintings of the place and the candles and lamps and perfumes burning there, he sought for the slave till he came upon him and slew him with one blow of the sword. After which he took the body on his back and threw it into a well that was in the palace. Then he returned to the dome, and wrapping himself in the black's clothes, lay down in his place, with his drawn sword by his side. After a while, the accursed enchantress came out, and, going first to her husband, stripped him and beat him with the whip, whilst he cried out, Alas! The state I am in suffices me. Have mercy on me, O my cousin. But she replied, Didst thou show me any mercy, or spare my beloved? And beat him till she was tired, and the blood ran from his sides. Then she put the hair shirt on him, and the royal robes over it, and went down to the dome with a goblet of wine and a bowl of broth in her hands. When she came to the tomb, she fell a-weeping and wailing, and said, O my lord, speak to me. And repeated the following verse, How long ere this rigour pass sway and thou relent? Is it not yet enough of the tears that I have spent? And she wept and said again, O my lord, speak to me. The king lowered his voice, and knotting his tongue, spoke after the fashion of the blacks, and said, Alack, alack, there is no power and no virtue but in God, the Most High, the Supreme. When she heard this, she screamed out for joy and swooned away, and when she revived, she said, O my lord, can it be true, and didst thou indeed speak to me? The king made his voice small, and said, O accursed woman, Thou deservest not that I should speak to thee." "Why so?" asked she, and he replied, "Because all day thou tormentest thy husband, and his cries disturb me, and all night long he calls upon God for help, and invokes curses on thee and me, and keeps me awake from nightfall to daybreak, and disquiets me. And but for this, I had been well long ago. This is what has hindered me from answering thee." Quoth she, "With thy leave, I will release him from his present condition." "Do so," said the king, "and rid us of his noise." "I hear and obey," answered she, and going out into the palace, took a cup full of water and spoke over it certain words, whereupon the water began to boil and bubble as the cauldron bubbles over the fire. Then she went up to the young king and sprinkled him with it, saying, "By the virtue of the words I have spoken, if thou art thus by my spells, quit this shape for thy former one." And immediately he shook and rose to his feet, rejoicing in his deliverance, and said, "I testify that there is no God but God, and that Mohammed is his apostle. May God bless and preserve him." Then she said to him, "Depart hence, and do not return, or I will kill thee." And she screamed out in his face. So he went out from before her, and she returned to the dome, and going down into the tomb said, "O my lord, come forth to me, that I may see thy goodly form." The king replied in a weak voice, "What hast thou done? Thou hast rid me of the branch, but not of the root." "O my beloved, O my little black," said she, "what is the root?" "Out on thee, O accursed one," answered he. "Every night, at the middle hour, the people of the city, whom thou by thine enchantments didst change into fish, lift up their heads from the water, and cry to God for help, and curse thee and me. And this is what hinders my recovery. So do thou go quickly, and set them free, and after return, and take me by the hand, and raise me up, for indeed health returns to me." When she heard this speech of the king, whom she supposed to be the slave, she rejoiced, and said, "O my lord, on my head and eyes be it, in the name of God." Then she went out, full of joy, and ran to the lake, and taking a little of the water in her hand, spoke over it words that might not be understood, whereupon there was a great stir among the fish, and they raised their heads to the surface, and stood upright, and became men as before. Thus was the spell dissolved from the people of the city, and the lake became again a populous city, with its streets and bazaars, in which the merchants bought and sold, and everyone returned to his employment, whilst the 4 hills were restored to their original form of islands. Then the enchantress returned to the king, and said to him, "O my lord, give me thy noble hand, and arise." "Come nearer to me," answered he, in a faint voice. So she came close to him, and he took his sword and smote her in the breast, that the steel came forth, gleaming, from her back. He smote her again, and cut her in twain, and she fell to the ground in 2 halves. Then he went out, and found the young king standing awaiting him, and gave him joy of his deliverance. Whereupon the youth rejoiced, and thanked him, and kissed his hand. Quoth the Sultan, "Wilt thou abide in this thy city, or come with me to mine?" "O king of the age," rejoined he, "dost thou know how far it is from here to thy capital?" And the Sultan replied, 2½ days' journey. "O king," said the other, "if thou sleepest, awake. Between thee and thy capital is a full year's journey to a diligent traveller, and thou hadst not come hither in 2 days and a half, save that the city was enchanted. But, O king, I will never leave thee, no, not for the twinkling of an eye." The Sultan rejoiced at his words and said, "Praised be God, who hath bestowed thee upon me. Thou shalt be my son, for in all my life I have never been blessed with a son." And they embraced each other and rejoiced with exceeding great joy. Then they returned to the palace, and the young king bade his officers make ready for a journey and prepare his baggage and all that he required. The preparations occupied 10 days, at the end of which time the young king set out in company of the sultan, whose heart burned within him at the thought of his long absence from his capital, attended by 50 white slaves and provided with magnificent presents. They journeyed day and night for a whole year, and God ordained them safety, till they drew near the sultan's capital and sent messengers in advance to acquaint the vizier with his safe arrival. Then came out the vizier and the troops, who had given up all hope of the sultan's return, and kissed the ground before him and gave him joy of his safety. So he entered his palace and sat down on his throne, and the vizier came in to him, to whom he related all that had befallen him with the young king, and the vizier gave the latter joy of his deliverance. Then, all things being set in order, the sultan gave largesse to many of his people, and sending for the fisherman who had brought him the enchanted fish, and had thus been the first cause of the delivery of the people of the Black Islands, bestowed on him a dress of honour, and inquired of his condition, and whether he had any children, to which he replied that he had 3 children, 2 daughters, and 1 son. So the king sent for them, and taking 1 daughter to wife, married the other to the young king, and made the son his treasurer. Moreover, he invested his vizier with the sovereignty of the Black Islands, and dispatched him thither with the 50 officers, who had accompanied the young king thence, giving him robes of honour for all the emirs. So the vizier kissed hands and set out for the Black Islands. The fisherman became the richest man of his time, and he and his daughters and the 2 kings, their husbands, abode in peace till death came to them. The porter and the 3 ladies of Baghdad. There was once a porter of Baghdad who was a bachelor. One day, as he stood in the market, leant upon his basket, there came to him a lady, swathed in a wrapper of gold-embroidered muslin, fringed with gold lace, and wearing embroidered boots and floating tresses plaited with silk and gold. She stopped before him, and raising her kerchief, showed a pair of languishing black eyes of perfect beauty, bordered with long, drooping lashes. Then she turned to the porter and said in a clear, sweet voice, "Take thy basket and follow me." No sooner had she spoken than he took up his basket in haste, saying, "O day of good luck, O day of God's grace," and followed her till she stopped and knocked at the door of a house, when there came out a Nazarene, to whom she gave a dinar, and he gave her in return an olive-green bottle full of wine, which she put into the basket, saying to the porter, "Hoist up and follow me." Said he, "By Allah, this is indeed a happy and fortunate day," and shouldering the basket, followed her till she came to a fruiterer's, where she bought Syrian apples and Turkish quinces and Arabian peaches and autumn cucumbers and sultani oranges and citrons, beside jessamine of Aleppo and Damascus water lilies and myrtle and basil and henna blossoms and blood-red anemones and violets and sweetbriar and narcissus and chamomile and pomegranate flowers, all of which she put into the porter's basket, saying, "Hoist up." So he shouldered the basket and followed her, till she stopped at a butcher's shop and said to him, "Cut me off 10 pounds of meat." He gave her the meat, wrapped in a banana leaf, and she put it in the basket, saying, "Hoist up, O porter," and went on to a grocer's, of whom she took pistachio kernels, and shelled almonds and hazelnuts and walnuts and sugar-cane and parched peas and Mecca raisins and all else that pertains to dessert. Thence to a pastry cook's, where she bought a covered dish and put therein open-work tarts and honey fritters and tri-coloured jelly and marchpane, flavoured with lemon and melon, and Zaynab's combs, and ladies' fingers, and Cardi's mouthfuls, and widow's bread, and meat and drink, and some of every kind of sweetmeat in the shop, and laid the dish in the basket of the porter, who said to her, "Thou shouldst have told me, that I might have brought a mule or a camel to carry all these good things." She smiled and gave him a tap on the nape, saying, "Make haste and leave chattering, and God willing, thou shalt have a good wage." She stopped next at the shop of a druggist, where she bought rose water and water lily water, and orange flower water and willow flower water, and 6 other kinds of sweet waters, and a casting bottle of rose water mingled with musk, besides 2 loaves of sugar and frankincense, and aloes wood, and ambergris, and musk, and saffron, and candles of Alexandrian wax, all of which she put into the basket. Then she went on to a greengrocer's, of whom she bought pickled safflower and olives, in brine and fresh, and tarragon and juncates and Syrian cheese, and put them all into the basket, and said to the porter, "Take up thy basket, and follow me." So he shouldered his load, and followed her, till she came to a tall, handsome house, with a spacious court before it, and a 2-leaved door of ebony, inlaid with plates of glittering gold. The lady went up to the door, and throwing back her kerchief, knocked softly, whilst the porter stood behind her, musing upon her beauty and grace. After a while, the door opened, and both the leaves swung back, whereupon he looked to see who opened it, and behold, it was a damsel of dazzling beauty and symmetry, high-bosomed, with flower-white forehead and rosy cheeks, eyes like those of gazelles or wild oxen, and eyebrows like the crescent of the new moon of Ramazan, cheeks like blood-red anemones, mouth like Solomon's seal, lips red as coral, and teeth like clustered pearls or chamomile petals, neck like an antelope's, and bosom like a fountain, breasts like double pomegranates, belly like brocade, and navel holding an ounce of benzoin ointment, even as says of her the poet, "Look at her, with her slender shape and radiant beauty. This is she who is at once the sun and moon of palaces. Thine eyes shall ne'er see grace combine so featly black and white as in her visage, and the locks that o'er her forehead kiss. She in whose cheeks the red flag waves, her beauty testifies unto her name, if that to paint her sweet seductions miss. With swimming gait she walks. I laugh for wonder at her hips, but weep to see her waist, that all too slight to bear them is." When the porter saw her, his mind and heart were taken by storm, so that he well nigh let fall the basket, and exclaimed, "Never in all my life saw I a more blessed day than this." Then said the portress to the cateress, "O my sister, why tarriest thou? Come in from the gate, and ease this poor man of his burden." So the cateress entered, followed by the portress and the porter, and went on before them to a spacious saloon, elegantly built and handsomely decorated with all manner of colours and carvings and geometrical figures, with balconies and galleries and cupboards and benches and closets with curtains drawn before them. In the midst was a great basin of water, from which rose a fountain, and at the upper end stood a couch of juniper wood, inlaid with precious stones, and surmounted by a canopy of red satin, looped up with pearls as big as hazelnuts or bigger. Thereon sat a lady of radiant countenance and gentle and demure aspect, moon-like in face, with eyes of Babylonian witchcraft and arched eyebrows, sugared lips like cornelian, and a shape like the letter I. The radiance of her countenance would have shamed the rising sun, and she resembled one of the chief stars of heaven, or a pavilion of gold, or a high-born Arabian bride on the night of her unveiling, even as says of her the poet. Her teeth, when she smiles, like pearls in a cluster show, or shredded chamomile petals or flakes of snow. Her ringlets seem, as it were, the fallen night, and her beauty shames the dawn and its ruddy glow. Then she rose, and coming with a stately gait to meet her sisters in the middle of the saloon, said to them, "Why stand ye still? Relieve this poor porter of his burden." So the cateress came and stood before, and the portress behind him, and with the help of the third damsel, lifted the basket from his head, and emptying it, laid everything in its place. Then they gave him 2 dinars, saying, "Go, O porter." But he stood, looking at the ladies and admiring their beauty and pleasant manners. Never had he seen goodlier, and wondering greatly at the profusion of wine and meat and fruits and flowers and so forth that they had provided, and to see no man with them, and made no movement to go. So the eldest lady said to him, "What ails thee that thou dost not go away? Belike thou grudgest at thy pay?" And she turned to the cateress and said to her, "Give him another dinar." "No, by Allah, O lady," answered the porter, "I do not indeed grudge at my pay, for my right hire is scarce 2 dirhams, but of a truth my heart and soul are taken up with you, and how it is that ye are alone, and have no man with you, and no one to divert you. Although ye know that women's sport is little worth without men, nor is an entertainment complete without 4 at the table, and ye have no 4th. What says the poet? Dost thou not see that for pleasure 4 several things combine, instruments 4, harp, hautboy, and gitton, and psaltery? And unto these 4 perfumes answer and correspond, violets, roses, and myrtle, and blood-red anemone. Nor is our pleasure perfect, unless 4 things have we, money and wine and gardens and mistress fair and free. And ye are 3, and need a 4th, who should be a man, witty, sensible, and discreet, one who can keep counsel." When they heard what he said, it amused them, and they laughed at him and replied, "What have we to do with that, we who are girls, and fear to entrust our secrets to those who will not keep them? For we have read, in such and such a history, what says Ibn Thumam, 'Tell not thy secrets, keep them with all thy might. A secret revealed is a secret lost outright.' If thine own bosom cannot thy secrets hold, why expect more reserve from another wight? Or, as well says Abu Nuwas on the same subject, 'The fool, that to men doth his secrets avow, deserves to be marked with a brand on the brow.'" "By your lives," rejoined the porter, "I am a man of sense and discretion, well read in books and chronicles. I make known what is fair, and conceal what is foul. And as says the poet, 'None keeps a secret but the man who's trusty and discreet. A secret's ever safely placed with honest folk and leal. And secrets trusted unto me are in a locked-up house, whose keys are lost, and on whose door is set the Cadi's seal." When the girls heard this, the eldest one said to him, "Thou knowest that we have laid out much money in preparing this entertainment. Hast thou aught to offer us in return? For we will not let thee sit with us and be our boon companion and gaze on our bright fair faces, except thou pay down thy share of the cost. Dost thou not know the saying, 'Love without money is not worth a penny'? If thou have aught, my friend," added the portress, "then art thou something. But if thou have nothing, be off without anything." Here the cateress interposed, saying, "O sisters, let him be, for by Allah he has not failed us today. Another had not been so patient with us. I will pay his share for him." Whereupon the porter, overjoyed, kissed the earth and thanked her, saying, "By Allah, it was thou didst hansel me this day. Here are the 2 dinars I had of you. Take them and admit me to your company, not as a guest, but as a servant." "Sit down," answered they. "Thou art welcome." But the eldest lady said, "By Allah, we will not admit thee to our society but on one condition, and it is that thou inquire not of what does not concern thee, and if thou meddle, thou shalt be beaten." Said the porter, "I agree to this, O my lady, on my head and eyes. Henceforth I am dumb." Then arose the cateress, and girding her middle, laid the table by the fountain, and set out the cups and flagons, with flowers and sweet herbs, and all the requisites for drinking. Moreover, she strained the wine and set it on, and they sat down, she and her sisters, with the porter, who fancied himself in a dream. The cateress took the flagon of wine and filled a cup and drank it off. Then she filled again and gave it to one of her sisters, who drank and filled another cup and gave it to her other sister. Then she filled a fourth time and gave it to the porter, saying, "Drink and fare well, and health attend thee still. This drink indeed's a cure for every ill." He took the cup in his hand and bowed and returned thanks, reciting the following verses. "Quaff not the cup, except with one who is of trusty stuff, one who is true of thought and deed, and eke of good descent. Wine's like the wind, that if it breathe on perfume, smells as sweet, but if o'er carrion it pass, imbibes its evil scent." And again, "Drink not of wine, except at the hands of a maiden fair, who, like unto thee and it, is joyous and debonair." Then he kissed their hands and drank and was merry with wine and swayed from side to side and recited the following verses. "Hither by Allah I conjure thee, goblets that full of the grape juice be, and brim up, I prithee, a cup for me, for this is the water of life, Purdy." Then the cateress filled the cup and gave it to the portress, who took it from her hand and thanked her and drank. Then she filled again and gave it to the eldest, who filled another cup and handed it to the porter. He gave thanks and drank and recited the following verses. "It is forbidden us to drink of any blood, except it be of that which gushes from the vine. So pour it out to me, an offering to thine eyes, to ransom from thy hands my soul and all that's mine." Then he turned to the eldest lady, who was the mistress of the house, and said to her, "O my lady, I am thy slave, and thy servant, and thy bondman," and repeated the following verses. "There is a slave of all thy caves now standing at thy gate, who ceases not thy bounties, all to sing and celebrate. May he come in, O lady fair, to gaze upon thy charms. Desire and I from thee, indeed, may never separate." And she said to him, "Drink, and health and prosperity attend thee." So he took the cup and kissed her hand and sang the following verses. "I brought my love old wine and pure, the likeness of her cheeks, whose glowing brightness called to mind a brazier's heart of red." She touched the wine cup with her lips, and laughing roguishly, "How canst thou proffer me to drink of my own cheeks?" she said. "Drink," answered I. "It is my tears, its hue is of my blood, and it was heated at a fire that by my sighs was fed." And she answered him with the following verse. "If, O my friend, thou hast indeed wept tears of blood for me, I prithee, give them me to drink upon thine eyes and head." Then she took the cup and drank it off to her sister's health, and they continued to drink and make merry, dancing and laughing and singing and reciting verses and ballads. The porter fell to toying and kissing and biting and handling and groping and dallying and taking liberties with them, whilst one put a morsel into his mouth and another thumped him, and this one gave him a cuff and that pelted him with flowers. And he led the most delightful life with them, as if he sat in paradise among the houris. They ceased not to drink and carouse thus, till the wine sported in their heads and got the better of their senses, when the portress arose and, putting off her clothes, let down her hair over her naked body for a veil. Then she threw herself into the basin and sported in the water and swam about and dived like a duck and took water in her mouth and spurted it at the porter and washed her limbs and the inside of her thighs. Then she came up out of the water and, throwing herself into the porter's lap, pointed to her commodity and said to him, "O my lord, O my friend, what is the name of this?" "Thy Kazi," answered he. But she said, "Fie, art thou not ashamed?" And cuffed him on the nape of the neck. Quoth he, "Thy Katso." And she dealt him a second cuff, saying, "Fie, what an ugly word! Art thou not ashamed?" "Thy commodity," said he, and she, "Fie, is there no shame in thee?" And thumped him and beat him. Then said he, "Thy coney." Whereupon the eldest fell on him and beat him, saying, "Thou shalt not say that." And whatever he said, they beat him more and more, till his neck ached again. And they made a laughing-stock of him amongst them, till he said at last, "Well, what is its name amongst you women?" "The sweet basil of the dikes," answered they. "Praised be God for safety," cried he. "Good, O sweet basil of the dikes." Then they passed round the cup, and presently the cateress rose, and throwing herself into the porter's lap, pointed to her Kazi, and said to him, "O light of mine eyes, what is the name of this?" "Thy commodity," answered he. "Art thou not ashamed?" said she, and dealt him a buffet that made the place ring again, repeating, "Fie, foy, art thou not ashamed?" Quoth he, "The sweet basil of the dikes." "No, no," answered she, and beat him and cuffed him on the nape. Then said he, "Thy Kazi, thy tout, thy Katso, thy coney?" But they replied, "No, no." And he said again, "The sweet basil of the dikes." Whereupon they laughed till they fell backward and cuffed him on the neck, saying, "No, that is not its name." At last he said, "O my sisters, what is its name?" And they answered, "What sayest thou to the peeled barley corn?" Then the cateress put on her clothes, and they sat down again to carouse, whilst the porter lamented over his neck and shoulders. The cup passed round among them a while, and presently the eldest and handsomest of the ladies rose and put off her clothes, whereupon the porter took his neck in his hand and said, "My neck and shoulders are in the way of God." Then she threw herself into the basin and plunged and sported and washed, whilst the porter looked at her, naked as she were a piece of the moon or the full moon when she waxes, or the dawn at its brightest, and noted her shape and breasts and her heavy quivering buttocks, for she was naked as God created her. And he said, "Alack, alack," and repeated the following verses. "If to the newly budded branch thy figure I compare, I lay upon my heart a load of wrong too great to bear. For that the branch most lovely is when clad upon with green, but thou, when free of every veil, art then by far most fair." When she heard this, she came up out of the water, and sitting down on his knees, pointed to her case and said, "O my little lord, what is the name of this?" "The sweet basil of the dikes," answered he. But she said, "No, no," quoth he, "the peeled barley corn." And she said, "Pshaw." Then said he, "Thy case." "Fie, fie," cried she, "art thou not ashamed?" And cuffed him on the nape of the neck. And whatever name he said, they beat him, saying, "No, no," till at last he said, "O my sisters, what is its name?" "The Khan of Abu Mansur," answered they. And he said, "Praised be God for safety. Bravo, bravo, O Khan of Abu Mansur." Then the damsel rose and put on her clothes, and they returned to their carousing, and the cup passed round a while. Presently, the porter rose, and putting off his clothes, plunged into the pool, and swam about, and washed under his chin and armpits, even as they had done. Then he came out, and threw himself into the eldest lady's lap, and putting his arms into the portress's lap, and his feet into that of the cateress, pointed to his codpiece and said, "O my mistresses, what is the name of this?" They laughed till they fell backward, and one of them answered, "Thy yard. Art thou not ashamed?" said he. "A forfeit," and took of each a kiss. Quoth another, "Thy pintle." But he replied, "No," and gave each of them a bite in play. Then said they, "Thy pizzle." "No," answered he, and gave each of them a hug, and they kept saying, "Thy yard, thy pintle, thy pizzle, thy codpiece," whilst he kissed and hugged and fondled them to his heart's content, and they laughed till they were well nigh dead. At last they said, "O our brother, and what is its name?" "Don't you know?" asked he, and they said, "No." Quoth he, "This is the mule breakall, that browses on the basil of the dikes, and gobbles up the peeled barleycorn, and lies by night in the khan of Abu Mensur." And they laughed till they fell backward. Then they fell again to drinking, and continued after this fashion till the night came upon them, when they said to the porter, "In the name of God, put on thy sandals, and be off, and let us see the breadth of thy shoulders." Quoth he, "By Allah, the leaving life were easier to me than the leaving you. Let us join the night to the day, and tomorrow we will each go our own way." "My life on you," said the cateress, "let him pass the night with us, that we may laugh at him, for he is a pleasant rogue, and we may never again chance upon the like of him." So the mistress of the house said to the porter, "Thou shalt pass the night with us on condition that thou submit to our authority, and that, whatever thou seest, thou ask no questions about it, nor inquire the reason of it." "It is well," answered he, and they said, "Go and read what is written over the door." So he went to the door, and found the following words written thereon in letters of gold: "He who speaks of what concerns him not shall hear what will not please him." And he said, "Be ye witness against me that I will not speak of what concerns me not." Then rose the cateress and prepared food, and they ate. After which they lighted the lamps and candles, and strewed on the latter ambergris and aloes wood, then changed the service, and set on fresh fruits and flowers and wine and so forth, and sat down again to drink. They ceased not to eat and drink and make merry, hobnobbing and laughing and talking and frolicking, till there came a knocking at the door. Whereupon one of them rose and went to the door, without disturbing the party, and presently returned, saying, "Verily our pleasure is to be complete tonight." "How so?" asked the others, and she replied, "There are 3 foreign calendars at the door, with shaven heads, and chins and eyebrows, and every one blind of the right eye, which is a most extraordinary coincidence. Apparently they are fresh from a journey, and indeed the traces of travel are evident on them. And the reason of their knocking at the door is this: they are strangers to Baghdad, and this is their first coming to our city. The night surprised them, and they could not find a lodging in the city, and know no one with whom to take shelter. So they said to each other, Perhaps the owner of this house will give us the key of a stable or outhouse, and let us sleep there. And, O my sisters, each of them is a laughing-stock after his own fashion, and if we let them in, they will make us sport this night, and on the morrow each shall go his own way. And she ceased not to persuade them, till they said, Let them come in, on condition that they ask no questions of what does not concern them, on pain of hearing what will not please them. So she rejoiced, and going to the door, returned with the 3 calendars, who saluted and bowed low and held back. But the ladies rose to them and welcomed them and gave them joy of their safety and made them sit down. The calenders looked about them, and seeing a pleasant place and a table elegantly spread with flowers and fruits and green herbs and dessert and wine, with candles burning and perfumes smoking, and the three maidens, with their faces unveiled, said with one voice, "For Allah, it is good." Then they turned to the porter, and saw that he was tipsy and jaded with drinking and dalliance. So they took him for one of themselves, and said, "He is a calender like ourselves, either an Arab or a foreigner." When the porter heard this, he rose, and fixing his eyes on them, said, "Sit still, and do not meddle. Have you not read what is written on the door? It befits not folk like yourselves, who come to us as mendicants, to loose your tongues on us." "We ask pardon of God, O fakir," answered they. "Our heads are before thee." The ladies laughed, and making peace between them, set food before the calenders. When they had eaten, they all sat down again to carouse, the portress serving the newcomers, and the cup passed round a while, till the porter said to the calenders, "O brothers, have ye no story or rare trait to divert us withal?" The calenders, being warm with wine, called for musical instruments. So the portress brought them a tambourine and a lute and a Persian harp, and each calender took one and tuned it and played and sang, and the girls joined in lustily and made a great noise. Whilst they were thus engaged, someone knocked at the gate, and the portress rose and went to see who it was. Now the cause of this knocking was that very night the Caliph Harun-er-Rashid had gone down into the city, as was his wont every now and then, to walk about for his diversion, and hear what news was stirring, attended by his vizier Jafar and Mesrour his headsman, all three, as usual, disguised as merchants. Their way brought them to the house of the three ladies, where they heard the noise of musical instruments and of singing and merriment, and the Caliph said to Jafar, "I have a mind to enter this house and listen to this music and see the singers." "O Commander of the Faithful," answered Jafar, "these people are certainly drunk, and I fear lest some mischief betide us at their hands." "It matters not," rejoined the Caliph. "I must and will go in, and I desire that thou contrive some pretext to that end." "I hear and obey," replied the vizier, and going up to the gate, knocked, whereupon the portress came down and opened. Jafar came forward, and kissing the earth before her, said, "O lady, we are merchants from Tiberias. We reached Baghdad 10 days ago, and sold our merchandise, and took up our lodging at the Khan of the merchants. Now we were bidden tonight to an entertainment at the house of a certain merchant, who set food before us, and we ate and caroused with him a while, till he gave us leave to depart, and we went out, intending for our lodging. But being strangers in Baghdad, we lost ourselves, and could not find our way back to our Khan. So we hope, of your courtesy, that you will admit us to pass the night with you, and God will requite you." The portress looked at them, and saw that they were dressed like merchants, and appeared respectable. So she returned to her sisters, and repeated to them Jafar's story, and they took compassion on the supposed strangers, and bade her admit them. So she resumed, and opened the gate to them, and they said, "Have we thy leave to enter?" "Enter," answered she. Whereupon the Caliph and Jafar and Mesrour entered. And when the girls saw them, they rose and welcomed them, and made them sit down and served them, saying, "Ye are welcome as our guests, but on one condition." "What is that?" asked they. And the mistress of the house answered, "It is that you be eyes without tongues, and that, whatever you see, you inquire not thereof, nor speak of that which concerns you not, lest you hear what will not please you." "Good," answered they. "We are no meddlers." Then they sat down to carouse, whilst the Caliph looked at the 3 calendars and marvelled, for that they were all blind of the right eye, and gazed upon the ladies, and was amazed at their beauty and goodliness. They fell to drinking and talking, and said to the Caliph, "Drink?" But he answered, "Excuse me, for I am vowed to the pilgrimage." Whereupon the portress rose, and spreading a gold-embroidered cloth before him, set thereon a china bowl, into which she poured willow flower water, with a spoonful of snow and some pounded sugar candy. The Caliph thanked her, and said to himself, "By Allah, I will reward her tomorrow for her kind office." Then they addressed themselves to carousel, till the wine began to work upon them, when the eldest lady rose, and making an obeisance to her guests, took the cateress by the hand, and said, "Come, sisters, let us do our duty." And they answered, "It is well." So the portress rose and cleared the middle of the saloon, after she had removed the table service and thrown away the remains of the banquet. Then she renewed the perfumes in the censers, and made the calenders sit down on a sofa by the dais, and the Caliph and his companions on a sofa at the other end. After which she called to the porter, saying, "How dull and slothful thou art! Come and help us. Thou art no stranger, but one of the household." So he rose and girt his middle, and said, "What would you have me do?" And she answered, "Stay where thou art." Then the cateress rose, and setting a chair in the middle of the room, went to a closet, which she opened, saying to the porter, "Come and help me." So he went to her, and she brought out 2 black bitches, with chains round their necks, and gave them to him, saying, "Take them." So he took them, and carried them to the middle of the saloon. Whereupon the mistress of the house tucked up her sleeves, and taking a whip, said to the porter, "Bring me one of the bitches." So he brought it to her by the chain. And the bitch wept and shook its head at the damsel, who brought the whip down on it, whilst the porter held it by the chain. The bitch howled and whined, but the lady ceased not to beat it till her arm was tired, when she threw away the whip, and pressing the bitch to her bosom, kissed it on the head and wiped away its tears. Then she said to the porter, "Take it back and bring the other." He did as she bade him, and she did with the second bitch as she had done with the first. The Caliph's mind was troubled at her doings, and his breast contracted, and he could not restrain his impatience to know the meaning of all this. So he winked to Jaffa to ask, but the latter turned and signed to him, as who should say, "Be silent. This is no time for impertinent curiosity." Then said the portress to the mistress of the house, "O my lady, rise and go up to thy place, that I in turn may do my part." "It is well," answered she, and went up and sat down on the couch of juniper wood at the upper end of the dais, whilst the portress sat down on a chair and said to the cateress, "Do what thou hast to do." So the latter rose, and going to a closet, brought out a bag of yellow satin with cords of green silk and tassels of gold, and came and sat down before the portress. Then she opened the bag and took out a lute, which she tuned, and sang the following verses, accompanying herself on the lute. "Thou art my wish, thou art my end, and in thy presence, O my friend, there is for me abiding joy. Thine absence sets my heart aflame. For thee distraught, with thee possessed, thou reignest ever in my breast, nor in the love I bear to thee is there for me reproach or shame. Life's veil for me was torn apart when love get hold upon my heart. For love still rends the veils in twain and brings dishonour on fair fame. The cloak of sickness I did on, and straight my fault appeared and shone. Since that my heart made choice of thee, and love and longing on me came. My eyes are ever wet with tears, and all my secret thought appears, when with my tears' tumultuous flow exhales the secret of thy name. Heal thou my pains, for thou to me art both disease and remedy. Yet him, whose cure is in thy hand, affliction shall forever claim. Thy glances set my heart on fire, slay me with swords of my desire. How many, truly, of the best have fallen beneath love's sword of flame? Yet may I not from passion cease, nor in forgetting seek release. For love's my comfort, pride and law, public and private, aye the same. Blessed eyes that have of thee their fill, and look upon thee at their will. I, of my own unforced intent, the slave of passion I became. When the portress heard this foursome song, she cried out, "Alas! Alas! Alas!" and tore her clothes, and fell down in a swoon. And the Caliph saw on her body the marks of beating with rods and whips, and wondered greatly. Then the cateress rose, and sprinkled water upon her, and brought her a fresh dress, and put it on her. When the company saw this, their minds were troubled, for they understood not the reason of these things. And the Caliph said to Ja'far, "Didst thou not see the marks of beating with rods upon the girl's body? I cannot keep silence nor be at rest, except I come at the truth of all this, and know the story of this damsel and the two bitches." "O my lord," answered Ja'far, "they made it a condition with us that we should not speak of what concerns us not, under pain of hearing what should not please us." Then said the portress, "By Allah, O my sister, come and complete thy service to me." "With all my heart," answered the cateress, and took the lute and leant it against her breasts. Then she swept the strings with her fingertips and sang the following verses. "If we complain of absence, what alas, shall we say? Or if longing assail us, where shall we take our way? If, to interpret for us, we trust to a messenger, how can a message rightly a lover's plaint convey? Or if we put on patience, short is a lover's life, after his heart's beloved is torn from him away. Nothing, alas, is left me but sorrow and despair, and tears that are down my cheeks without cessation stray. Thou that art ever absent from my desireful sight, thou that art yet a dweller within my heart alway, hast thou kept troth, I wonder, with one who loves thee dear, whose faith, whilst time endureth, never shall know decay? Or hast thou e'en forgotten her, who for love of thee, in tears and sickness and passion, hath wasted many a day? Alas, though love unite us again in one embrace, reproach for thy past rigour with me full long shall stay." When the portress heard this second song, she gave a loud scream and exclaimed, "By Allah, it is good," and putting her hand to her clothes, tore them as before, and fell down in a swoon. Whereupon the cateress rose and brought her another dress, after she had sprinkled water on her. Then she sat up again and said to the cateress, "To it again, and help me to do the rest of my duty, for there remains but one more song." So the cateress took the lute and sang the following verses. "How long, ah me, shall this rigour last and this inhumanity? Are not the tears that I have shed enough to soften thee? If thou, of thy relentless will, estrangement do prolong, intending my despite, at last, I pray, contented be. If treacherous fortune were but just to lovers and their woe, they would not watch the weary night in sleepless agony. Have ruth on me, for thy disdain is heavy on my heart. Is it not time that thou relent at last, my king, to me? To whom but thee that slayest me should I reveal my pain, What grief is theirs who love and prove the loved one's perfidy? Love and affliction, hour by hour, redouble in my breast. The days of exile are prolonged. No end to them I see. Muslims, avenge a slave of love, the host of wakefulness, whose patience hath been trampled out by passion's tyranny. Can it be lawful, O my wish, that thou another bless with thine embraces whilst I die, in spite of love's decree? Yet in thy presence, by my side, what peace should I enjoy, since he I love doth ever strive to heap despite on me? When the portress heard this third song, she screamed out, and putting forth her hand, tore her clothes even to the skirt, and fell down in a swoon for the third time. And there appeared once more on her body the marks of beating with rods. Then said the 3 calenders, Would God we had never entered this house, but had slept on the rubbish heaps. For verily our entertainment hath been troubled by things that rend the heart. The Caliph turned to them and said, How so? And they answered, Indeed our minds are troubled about this matter. Quoth he, Are you not then of the household? No, replied they, nor did we ever see the place till now. Said the Caliph, There is the man by you. He will surely know the meaning of all this. And he winked at the porter. So they questioned the latter, and he replied, By the Almighty, we are all in one boat. I was brought up at Baghdad, but never in my life did I enter this house till today, and the manner of my coming in company with them was curious. By Allah, said they, we thought thee one of them, and now we see thou art but as one of ourselves. Then said the Caliph, We are here 7 men, and they are but 3 women. So let us question them of their case, and if they do not answer willingly, they shall do so by force. They all agreed to this, except Jafar, who said, This is not well advised. Let them be, for we are their guests. And as ye know, they imposed on us a condition to which we all agreed. Wherefore it is better that we keep silence concerning this affair, for but a little remains of the night, and each go about his business. And he winked to the Caliph and whispered to him, There is but a little longer to wait, and tomorrow I will bring them before thee, and thou canst then question them of their story. But the Caliph lifted his head and cried out angrily, I have not patience to wait till then. Let the calenders ask them. And Jafar said, This is not well advised. Then they consulted together, and there was much talk and dispute between them who should put the question before they fixed upon the porter. The noise drew the notice of the lady of the house, who said to them, O guests, what is the matter, and what are you talking about? Then the porter came forward and said to her, O lady, the company desire that thou acquaint them with the history of the 2 bitches, and why thou didst beat them. And after fellest to kissing and weeping over them, and also concerning thy sister, and why she has been beaten with rods like a man. This is what they charge me to ask thee, and peace be on thee. When she heard this, she turned to the others and said to them, Is this true that he says of you? And they all replied, Yes, except Jafar, who held his peace. Then said she, By Allah, O guests, ye have done us a grievous wrong, for we made it a previous condition with you that whoso spoke of what concerned him not should hear what should not please him. Is it not enough that we have taken you into our house and fed you with our victual? But the fault is not so much yours as that of her who brought you in to us. Then she tucked up her sleeves and smote 3 times on the floor, saying, Come quickly. Whereupon the door of a closet opened, and out came 7 black slaves with drawn swords in their hands, To whom said the lady, "Bind these babblers' hands behind them, and tie them one with another." The slaves did as she bade, and said, "O noble lady, is it thy will that we strike off their heads?" "Hold your hands a while," answered she, "till I question them of their condition, before ye strike off their heads." "By Allah, O my lady," exclaimed the porter, "do not slay me for another's fault, for all have erred and offended save myself. And by Allah, our night would have been a pleasant one, had we not been afflicted with these calendars, whose presence is enough to lay a flourishing city in ruins." And he repeated the following verses: "How fair a thing is mercy to the great, and how much more to those of low estate, by all the love that has between us been. Doom not the guiltless to the guilty's fate." When the lady heard this, she laughed, in spite of her anger, and coming up to the guests, said to them, "Tell me who you are, for ye have but a little while to live, and were you not men of rank and consideration, you had never dared to act thus." Then the Caliph said to Ja'far, "Out on thee! Tell her who we are, or we shall be slain in a mistake, and speak her fair, ere an abomination befall us." "It were only a part of thy deserts," replied Ja'far. Whereupon the Caliph cried out at him in anger and said, "There is a time to jest and a time to be serious." Then the lady said to the calendars, "Are ye brothers?" "Not so," answered they. "We are only poor men and strangers." And she said to one of them, "Wast thou born blind of one eye?" "No, by Allah," replied he, "but there hangs a rare story by the loss of my eye, a story which, were it graven with needles on the corners of the eye, would serve as a lesson to those that can profit by example." She questioned the two other calendars, and they made a like reply, saying, "By Allah, O our mistress, each one of us comes from a different country, and is the son of a king and a sovereign prince, ruling over lands and subjects." Then she turned to the others, and said to them, "Let each of you come forward in turn, and tell us his history, and the manner of his coming hither, and after go about his business. But whoso refuses, I will cut off his head." The first to come forward was the porter, who said, "O my lady, I am a porter." This lady, the cateress, hired me and took me first to the vintners, then to the butchers, from the butchers to the fruiterers, from the fruiterers to the grocers, from the grocers to the greengrocers, from the greengrocers to the confectioners and the druggists, and thence to this place, where there happened to me with you what happened. This is my story, and peace be on thee." At this the lady laughed and said to him, "Begone about thy business." But he said, "By Allah, I will not budge till I hear the others' stories." Then came forward the first calendar and said, "Know, O lady, that the first calendar's story. My father was a king, and he had a brother, who was also a king over another city. The latter had a son and a daughter, and it chanced that I and the son of my uncle were both born on the same day. In due time we grew up to man's estate, and there was a great affection between us. Now it was my wont every now and then to visit my uncle and abide with him several months at a time. One day I went to visit him as usual, and found him absent a-hunting. But my cousin received me with the utmost courtesy, and slaughtered sheep and strained wine for me, and we sat down to drink. When the wine had got the mastery of us, my cousin said to me, "O son of my uncle, I have a great service to ask of thee, and I beg of thee not to balk me in what I mean to do." "With all my heart," answered I, and he made me swear by the most solemn oaths to do his will. Then he went away, and returning in a little, with a lady veiled and perfumed and very richly clad, said to me, Take this lady and go before me to the burial ground and enter such and such a sepulchre. And he described it to me, and I knew it. And wait till I come. I could not gainsay him, by reason of the oath I had sworn to him. So I took the lady and carried her to the cemetery, and entering the tomb, sat down to await my cousin, who soon rejoined us, carrying a vessel of water, a bag containing plaster, and an adze. He went up to the tomb in the midst of the sepulchre, and loosening its stones with the adze, laid them on one side, after which he fell to digging with the adze in the earth, till he uncovered a trap of iron, as big as a small door, and raised it, when there appeared beneath it a winding stair. Then he turned to the lady and said to her, "Up, and make thy choice." So she descended the stair, and was lost to sight. And he said to me, "O my cousin, when I have descended, complete thy kindness to me by replacing the trap-door and throwing back the earth on it. Then mix the plaster in the bag with the water in this vessel, and build up the tomb again with the stones, and plaster it over as before, lest any see it and say, 'This tomb has been newly opened, albeit it is an old one. For I have been at work here a whole year, unknown to any save God. This, then, is the service I had to ask of thee, and may God never bereave thy friends of thee, O my cousin.' Then he descended the stair, and when he was out of sight, I replaced the trap-door and did as he had bidden me, till the tomb was restored to its original condition, and I the while in a state of intoxication. After which I returned to the palace, and found my uncle still absent. Next morning I called to mind what had happened, and repented of having obeyed my cousin, when repentance was of no avail, but thought that it must have been a dream. So I fell to inquiring after my cousin, but none could give me any news of him, and I went out to the burial ground, and sought for the tomb where I had left him, but could not find it, and ceased not to go from sepulchre to sepulchre, and from tomb to tomb, without success, till nightfall. Then I returned to the palace, and could neither eat nor drink, for my heart was troubled about my cousin, seeing I knew not what was come of him, and I was extremely chagrined, and slept not that night, but lay awake for anxiety till morning. As soon as it was day, I repaired again to the cemetery, pondering what my cousin had done, and repenting me of having hearkened to him, and went round among all the tombs, but could not find the one I sought. Thus I did for the space of 7 days, but with no better success, and my trouble and anxiety increased till I was well nigh mad, and could find nothing for it but to return to my father. So I set out, and journeyed till I reached his capital. But as I entered the gate of the city, a number of men sprang out on me and tied my hands behind me. At this I was beyond measure amazed, seeing that I was the son of the Sultan, and that they were his servants and my own, and great fear fell on me, and I said to myself, I wonder what has befallen my father. Then I questioned my captors, but they returned me no answer. However, after a while, one of them, who had been my servant, said to me, Fortune has played thy father false, and the troops deserted him. So the vizier slew him and seized on his throne, and we laid wait for thee by his command. Then they took me and carried me before the vizier, well nigh distraught for this news of my father. Now between me and this vizier was an old feud, the cause of which was as follows. I was fond of shooting with a pellet bow, and one day, as I was standing on the terrace of my palace, a bird lighted on the terrace of the vizier's house, where the latter chanced to be standing at the time. I let fly at the bird, but as fate, and destiny would have it, the pellet swerved and striking the vizier on the eye, put it out. As says the poet, our footsteps follow on in their predestined way, nor from the ordered track can any mortal stray. And he, whom fate appoints in any land to die, no other place on earth shall see his dying day. The vizier dared say nothing at the time, because I was the sultan's son of the city. But thenceforward he nourished a deadly hatred against me. So when they brought me bound before him, he commanded my head to be smitten off, and I said, "For what crime wilt thou put me to death?" "What crime could be greater than this?" answered he, and pointed to his ruined eye. Quoth I, "That I did by misadventure." And he replied, "If thou didst it by misadventure, I will do the like with intent." Then said he, "Bring him to me." So they brought me up to him, and he put his finger into my right eye and pulled it out. And thenceforward I became one-eyed as ye see me. Then he caused me to be bound hand and foot, and put in a chest, and said to the headsman, "Take this fellow, and carry him forth of the city, and slay him, and leave him for the beasts and birds to eat." So the headsman carried me without the city to the midst of the desert, where he took me out of the chest, bound hand and foot as I was, and would have bandaged my eyes, that he might slay me. But I wept sore till I made him weep, and looking at him, repeated the following verses. "I counted on you as a coat of dart-proof mail toward the foeman's arrows from my breast. Alas, ye are his sword. I hoped in you to succour me in every evil chance, although my right hand to my left no more should help afford. Yet stand aloof, nor cast your lot with those who do me hate, and let my foemen shoot their shafts against your whilom lord. If you refuse to succour me against my enemies, at least be neutral, nor to me, nor them your aid accord. And these also, how many of my friends, methought, were coats of mail. And so they were indeed, but on my foeman's part. Unerring shafts, and true I deemed them. And they were unerring shafts, indeed, alas, but in my heart. When the headsman heard this, now he had been my father's headsman, and I had done him kindness, he said, "O my lord, what can I do, being but a slave commanded?" Then he said, "Fly for thy life, and never return to this country, or thou art lost, and I with thee." As says one of the poets, "Escape with thy life, if oppression betide thee, and let the house tell of its builder's fate. Country for country thou'lt find, if thou seek it. Life for life never, early or late." It is strange men should dwell in the house of objection, when the plain of God's world is so wide and so great. I kissed his hands, hardly crediting my escape, and recked little of the loss of my eye in consideration of my deliverance from death. Then I repaired to my uncle's capital, and going in to him, told him what had befallen my father and myself. Whereat he wept sore and said, "Verily, thou addest affliction to my affliction, and sorrow to my sorrow. For thy cousin has been missing these many days. I know not what is become of him, and none can give me any news of him." Then he wept till he swooned away, and my heart was sore for him. When he revived, he would have medicined my eye, but found there was but the socket left, and said, "O my son, it is well that it was thine eye, and not thy life." I could not keep silence about my cousin, so I told him all that had passed, and he rejoiced greatly at hearing news of his son, and said, "Come, show me the tomb." "By Allah, O my uncle," answered I know it not, for I went after many times to seek for it, but could not find it. However, we went out to the burial ground, and looked right and left, till at last I discovered the tomb. At this we both rejoiced greatly, and entering, removed the earth, raised the trapdoor, and descended 50 steps, till we came to the foot of the stair, where we were met by a great smoke that blinded our eyes, and my uncle pronounced the words, which whoso says shall never be confounded, that is to say, "There is no power and no virtue but in God the Most High, the Supreme. Then we went on and found ourselves in a saloon, raised upon columns, drawing air and light from openings communicating with the surface of the ground and having a cistern in its midst. The place was full of crates and sacks of flour and grain and other victual. And at the upper end stood a couch with a canopy over it. My uncle went up to the bed and, drawing the curtains, found his son and the lady in each other's arms. But they were become black coal, as they had been cast into a well of fire. When he saw this, he spat in his son's face, and taking off his shoe, smote him with it, exclaiming, "Swine that thou art, thou hast thy deserts. This is thy punishment in this world, but there awaits thee a far sorer and more terrible punishment in the world to come." His behaviour amazed me, and I mourned for my cousin, for that he was become a black coal, and said to the king, "O my uncle, is not that which hath befallen him enough, but thou must beat him with thy shoe?" "O son of my brother," answered my uncle, "this my son was from his earliest youth madly enamoured of his sister, and I forbade him from her, saying in myself, they are but children. But when they grew up, sin befell between them, notwithstanding that his attendants warned him to abstain from so foul a thing, which none had done before, nor would do after him, lest the news of it should be carried abroad by the caravans, and he become dishonoured and unvalued among kings to the end of time. I heard of this, and believed it not, but took him and upbraided him severely, saying, Have a care lest this thing happen to thee, for I will surely curse thee and put thee to death. Then I shut her up and kept them apart, but this accursed girl loved him passionately, and Satan got the upper hand of them, and made their deeds to seem good in their eyes. So when my son saw that I had separated them, he made this place underground, and transported victual hither, as thou seest, and taking advantage of my absence hunting, came here with his sister, thinking to enjoy her a long while. But the wrath of God descended on them and consumed them, and there awaits them in the world to come a still sorer and more terrible punishment. Then he wept, and I with him, and he looked at me and said, Henceforth thou art my son in his stead. Then I bethought me a while of the world and its chances, and how the vizier had slain my father and usurped his throne and put out my eye, and of the strange events that had befallen my cousin, and wept again. And my uncle wept with me. Presently we ascended, and replacing the trap-door, restored the tomb to its former condition. Then we resumed to the palace, but hardly had we sat down when we heard a noise of drums and trumpets and cymbals and galloping of cavalry and clamour of men and clash of arms and clank of bridles and neighing of horses, and the world was filled with clouds of dust raised by the horses' hoofs. At this we were amazed and knew not what could be the matter. So we inquired, and were told that the vizier, who had usurped my father's throne, had levied troops and hired the wild Arabs, and was come with an army like the sands of the sea. None could tell their number, nor could any avail against them. They assaulted the city unawares, and the people, being unable to withstand them, surrendered the place to them. My uncle was slain, and I took refuge in the suburbs, knowing that if I fell into the vizier's hands, he would put me to death. Wherefore trouble was sore upon me, and I bethought me of all that had befallen me and my father and uncle, and knew not what to do. For if I showed myself, the people of the city and my father's troops would know me, and hasten to win the usurper's favour by putting me to death. And I could find no means of escape, but by shaving my face. So I shaved off my beard and eyebrows, and donning a calender's habit, left the town, without being known of any, and made for this city, in the hope that perhaps someone would bring me to the presence of the commander of the faithful and vicar of the Lord of the two worlds, that I might relate to him my story, and lay my case before him. I arrived here today, and was standing, perplexed where I should go, when I saw this second calendar. So I saluted him, saying, I am a stranger. And he replied, And I also am a stranger. Presently up came our comrade, this other calendar, and saluted us, saying, I am a stranger. We also are strangers, answered we, and we walked on together, till darkness overtook us, and destiny led us to your house. End of the first calendar's story. This, then, is my history, and the manner of the loss of my right eye, and the shaving of my beard and eyebrows. They all marvelled at his story, and the Caliph said to Ja'far, By Allah, I never heard or saw the like of what happened to this calendar. Then the mistress of the house said to the calendar, Begone about thy business. But he answered, I will not budge till I hear the others' stories. Then came forth the second calendar, and kissing the earth said, O my lady, I was not born blind of one eye, and my story is a marvellous one. Were it graven with needles on the corners of the eye, it would serve as a warning to those that can profit by example. It is this, the second calendar's story. I am a king, son of a king. My father taught me to read and write, and I got the Quran by heart, according to the 7 readings, and read all manner of books under the guidance of learned professors. I studied the science of the stars and the sayings of poets, and applied myself to all branches of knowledge, till I surpassed all the folk of my time. In particular, my skill in handwriting excelled that of all the scribes, and my fame was noised abroad in all countries, and at the courts of all the kings. Amongst others, the king of Ind heard of me, and sent to my father to seek me, with gifts and presents such as befit kings. So my father fitted out 6 ships for me, and we put to sea, and sailed for a whole month, till we reached the land. Then we brought out the horses that were with us in the ships, together with 10 camels laden with presents for the king of Ind, and set out inland, but had not gone far, before there arose a great dust that grew till it covered the whole country. After a while it lifted, and discovered 50 steel-clad horsemen, as they were fierce lions, whom we soon found to be Arab highwaymen. When they saw that we were but a small company, and had with us 10 laden camels, they drove at us with levelled spears. We signed to them with our fingers to do us no hindrance, for that we were ambassadors to the mighty king of Ind. But they replied, in the same manner, that they were not in his dominions, nor under his rule. Then they set on us, and slew some of my attendants, and put the rest to flight. And I also fled, after I had gotten a sore wound, whilst the Arabs were taken up with the baggage. I knew not whither to turn, being reduced from high to low estate. So I fled forth at a venture, till I came to the top of a mountain, where I took shelter for the night in a cavern. On the morrow, I continued my journey, and fared on thus for a whole month, till I reached a safe and pleasant city. The winter had passed away from it with its cold, and the spring was come with its roses. Its flowers were blowing, and its streams welling, and its birds warbling. As says the poet, describing the city in question, a town, wherein who dwells is free from all affray, security and peace are masters there alway. Like paradise itself it seemeth for its folk, with all its beauties rare decked out in bright array. I was both glad and sorry to reach the city, glad for that I was weary with my journey, and pale for weakness and anxiety, and grieved to enter it in such sorry case. However, I went in, knowing not whither to betake me, and fared on till I came to a tailor sitting in his shop. I saluted him, and he returned my salute, and bade me a kindly welcome. And seeing me to be a stranger, and noting marks of gentle breeding on me, inquired how I came thither. I told him all that had befallen me, and he was concerned for me, and said, O my son, do not discover thyself to any, for the king of this city is the chief of thy father's foes, and hath a mortal feud against him. Then he set meat and drink before me, and I ate, and he with me, and we talked together till nightfall, when he lodged me in a chamber beside his own, and brought me a bed and coverlet. I abode with him 3 days, at the end of which time he said to me, Dost thou know any craft by which thou mayst earn thy living? I replied, I am a doctor of the law and a man of learning, a scribe, a grammarian, a poet, a mathematician, and a skilled penman. Quoth he, Thy trade is not in demand in this country, nor are there in this city any who understand science or writing or aught but money-getting. By Allah, said I know naught but what I have told thee. And he said, Gird thy middle, and take axe and cord, and go and cut firewood in the desert for thy living, till God send thee relief, and tell none who thou art, or they will kill thee. Then he bought me an axe and a cord, and gave me in charge to certain woodcutters, with whom I went out into the desert, and cut wood all day, and carried home a load on my head. I sold it for 1/2 dinar, with part of which I bought victual, and laid up the rest. On this wise I lived a whole year, at the end of which time I went out one day into the desert, according to my wont, and straying from my companions, happened on a tract full of trees and running streams, in which there was abundance of firewood. So I entered, and coming on the gnarled stump of a great tree, dug round it with my axe, and cleared the earth away from it. Presently the axe struck upon a ring of brass, so I cleared away the earth, till I uncovered a wooden trap-door, which I raised, and there appeared beneath it a stair. I descended the stair, till I came to a door, which I opened, and found myself in a vaulted hall of goodly structure, wherein was a damsel like a pearl of great price, whose aspect banished pain and care and anxiety from the heart, and whose speech healed the troubled soul and captivated the wise and the intelligent. She was slender of shape and swelling-breasted, delicate-cheeked and bright of colour and fair of form, and indeed her face shone like the sun through the night of her tresses, and her teeth glittered above the snows of her bosom. As says the poet of her, slender of waist, with streaming hair the hue of night, is she, with hips like hills of sand, and shape straight as the balsam tree. And as says another, there are 4 things that ne'er unite, except it be to shed my heart's best blood, and take my soul by storm. And these are night-black locks, and brow as bright as day, cheeks ruddy as the rose, and straight and slender form. When I looked on her, I prostrated myself before her Maker, for the grace and beauty he had created in her, and she looked at me and said, Art thou a man or a genie? I am a man, answered I, and she said, And who brought thee to this place, where I have dwelt 25 years without seeing man? Quoth I, and indeed her speech was sweet to me, O my lady, my good star brought me hither for the dispelling of my grief and anxiety. And I told her all that had befallen me from first to last. My case was grievous to her, and she wept. Then she said, I will tell thee my story in turn. I am the daughter of a king of farther India, by name Ephitimus, lord of the Ebony Islands, who married me to my cousin. But on my wedding night an Ofrit called Jurgis ben Rejmus, the mother's sister's son of Iblis, carried me off, and flying away with me, set me down in this place, whither he transported all that I needed of clothes and ornaments and furniture and meat and drink and so forth. Once in every 10 days he comes to me and lies the night here, then goes his way. For he took me without the consent of his family, and he has agreed with me that in case I should ever have occasion for him in the interval between his visits, whether by night or by day, I have only to touch these 2 lines engraved upon the alcove, and he will be with me before I take away my hand. It is now 4 days since he was here, and there remain 6 before he comes again. Wilt thou therefore spend 5 days with me, and depart the day before his coming? I will well, answered I. O rare, if it be not all a dream. At this she rejoiced, and taking me by the hand, led me through a vaulted doorway into a small but elegant bathroom, where we put off our clothes, and she washed me. Then she clad me in a new suit, and seated me by her side on a high divan, and gave me to drink of sherbet of sugar flavoured with musk. Then she brought food, and we ate and conversed. After a while she said to me, "Lie down and rest, for thou art weary." So I lay down and slept, and forgot all that had befallen me. When I awoke, I found her rubbing my feet. So I thanked her and blessed her, and we sat talking a while. Quoth she, "By Allah, I was sad at heart, for that I have dwelt alone underground these 25 years, without any to talk withal. So praised be God, who hath sent thee to me." Then she said, "O youth, art thou for wine?" And I answered, "As thou wilt." Whereupon she went to the cupboard and took out a sealed flask of old wine, and decked the table with flowers and green herbs. Then she recited the following verses. "Had we thy coming known, we would for sacrifice have poured thee forth heart's blood and blackness of the eyes. Ay, and we would have laid our cheeks within thy way, that so thy feet might tread on eyelids, carpet-wise." I thanked her, for indeed love of her had taken hold of me, and my grief and anxiety left me. We sat carousing till nightfall, and I passed the night with her. Never knew I such a night. On the morrow, delight succeeded delight till the middle of the day, when I drank wine till I lost my senses and rose, staggering from side to side, and said to her, "Come, O fair one, I will carry thee up from under the earth and rid thee of this genie." She laughed and replied, "Be content and hold thy peace. One day in every 10 is the genie's, and the other 9 shall be thine." Quoth I, and indeed drunkenness had got the better of me, "This very moment will I break the alcove, on which is graven the talisman, and summon the Afrit hither, that I may kill him, for I am used to kill Afrits 10 at a time." When she heard this, she conjured me by Allah to refrain, and repeated the following verses. "This is a thing wherein thine own destruction lies. I rede thee, keep thyself therefrom, if thou be wise." And also these, "O thou that seekst to hasten on the feet of parting steeds, the matchless swift of flight, forbear, for fortune's nature is deceit, and parting is the end of love delight." I paid no heed to her words, but kicked the alcove with all my might, and immediately the place grew dark, it thundered and lightened, the earth trembled, and the world was wrapped in gloom. When I saw this, the fumes of the wine left my head, and I said to the lady, "What is the matter?" "The Afrit is upon us," answered she. "Did I not warn thee of this? By Allah, thou hast ruined me. But fly for thy life, and return whence thou camest." So I ascended the stair, but in the excess of my fear, I forgot my sandals and hatchet. When I had mounted 2 steps, I turned to look, and behold, the ground clove in sunder, and out came an Afrit of hideous aspect, who said to the lady, "What is this commotion with which thou disturbest me? What misfortune has befallen thee?" "Nothing has befallen me," answered she, "except that I was heavy at heart and drank a little wine to hearten myself." Then I rose to do an occasion, but my head became heavy, and I fell against the alcove. "Thou liest, O harlot," said he, and looked right and left till he caught sight of the axe and the sandals, and said, "These are some man's gear." "Who has been with thee?" quoth she. "I never set eyes on them till this moment. They must have clung to thee as thou camest hither." But he said, "This talk is absurd, and will not impose on me, O strumpet." Then he stripped her naked, and stretching her on the ground, tied her hands and feet to 4 stakes, and proceeded to torture her to make her confess. I could not bear to hear her weeping, so I ascended the stair, quaking for fear. When I reached the top, I replaced the trapdoor and covered it over with earth, and I thought of the lady and her beauty, and what had befallen her through my folly, and repented me sore of what I had done. Then I bethought me of my father and his kingdom, and how I had become a woodcutter, and how, after my life had been a while serene, it had again become troubled, and I wept and repeated the following verse. What time the cruelties of fate o'erwhelm thee with distress, think that one day must bring thee ease, another day duress. Then I went on till I reached the house of my friend, whom I found awaiting me, as he were on coals of fire on my account. When he saw me, he rejoiced, and said, O my brother, where didst thou pass the night? My heart has been full of anxiety on thine account, fearing for thee from the wild beasts or other peril. But praised be God for thy safety. I thanked him for his solicitude, and retiring to my chamber, fell a-musing on what had passed, and reproached myself grievously for my meddlesomeness in kicking the alcove. Presently the tailor came in to me and said, O my son, there is without an old man, a foreigner, who seeks thee. He has thine axe and sandals, and came to the woodcutters and said to them, I went out at the hour of the call to morning prayer, and happened on these, and know not whose they are. Direct me to their owner. They knew thine axe, and sent him to thee, and he is now sitting in my shop. So do thou go out to him, and thank him, and take thy gear. When I heard this, my colour changed, and I was sick for terror. But before I could think, the floor clove asunder, and up came the stranger. And lo, it was the Afrit. Now he had tortured the lady in the most barbarous manner, without being able to make her confess. So he took the axe and sandals, saying, As sure as I am Jurgis of the lineage of Iblis, I will bring back the owner of this axe and these sandals. So he went to the woodcutters with the tale aforesaid, and they directed him to me. He snatched me up without parley, and flew high into the air, but presently descended, and plunged into the ground with me, and I the while unconscious. Then he came up with me in the underground palace, where I saw the lady stretched out naked, with the blood running from her sides. At this sight, my eyes ran over with tears, but the Afrit unbound her, and veiling her, said to her, O wanton, is not this thy lover? She looked at me and said, I know not this man, nor have I ever seen him till now. Quoth he, Wilt thou not confess after all this torture? And she answered, I never saw him in my life, and God forbid that I should lie against him and thou kill him. Then, said he, if thou know him not, take this sword and cut off his head. She took the sword, and came and stood at my head, and I made signs to her with my eyebrows, whilst the tears ran down my cheeks. She understood me, and signed to me with her eyes, as who should say, Thou hast brought all this upon us. And I answered her, in the same fashion, that it was a time for forgiveness, and the tongue of the case spoke the words of the poet. My looks interpret for my tongue, and tell of what I feel, and all the love appears that I within my heart conceal. When as we meet, and down our cheeks our tears are running fast, I'm dumb, and yet my speaking eyes my thought of thee reveal. She signs to me, and I know the things her glances say. I with my fingers sign, and she conceives the mute appeal. Our eyebrows of themselves suffice unto our intercourse. We are mute, but passion none the less speaks in the looks we steal. Then she threw down the sword and said, How shall I strike off the head of one whom I know not, and who has done me no hurt? My religion will not allow of this, quoth the Afrit. It is grievous to thee to kill thy lover. Because he hath lain a night with thee, thou endurest this torture, and wilt not confess upon him. It is only like that, pity's like. Then he turned to me and said, O mortal, dost thou not know this woman? Who is she? Answered I. I never saw her till now. Then, said he, take this sword, and strike off her head, and I will believe that thou knowest her not, and will let thee go and do thee no hurt. Quoth I, It is well, and taking the sword, went up to her briskly, and raised my hand. But she signed to me with her eyebrows, as who should say, What hurt have I done thee? Is it thus thou requitest me? I understood what she would say, and replied in the same manner, I will ransom thee with my life. And the tongue of the case repeated the following verses. How many a lover with his eyelids speaks, and doth his thought unto his mistress tell? He flashes signals to her with his eyes, and she at once is ware of what befell. How swift the looks that pass betwixt the twain! How fair indeed, and how delectable! One with his eyelids writes what he would say, the other with her eyes the writ doth spell. Then my eyes ran over with tears, and I said, O mighty Afrit and doughty hero, if a woman, lacking sense and religion, deem it unlawful to strike off my head, how can I, who am a man, bring myself to slay her whom I never saw in my life? Never will I do it, though I drink the cup of death and ruin. And I threw the sword from my hand. Quoth the Afrit, Ye show the good understanding between you, but I will let you see the issue of your doings. Then he took the sword, and cut off the lady's hands and feet at 4 strokes, whilst I looked on and made sure of death. And she signed me a farewell with her eyes. Quoth he, Thou cuckoldest me with thine eyes, and struck off her head with a blow of his sword. Then he turned to me and said, O mortal, by our law, when our wives commit adultery, it is lawful to us to put them to death. As for this woman, I stole her away on her wedding night, when she was a girl of 12, and she has known no one but myself. I used to come to her once in every 10 days, in the habit of a man, a foreigner, and pass one night with her. And when I was assured that she had played me false, I slew her. But as for thee, I am not sure that thou wast her accomplice. Nevertheless, I must not let thee go unharmed. But I will grant thee a favour. At this I rejoiced greatly and said, What favour wilt thou grant me? I will give thee thy choice, replied he, whether I shall change thee into a dog, an ass, or an ape. Quoth I, and indeed I had hoped that he would pardon me. By Allah, spare me, and God will reward thee for sparing a true believer who hath done thee no harm. And I humbled myself before him to the utmost, and wept, saying, Indeed, thou dost me injustice. Do not multiply words on me, answered he. It is in my power to kill thee, but I give thee thy choice. O Afrit, rejoined I, it would best become thee to pardon me, even as the Envied pardoned the Envier. Quoth he, And how was that? They say, O Afrit, answered I, that. Story of the Envier and the Envied. There dwelt once in a certain city 2 men, who occupied adjoining houses, having a common party wall, and one of them envied the other, and looked on him with an evil eye, and did his utmost endeavour to work him ill, and his envy grew on him, till he could hardly eat or enjoy the delight of sleep for it. But the envied man did naught but prosper, and the more the other strove to do him hurt, the more he increased and throve and flourished. At last, the hatred his neighbour bore him, and his constant endeavour to do him hurt, came to his knowledge, and he said, "By Allah, I will renounce the world on his account." So he left his native place and settled in a distant city, where he bought a piece of land in which was a dried-up well that had once been used for watering the fields. Here he built him an oratory, which he fitted up with all that he required, and took up his abode therein, devoting himself with a sincere heart to the service of God, the Most High. Fakirs and poor folk soon flocked to him from all sides, and his fame spread abroad in the city, so that the notables resorted to him. After a while, the news reached the envious man of the good fortune that had befallen his old neighbour and the high consideration in which he was held. So he set out for the town in which the latter dwelt and repaired to the hermitage, where the envied man welcomed him and received him with the utmost honour. Quoth the Envier, "I have journeyed hither on purpose to tell thee a piece of good news. So order thy fakirs to retire to their cells and go with me apart, for I will not say what I have to tell thee, except privately, where none may overhear us." Accordingly, the envied man ordered the fakirs to retire to their cells, and they did so. Then he took the other by the hand and walked on with him a little way, till they came to the deserted well, when the envious man gave the other a push and cast him into the well, unseen of any. After which, he went out and went his way, thinking that he had killed him. Now this well was haunted by jinn, who bore up the envied man and let him down little by little, so that he reached the bottom unhurt, and they seated him on a stone. Then said one of the jinn to the others, "Know ye who this is?" And they answered, "No." Quoth he, "This is the envied man who fled from him who envied him and settled in our city, where he built him this oratory and entertains us with his litanies and recitations of the Koran." But the envious man set out and journeyed till he rejoined him and contrived to throw him into this well. Now the news of him hath this very night come to the Sultan of the city, and he purposes to visit him tomorrow on account of his daughter. "And what ails his daughter?" asked another. "She is possessed of an evil spirit," replied the first. "For the Genie Maymun ben Demdem has fallen in love with her, but if the pious man knew the remedy, he could cure her, and it is the easiest of things." "And what is the remedy?" asked the other. Quoth the first speaker, "The black cat that is with him in the oratory has a white spot, the size of a dirhem, at the end of her tail. He should take 7 white hairs from this spot and fumigate the princess therewith, whereupon the married will leave her and never return, and she will be cured immediately." And the envied man heard all this. When the day broke and the morning appeared and shone, the fakirs came to seek their chief and found him rising from the well, wherefore he was magnified in their eyes. And he took the black cat, and plucking 7 white hairs from the spot at the end of her tail, laid them aside. The sun had hardly risen when the king arrived and entered the hermitage, attended by his chief officers, leaving the rest of his suite without. The envied man bade him welcome, and drawing near to him said, "Shall I tell thee the object of thy visit?" "Yes," answered the king. And he said, "Thou comest to consult me concerning thy daughter." Quoth the king, "Thou sayst truly, O virtuous elder." Then said the envied man, "Send and fetch her, and God willing, I trust to cure her at once." The king rejoiced and sent for his daughter, and they brought her bound hand and foot. The envied man made her sit down behind a curtain, and taking out the hairs, fumigated her with them, whereupon the afrit that was in her roared out and departed from her. And she was restored to her right mind, and veiled her face, saying, "What has happened, and who brought me hither?" At this, the Sultan rejoiced beyond measure, and kissed her on the eyes, and kissed the envied man's hand. Then he turned to his officers and said, "How say you? What reward doth he deserve who cured my daughter?" They answered, "He deserves to have her to wife." And the king, "Ye say well." So he married him to her, and the envied man became the king's son-in-law. After a while the vizier died, and the king said, "Whom shall we make vizier in his stead?" "Thy son-in-law," answered the courtiers. So the envied man was made vizier. Presently the sultan also died, and the grandees determined to appoint the vizier king in his place. So they made him sultan, and he became king regnant. One day, as he was riding forth in his royal state, surrounded by his viziers and emirs and grandees, his eyes fell on his old neighbour, the envious man. So he turned to one of his viziers and said to him, "Bring me yonder man, and frighten him not." So the vizier went and returned with the envious man. And the king said, "Give him 1,000 dinars from my treasury, and 20 loads of merchandise, and send him under an escort to his own city." Then he bade him farewell, and sent him away, and forbore to punish him for what he had done with him. End of story of the Envier and the Envied. See, O Afrit, how the envied man forgave his envier, who had always hated him and borne him malice, and had journeyed to him and made shift to throw him into the well. Yet did he not requite him his ill-doing, but on the contrary was bountiful to him and forgave him. Then I wept before him exceeding sore, and repeated the following verses. I prithee, pardon mine offence, for men of prudent mind to pardon unto those that sin their sins are still inclined. If I, alas, contain in me all fashions of offence, let there in thee forgiveness fair be found in every kind. For men are bound to pardon those that are beneath their hand, if they themselves, with those that be above them, grace would find. Quoth the Afrit, I will neither kill thee, nor let thee go free, but I will assuredly enchant thee. Then he tore me from the ground, and flew up with me into the air, till I saw the earth as it were a platter midmost the water. Presently he set me down on a mountain, and took a little earth, over which he muttered some magical words, then sprinkled me with it, saying, Quit this shape for that of an ape. And immediately I became an ape, 100 years old. Then he went away and left me, and when I saw myself in this ugly shape, I wept, but resigned myself to the tyranny of fate, knowing that fortune is constant to no one, and descended to the foot of the mountain, where I found a wide plain. I fared on for the space of a month, till my course brought me to the shore of the salt sea, where I stood a while, and presently caught sight of a ship in the midst of the sea, making for the land with a fair wind. I hid myself behind a rock on the beach, and waited till the ship drew near, when I sprang on board. Quoth one of the passengers, Turn this unlucky brute out from amongst us. And the captain said, Let us kill him. And a third, I will kill him with this sword. But I laid hold of the captain's skirts, and wept, and the tears ran down my face. The captain took pity on me and said, O merchants, this ape appeals to me for protection, and I will protect him. Henceforth he is under my safeguard, and none shall molest or annoy him. Then he entreated me kindly, and whatever he said I understood, and ministered to all his wants, and waited on him, so that he loved me. The ship sailed on with a fair wind for the space of 50 days, at the end of which time we cast anchor over against a great city, wherein were much people. None could tell their number save God. No sooner had we come to an anchor than we were boarded by officers from the king of the city, who said to the merchants, "Our king gives you joy of your safety and sends you this scroll of paper on which each one of you is to write a line. For know that the king's vizier, who was an excellent penman, is dead, and the king has sworn a solemn oath that he will make none vizier in his stead who cannot write like him." Then they gave them a scroll, 10 cubits long by 1 wide, and each of the merchants who could write wrote a line therein. After which I rose and snatched the scroll from their hands. And they cried out at me and rated me, fearing that I would tear it or throw it into the sea. But I made signs that I would write, whereat they marvelled, saying, "We never saw an ape write." And the captain said to them, "Let him alone. If he scrabble, we will drive him away and kill him. But if he write well, I will adopt him as my son. For I never saw so intelligent and well-mannered an ape, and would God my son had his sense and good breeding." So I took the pen, and dipping it in the inkhorn, wrote in an epistolary hand the following verses. "Time hath recorded the virtues of the great, but thine have remained unchronicled till now. May God not orphan the human race of thee, for sire and mother of all good deeds art thou." Then I wrote the following in a running hand. "Thou hast a pen whose use confers good gifts on every clime. Upon all creatures of the world its happy favours fall. What are the bounties of the Nile to thy munificence, whose fingers 5 extend to shower thy benefits on all?" And in an engrossing hand the following. "There is no writer, but he shall pass away. Yet what he writes shall last for ever and aye. Write, therefore, naught but that which shall gladden thee, when as it meets thine eye on the judgment day." And in a transcribing hand the following. "When separation is to us by destiny decreed, and 'gainst the cruel chance of fate our efforts are in vain, unto the inkhorn's mouth we fly that, by the tongues of pens, of parting and its bitterness, it may for us complain." And in a large formal hand the following. "The regal state endureth not to any mortal man. If thou deny this, where is he who first on earth held sway? Plant therefore saplings of good deeds, whilst that thou yet art great. Though thou be ousted from thy stead, they shall not pass away." And in a court hand the following. "When thou the inkhorn opst of power and lordship over men, make thou thine ink of noble thoughts and generous purpose. Then write gracious deeds and good therewith, whilst that thy power endures. So shall thy virtues blazoned be at point of sword and pen." Then I gave the scroll to the officers, who took it and returned with it to the king. When he saw it, no writing pleased him but mine. So he said to his officers, "Go to the writer of these lines and dress him in a splendid robe. Then mount him on a mule and bring him to me with a band of music before him." At this they smiled, and the king was wroth with them and said, "O accursed ones, I give you an order, and ye laugh at me." "O king," answered they, "we have good cause to laugh." Quoth he, "What is it?" And they replied, "O king, thou orderest us to bring thee the man who wrote these lines. Now he who wrote them is no man, but an ape belonging to the captain of the ship." "Can this be true?" asked he, and they said, "Yea, by thy munificence." The king was astonished at their report, and shook with mirth, and said, "I have a mind to buy this ape of the captain." Then he sent messengers to the ship, and said to them, "Dress him none the less in the robe, and mount him on the mule, and bring him hither in state, with the band of music before him." So they came to the ship, and took me, and clad me in the robe, and mounted me on the mule, and carried me in procession through the city. whilst the people were astounded and crowded to gaze upon me, and the place was all astir on my account. When I reached the king's presence, I kissed the earth before him 3 times, and he bade me be seated. So I sat down on my heels, and all the bystanders marvelled at my good manners, and the king most of all. After a while, the king dismissed his courtiers, and there remained but myself, his highness the king, an eunuch, and a little white slave. Then the king gave orders, and they brought the table of food, containing all kinds of birds that hop and fly and couple in the nests, such as grouse and quails and so forth. He signed to me to eat with him, so I rose and kissed the earth before him, then sat down and ate with him. When we had done eating, the table was removed, and I washed my hands 7 times. Then I took pen and ink and wrote the following verses. Weep for the cranes, that erst within the porringers did lie, and for the stews and partridges evanished heave a sigh. Mourn for the younglings of the grouse, lament unceasingly, as, for the omelettes and the fowls browned in the pan, do I. How my heart yearneth for the fish, that in its different kinds, upon a paste of wheaten flour lay hidden in the pie. Praised be God for the roast meat, as in the dish it lay, with pot herbs, soaked in vinegar, in porringers hard by. My hunger was appeased. I lay, intent upon the gleam of arms that in the frumenti were buried bracelet high. I woke my sleeping appetite to eat, as 'twere in jest, of all the tarts that piled on trays shone fair unto the eye. O soul, have patience, for indeed, fate full of marvel is. If fortune straighten thee one day, the next relief is nigh. Then I rose and seated myself at a distance, whilst the king read what I had written and marvelled and said, Strange that an ape should be gifted with such fluency and skill in penmanship. By Allah, this is a wonder of wonders. Then they set choice wine before the king in flagons of glass, and he drank, then passed the cup to me, and I kissed the earth and drank and wrote the following verses. They burnt me with fire to make me speak, and found me patient and debonair. For this I am borne on men's hands on high, and kiss the rosy lips of the fair. And these also morn struggles through the dusk, so pour me out, I pray, of wine, such wine as makes the saddest hearted gay. So pure and bright it is, that whether wine in glass or glass in wine be held, I faith, 'tis hard to say. The king read them and said with a sigh, If a man had this quickness of wit, he would excel all the folk of his age and time. Then he called for a chessboard and said to me, Wilt thou play with me? I signed with my head, as who should say, Yes, and came forward and placed the men and played 2 games with him, each of which I won, much to his amazement. Then I took the pen and wrote the following verses. 2 hosts throughout the livelong day contend in deadly fight, that waxes ever till the shades of night upon them creep. Then, when the darkness puts an end at last unto their strife, upon one couch and side by side, they lay them down to sleep. These verses filled the king with wonder and delight, and he said to the eunuch, Go to thy mistress, the Lady of Beauty, and bid her come and amuse herself with the sight of this wonderful ape. So the eunuch went out, and presently returned with the lady, who, when she saw me, veiled her face, and said, O my father, how comes it that thou art pleased to send for me and show me to strange men? O my daughter, said he, there is none here save the little slave and the eunuch who reared thee and myself, thy father. From whom then dost thou veil thy face? Quoth she, This that thou deemest an ape is a wise and learned man, the son of a king. The Afrit Jerjes of the lineage of Iblis enchanted him thus, after putting to death his own wife, the daughter of King Ephitimus, lord of the Ebony Islands. At this, the king wondered, and turning to me, said, "Is this true that she says of thee?" And I signed with my head, as who should say, "Yes," and wept. Then said he to his daughter, "Whence knewest thou that he was enchanted?" "O my father," answered she, "there was with me, in my childhood, an old woman who was skilled in magic and taught me its rules and practice. And I became skilled therein, and committed to memory 170 magical formulas, by the least of which I could transport the stones of thy city behind the mountain Kaf, and make its site an abyss of the sea, and its people fishes swimming in its midst." "O my daughter," said her father, "I conjure thee by my life to disenchant this young man, that I may make him my vizier, for he is a right pleasant and ingenious youth." "With all my heart," replied she, and taking a knife, on which were engraved Hebrew characters, drew therewith a circle in the midst of the hall, and wrote there in names and talismans, and muttered words and charms, some of which we understood, and others not. Presently the world darkened upon us, and the Afrit presented himself before us in his own shape and aspect, with hands like pitchforks, legs like masts, and eyes like flames of fire. We were affrighted at him, but the princess said to him, "An ill welcome to thee, O dog." Whereupon he took the form of a lion and said to her, "O traitress, thou hast broken thy compact with me. Did we not swear that neither of us should molest the other?" "O accursed one," answered she, "how could there be a compact between me and the like of thee?" "Then," said he, "take what thou hast brought on thyself." And opening his mouth, rushed upon her. But she made haste, and plucked a hair from her head, and waved it in the air, muttering the while. And it at once became a sharp sword, with which she smote the lion and cut him in two. His head became a scorpion, whereupon the princess transformed herself into a great serpent, and fell upon the scorpion, and there befell a sore battle between them. Presently the scorpion changed to an eagle, and the serpent at once became a griffin, which pursued the eagle a long while, till the latter became a black cat. Thereupon the griffin became a piebald wolf, and they fought long and sore, till the cat, finding itself beaten, changed into a worm and crept into a pomegranate, which lay beside the fountain in the midst of the hall, whereupon the pomegranate swelled till it was as big as a watermelon. The wolf ran to seize it, but it rose into the air and, falling on the pavement, broke in pieces, and all the seeds fell out and rolled hither and thither till the floor was covered with them. Then the wolf shook itself and became a cock, which fell to picking up the seeds till they were all gone, except one that, by the decree of fate, had rolled to the side of the basin and lay hidden there. The cock began to crow and clap its wings, and signed to us with his beak, as who should say, "Are there any grains left?" But we understood him not, and he gave such a cry that we thought the palace would fall on us. Then he ran about all over the hall, till he saw the remaining pomegranate seed, and rushed to pick it up. But it sprang into the midst of the water, and became a fish, which sank to the bottom of the basin. Thereupon the cock became big fish, and plunged in after the other. And we saw nothing of them for a time, but heard a loud crying and screaming, and trembled. Presently the Afrit rose out of the water, as he were one great flame, with fire and smoke issuing from his mouth and eyes and nostrils. Immediately after, the princess rose also, like a great coal of fire, and they fought till they were wrapped in flames, and the hall was filled with smoke. As for us, we were well nigh suffocated, and hid ourselves, and would have plunged into the water, fearing lest we be burnt up and destroyed. And the king said, "There is no power and no virtue but in God, the Most High, the Supreme. We are God's, and to him we return. Would God I had not urged my daughter to attempt the delivery of this ape, whereby I have imposed on her this fearful labour with yonder accursed Afrit, against whom all the other Afrits in the world could not prevail. And would we had never seen this ape, may God's blessing not be on him, nor on the hour of his coming. We thought to do him a kindness for the love of God, by freeing him from this enchantment. And lo, we have brought this terrible travail upon ourselves." But my tongue was tied, and I could not say a word to him. Suddenly, the Afrit roared out from under the flames and coming up to us, as we stood on the dais, blew fire in our faces. The princess pursued him and blew flames at him, and the sparks from them both fell upon us. Her sparks did us no hurt, but of his one lighted on my right eye and destroyed it. Another fell on the king's face and scorched the lower part, burning away half his beard and making his underteeth drop out. And a third lighted on the eunuch's breast and set him on fire, so that he was consumed and died forthright. So we despaired of life and looked for nothing but death. But presently we heard a voice exclaiming, "God is most great. He giveth aid and victory to the true believer, and abandoneth him who denieth the religion of Mohammed, the moon of the faith." And lo, the king's daughter had burnt up the Afrit, and he was become a heap of ashes. Then she came up to us and said, "Bring me a cup of water." They did so, and she spoke over the water words we understood not, and sprinkled me with it, saying, "By the virtue of the truth, and of the most great name of God, return to thine original shape." And immediately I shook and became a man as before, save that I had lost my right eye. Then she cried out, "The fire! The fire! O my father, I have but an instant to live, for I am not used to fight with jinn. Had he been a man, I had slain him long ago. I had no travail till the time when the pomegranate burst asunder, and I overlooked the seed in which was the genie's life. Had I picked it up, he would have died at once. But as fate and destiny would have it, I knew not of this, so that he came upon me unawares, and there befell between us a sore strife under the earth, and in the air, and in the water. And as often as I opened on him a gate of magic, he opened on me another, till at last he opened on me the gate of fire, and seldom does he on whom the gate of fire is opened escape alive. But Providence aided me against him, so that I consumed him first, after I had summoned him to embrace the faith of Islam. As for me, I am a dead woman, and may God supply my place to you." Then she called upon God for help, and ceased not to implore relief from the fire, till presently a tongue of fierce flame broke out from her clothes, and shot up to her breast, and thence to her face. When it reached her face, she wept, and said, "I testify that there is no God but God, and that Mohammed is the apostle of God." And we looked at her, and behold, she was a heap of ashes beside those of the genie. We mourned for her, and I wished I had been in her place. So had I not seen the fair-faced one who had done me this good office reduced to ashes. But there is no averting the decree of God. When the king saw what had befallen his daughter, he plucked out the rest of his beard, and buffeted his face, and rent his clothes. And I did the like, and we both wept for her. Then came in the chamberlains and grandees, and were amazed to find 2 heaps of ashes, and the sultan in a swoon. So they stood round him till he revived, and told them what had happened, whereat they were sore afflicted, and the women and slave girls shrieked aloud, and kept up their lamentation for the space of 7 days. Moreover, the king bade build a great dome over his daughter's ashes, and burn therein candles and lamps. But the Afrit's ashes they scattered to the winds, committing them to the malediction of God. The king was sick, well nigh unto death, for a month's space, after which health returned to him, and his beard grew again. Then he sent for me and said to me, O youth, verily we led the happiest of lives, safe from the vicissitudes of fortune, till thou camest to us, when troubles flocked upon us. O that we had never seen thee, nor the ugly face of thee! For through our taking pity on thee, we are come to this state of bereavement. I have lost, on thine account, first, my daughter, who was worth 100 men. Secondly, I have suffered what befell me by the fire and the loss of my teeth, and my eunuch also is dead. I do not indeed blame thee for aught of this, for all was decreed of God to us and to thee. And praised be he that my daughter delivered thee, though at the cost of her own life. But now, O my son, depart from my city, and let what has befallen us on thine account suffice. Depart in peace, and if I see thee again, I will kill thee. And he cried out at me. So I went forth from his presence, knowing not whither I should go, and hardly believing in my escape. And I recalled all that had befallen me from first to last, and thanked God that it was my eye that I had lost, and not my life. Before I left the town, I entered the bath and shaved my head, and put on a haircloth garment. Then I fared forth at a venture, and every day I recalled all the misfortunes that had befallen me, and wept, and repeated the following verses. By the compassionate, I'm dazed, and know not where I go. Griefs flock on me from every side, I know not whence they grow. I will endure till patience self less patient is than I will have patience till it please the Lord to end my woe. A vanquished man, without complaint, my doom I will endure, as the parched traveller in the waste endures the torrid glow. I will endure till aloes self confess that I indeed can 'gainst a bitterer thing abide than even it can show. There is no bitterer thing, and yet, if patience play me false, it were to me a bitterer thing than all the rest, I trow. The wrinkles graven on my heart would speak my hidden pain, if through my breast the thought could pierce and read what lies below. Were but my load on mountains laid, they'd crumble into dust. On fire it would be quenched outright. On wind 'twould cease to blow. Let who will say that life is sweet. To all there comes a day when they must needs a bitterer thing than aloes undergo. Then I journeyed through many lands and cities, intending for the abode of peace, Baghdad, in the hope that I might get speech of the commander of the faithful, and tell him all that had befallen me. I arrived here this night, and found my brother, this first calender, standing perplexed. So I saluted him, and entered into converse with him. Presently up came our brother, this third calender, and said to us, Peace be on you. I am a stranger. We also are strangers, answered we, and have come hither this blessed night. So we all three walked on together, none of us knowing the other's story, till chance brought us to this door, and we came in to you. End of the second calendar's story. This, then, is my story, and the manner of the shaving of my face, and the loss of my eye. Quoth the mistress of the house, Thy story is indeed a rare one, and now begone about thy business. But he replied, I will not stir till I hear the others' stories. Then came forward the third calender, and said, O illustrious lady, my history is not like that of these my comrades, but still stranger and more marvellous, in that, whilst destiny and foreordained fate overcame them unawares, I with mine own hand drew fate and affliction upon myself, as thou shalt presently hear. Know that. Story of the Third Calendar. I also am a king, the son of a king, and my name is Agib, son of Kesib. My father died, and I took the kingdom after him and ruled my subjects with justice and beneficence. My capital city stood on the shore of a wide, spreading sea, on which I had 50 merchant ships and 50 smaller vessels for pleasure, and 150 cruisers equipped for war. And near at hand were many great islands in the midst of the ocean. Now I loved to sail the sea, and had a mind to visit the islands aforesaid. So I took ship with a month's victual, and set out, and took my pleasure in the islands, and returned to my capital. Then, being minded to make a longer voyage upon the ocean, I fitted out 60 ships with provision for 2 months, and sailed 20 days, till one night the wind blew contrary, and the sea rose against us with great billows. The waves clashed together, and there fell on us a great darkness. So we gave ourselves up for lost, and I said, "He who perils himself is not to be commended, though he come off safe." Then we prayed to God, and besought him, but the wind ceased not to rage, and the waves to clash together, till daybreak, when the wind fell, the sea became calm, and the sun shone out. Presently we sighted an island, where we landed and cooked food, and ate and rested 2 days. Then we set out again, and sailed other 20 days, without seeing land. But the currents carried us out of our true course, so that the captain lost his reckoning, and finding himself in strange waters, bade the watch go up to the masthead and look out. So he climbed the mast and looked out, and said, "O captain, I see nothing to right and left save sky and water. But ahead I see something looming afar off in the midst of the sea, now black and now white." When the captain heard the lookout's words, he cast his turban on the deck, and plucked out his beard, and buffeted his face, and said, "O king, we are all dead men. Not one of us can be saved." We all wept for his weeping, and I said to him, "O captain, tell us what it is the lookout saw." "O my lord," answered he, "know that we lost our way on the night of the storm, and since then we have gone astray 21 days, and there is no wind to bring us back to our true course. Tomorrow, by the end of the day, we shall come to a mountain of black stone called Lodestone, for thither the currents bear us perforce. As soon as we come within a certain distance, all the nails in the ships will fly out and fasten to the mountain, and the ships will open and fall to pieces, for that God the Most High has gifted the lodestone with a secret virtue, by reason whereof all iron is attracted to it. And on this mountain is much iron, how much God only knows, from the many ships that have been wrecked there from old time. On its summit there stands a dome of brass, raised on 10 columns, and on the top of the dome are a horse and horseman of the same metal. The latter holds in his hand a brazen lance, and on his breast is a tablet of lead, graven with names and talismans. And, O king, it is naught but this horseman that causeth the folk to perish, nor will the charm be broken till he fall from his horse." Then he wept sore, and we all made sure of death, and each took leave of his comrade, and charged him with his last wishes, in case he should be saved. That night we slept not, and in the morning we sighted the Lodestone Mountain, towards which the currents carried us with irresistible force. When the ships came within a certain distance, they opened, and the nails started out, and all the iron in them sought the lodestone and clove to it, so that by the end of the day we were all struggling in the sea round the mountain. Some of us were saved, but the most part drowned, and even those who escaped knew not one of the other, being stupefied by the raging wind and the buffeting of the waves. As for me, God preserved me that I might suffer that which he willed to me of trouble and torment and affliction. for I got on a plank from one of the ships, and the wind driving it ashore, I happened on a pathway leading to the top, as it were a stair hewn out of the rock. So I called upon the name of God, the Most High, and besought his succour, and clinging to the steps, addressed myself to climb up little by little. And God stilled the wind and aided me in my ascent, so that I reached the summit in safety. There I found nothing but the dome, so I entered, mightily rejoiced at my escape, and made my ablutions, and prayed a two-bow prayer in gratitude to God for my preservation. Then I fell asleep under the dome, and saw in a dream one who said to me, O son of Kasib, when thou awakest, dig under thy feet, and thou wilt find a bow of brass and 3 leaden arrows, inscribed with talismanic characters. Take the bow, and shoot the arrows at the horseman on the top of the dome, and rid mankind of this great calamity. When thou shootest at him, he will fall into the sea, and the horse will drop at thy feet. Take it, and bury it in the place of the bow. This done, the sea will swell and rise till it is level with the top of the mountain, and there will appear on it a boat containing a man of brass, other than he whom thou shalt have thrown down, with an oar in his hands. He will come to thee, and do thou embark with him, but beware of naming God. He will row with thee for the space of 10 days, till he brings thee to a port of safety, where thou shalt find those who will carry thee to thine own country. And all this shall be fulfilled to thee, so thou pronounce not the name of God. I started up from my sleep, and hastening to do the bidding of the mysterious voice, found the bow and arrows, and shot at the horseman and overthrew him, whereupon he fell into the sea, whilst the horse dropped at my feet, and I took it and buried it. Then the sea grew troubled and rose till it reached the top of the mountain. Nor had I long to wait before I saw a boat in the midst of the sea coming towards me. So I gave thanks to God, and when the boat came up to me, I saw in it a man of brass, with a tablet of lead on his breast, inscribed with names and talismans, and I embarked without saying a word. The boatman rowed on with me for 10 whole days, till I caught sight of islands and mountains and signs of safety, whereat I was beyond measure rejoiced, and in the excess of my gladness I called upon the name of the Almighty, and exclaimed, There is no God but God. God is most great. When, behold, the boat turned over, and cast me out into the sea, then righted and sank beneath the water. Now I knew how to swim, so I swam the whole day till nightfall, when my arms and shoulders failed me for fatigue. And I abode in mortal peril, and made the profession of the faith, looking for nothing but death. Presently the sea rose, for the greatness of the wind, and a wave like a great rampart took me, and bearing me forward, cast me up on the land, that the will of God might be done. I clambered up the beach, and putting off my clothes, wrung them and spread them out to dry, then lay down and slept all night. As soon as it was day, I put on my clothes and rose to look about me. Presently I came to a grove of trees, and making a circuit round it, found that I was on a little island, surrounded on all sides by the sea. Whereupon I said to myself, No sooner do I escape from one peril than I fall into a worse. But as I was pondering my case and wishing for death, I spied a ship afar off making towards me. So I climbed up into a tree and hid myself among the branches. Presently the ship came to an anchor, and 10 slaves landed, bearing spades, and made for the middle of the island, where they dug till they uncovered a trap-door and raised it. Then they returned to the ship, and brought thence bread, and flour, and oil, and honey, and meat, and carpets, and all else that was needed to furnish one dwelling there. Nor did they leave going back and forth till they had transferred to the underground dwelling all that was in the ship, after which they again repaired to the vessel and returned. laden with wearing apparel of the finest kind, and in their midst a very old man, whom time had mauled till he was wasted and worn, as he were a bone wrapped in a rag of blue cloth, through which the winds blew east and west. As says the poet of him, "Time makes us tremble." Ah, how piteously! For full of violence and might is he. Once on a time I walked and was not tired. Now am I tired, yet have not walked, ah me. He held by the hand a youth cast in the mould of symmetry and perfection, so fair that his beauty might well be the subject of proverbs, for he was like a tender sapling, ravishing every heart with his beauty, and seducing every wit with his amorous grace. It was of him the poet spoke when he said, "Beauty they brought to liken it with him, but beauty hung its head for shame and fear." "O beauty," said they, "dost thou know his like?" It answered, "Never have I seen his peer." They proceeded to the underground, where they descended all and did not reappear for an hour or more, at the end of which time the old man and the slaves came up, without the youth, and replacing the trapdoor, covered it again with earth, then returned to the ship and set sail. As soon as they were out of sight, I came down from the tree, and going to the place I had seen them fill up, made shift to clear away the earth, till I came to the trap door, which was of wood, the shape and bigness of a millstone, and raised it, when there appeared underneath a winding stair of stone. At this I wondered, and descending, came to a fair chamber, spread with various kinds of carpets, and hung with silken stuffs, where I saw the youth sitting alone upon a raised couch, and leant upon a cushion, with a fan in his hand, and sweet-scented flowers and herbs and fruits before him. When he saw me, he turned pale. But I saluted him, saying, "Calm thyself, and put away fear. No harm shall come to thee. I am a man like unto thee, and a king's son, whom Providence hath sent to bear thee company in thy solitude. But now tell me thy history, and why thou dwellest underground by thyself." When he was assured that I was of his kind, he was glad, and his colour returned. Then he made me draw near to him, and said, "O my brother, my story is a strange one, and it is as follows. My father is a merchant jeweller, possessed of great wealth and having black and white slaves, who make trading voyages on his account, in ships and on camels, to the most distant countries, and he has dealings with kings. Until my birth, he had never been blessed with a child, but one night he dreamt that a son had been born to him, who lived but a short time, and awoke weeping and crying out. The following night my mother conceived, and he took note of the date of her conception. The days of her pregnancy were accomplished, and she gave birth to myself, whereupon my father rejoiced and made banquets and fed the poor and the needy, for that I had been vouchsafed to him in his old age. Then he assembled the astrologers and mathematicians of the day, and those learned in nativities and horoscopes. And they drew my horoscope, and said to my father, "Thy son will live till the age of 15, at which date there is a break in his line of life, which if he tide over in safety, he shall live long. The danger with which he is threatened is as follows. In the Sea of Peril stands a mountain called the Lodestone Mountain, on whose summit is a horseman of brass, seated on a horse of the same metal, with a tablet of lead on his breast. 50 days after this horseman falls from his horse, thy son will die, and his slayer will be he who overthrows the statue, a king called Agib, son of Kesib." My father was sore concerned at this prediction, but he brought me up and gave me a good education, till I attained my 15th year. 10 days ago, news came to him that the horseman had fallen into the sea, and that he who overthrew him was Agib, son of King Kesib, whereat he was, as one distraught and feared for my life. So he built me this place under the earth, and stocking it with all that I need, during the 40 days that yet remain of the period of danger, transported me hither, that I might be safe from King Agib's hands. When the 40 days are past, he will come back and fetch me. And this is my story, and why thou findest me here alone. When I heard his story, I marvelled and said to myself, I am that King Agib of whom he speaks, but by Allah, I will assuredly not kill him. And I said to him, O my Lord, God willing, thou shalt be spared suffering and death, nor shalt thou see trouble or sorrow or disquiet. For I will abide with thee and serve thee. And when I have borne thee company during the appointed days, I will go with thee to thy dwelling place, and thou shalt bring me to some of thy father's servants, with whom I may journey to my own country, and God shall requite thee for me. He rejoiced in my words, and we sat conversing till nightfall, when I rose and lighted a great wax candle, and fed the lamps, and set on meat and drink and sweetmeats. We ate and drank, and sat talking till late into the night, when he lay down to sleep, and I covered him up, and went to sleep myself. Next morning I rose and heated a little water, then woke him gently, and brought him the warm water, with which he washed his face and thanked me, saying, God requite thee with good, O youth. By Allah, if I escape from this my danger, and from him they call Agib ben Kesib, I will make my father reward thee. May the day never come on which evil shall befall thee, answered I, and may God appoint my last day before thine. Then I set on food, and we ate, and I made ready perfumes with which he scented himself. Moreover, I made him a backgammon board, and we played and ate sweetmeats, and played again till nightfall, when I rose, and lighting the lamps, set on food, and we ate and sat talking till the night was far spent. Then he lay down to sleep, and I covered him up, and went to sleep myself. Thus I did with him, day and night, and the love of him got hold upon my heart, and I forgot my troubles, and said to myself, the astrologers lied. By Allah, I will not kill him. I ceased not to serve him, and bear him company, and entertain him thus, till 39 days were past, and we came to the morning of the 40th day, when he rejoiced, and said to me, O my brother, the 40 days are up today. Praised be God who hath preserved me from death, and this by thy blessing, and the blessing of thy coming to me. And I pray him to restore thee to thy country. But now, O my brother, I prithee heat me some water, that I may wash my body and change my clothes. With all my heart, answered I, and heated water in plenty, and carrying it in to him, washed his body well with lupin meal, and rubbed him down and changed his clothes, and spread him a high bed, on which he lay down to rest after the bath. Then said he, O my brother, cut me a melon, and sweeten it with sugar candy. So I went to the closet, and bringing a fine melon I found there on a platter, said to him, O my lord, hast thou no knife? Here it is, answered he, on the high shelf at my head. So I got up hurriedly, and taking the knife, drew it from its sheath. But in stepping down backward, my foot slipped, and I fell heavily on the youth, holding in my hand the knife, which hastened to fulfill that which was ordained, and entered his heart, and he died forthright. When I saw that he was no more, and that I had indeed killed him, I cried out grievously, and buffeted my face, and tore my clothes, saying, We are God's, and to him we return. There remained for this youth but one day of the period of danger that the astrologers had foretold for him, and the death of this fair one was to be at my hand. Verily, my life is naught but disasters and afflictions. Would he had not asked me to cut the melon, or would I had died before him? But what God decrees cometh to pass. When I was certain that there was no life left in him, I rose, and ascending the stair, replaced the trapdoor and covered it with earth. Then I looked out to sea and saw the ship cleaving the waters in the direction of the island. Whereat I was afeard, and said, They will be here anon, and will find their son dead, and know 'twas I killed him, and will slay me without fail. So I climbed up into a high tree, and hid myself among the leaves. Hardly had I done so, when the vessel came to an anchor, and the slaves landed with the old man, and made direct for the place, where they cleared away the earth, and were surprised to find it soft. Then they raised the trapdoor, and going down, found the boy lying dead, clad in clean clothes, with his face shining from the bath, and the knife sticking in his breast. At this sight, they shrieked aloud, and wept, and buffeted their faces, and cried out, Alas! Woe worth the day! Whilst the old man swooned away, and remained so long insensible, that the slaves thought he would not survive his son. So they wrapped the dead youth in his clothes, and carried him up, and laid him on the ground, covering him with a shroud of silk. Then they addressed themselves to transport all that was in the place to the ship. And presently the old man revived, and coming up after them, saw his son laid out, whereupon he fell on the ground, and strewed dust on his head, and buffeted his face, and tore his beard, and his weeping redoubled, as he hung over his dead son, till he swooned away again. After a while the slaves came back, with a silken carpet, and laying the old man thereon, sat down at his head. All this time I was in the tree above them, watching them, and indeed my heart became hoary before my head, for all the grief and affliction I had undergone. The old man ceased not from his swoon till nigh upon sundown, when he came to himself, and looking upon his dead son, recalled what had happened, and how what he had feared had come to pass. And he buffeted his face and head, and recited the following verses. My heart is cleft in twain, for severance of loves. The burning tears pour down in torrents from my eye. My every wish with him I loved is fled away. What can I do or say? What help, what hope have I? Would I had never looked upon his lovely face. Alas, the ways on me are straitened far and nigh. What charm can bring me peace, what drink forgetfulness, whilst in my heart the fire of love burns fierce and high? Would that my feet had trod with him the road of death! Then should I not, as now, in lonely sorrow sigh. O God, that art my hope, have pity upon me. Unite us twain, I crave, in paradise for aye. How blessed were we once, whilst one house held us both, and twinned in pure content our happy lives passed by. Till fortune aimed at us the shafts of severance and parted us. For who her arrows can defy? For lo, the age's pearl, the darling of his folk, the mould of every grace was singled out to die. I call him back. Would God thine hour had never come. What while the case takes speech, and doth forestall my cry? Which is the speediest way to win to thee, my son? My soul had paid the price, if that thy life might buy. The sun could not compare with him, for lo, it sets, nor yet the moon that wanes and wasteth from the sky. Alas, my grief for thee, and my complaint of fate, none can console for thee, nor aught thy place supply. Thy sire is all distraught with languishment for thee. Since death upon thee came, his hopes are gone awry. Surely some foe hath cast an envious eye on us. May he who wrought this thing his just deserts abe. Then he sobbed once, and gave up the ghost, whereupon the slaves cried out, Alas, our master, and strewed dust on their heads, and wept sore. Then they carried the two bodies to the ship and set sail. As soon as they were out of sight, I came down from the tree, and raising the trapdoor, went down into the underground dwelling, where the sight of some of the youth's gear recalled him to my mind. and I repeated the following verses. I see their traces and pine for longing pain. My tears rain down on the empty dwelling place, and I pray to God, who willed that we should part, one day to grant us reunion of his grace. Then I went up again, and spent the day in walking about the island, returning to the underground dwelling for the night. Thus I lived for a month, during which time I became aware that the sea was gradually receding day by day from the western side of the island, till by the end of the month I found that the water was become low enough to afford a passage to the mainland. At this I rejoiced, making sure of delivery, and fording the little water that remained, made shift to reach the mainland, where I found great heaps of sand, in which even a camel would sink up to the knees. However, I took heart, and making my way through the sand, espied something shining afar off, as it were a bright blazing fire. So I made towards it, thinking to find succour, and repeating the following verses. It may be fate, at last, shall draw its bridle rein, and bring me happy chance. For fortune changes still, and things shall happen yet, despite the things foredone, to further forth my hopes, and bring me to my will. When I drew near the supposed fire, behold, it was a palace, with a gate of brass, whereon, when the sun shone, it gleamed and glistened and showed from afar, as it were a fire. I rejoiced at the sight, and sat down before the palace gate. But hardly had I done so, when there came up 10 young men, sumptuously clad and all blind of the right eye. They were accompanied by an old man, and I marvelled at their appearance, and at their being all blind of the same eye. They saluted me, and questioned me of my condition, whereupon I told them all that had befallen me. They wondered at my story, and carried me into the palace, where I saw 10 couches, with beds and coverlets of blue stuff, ranged in a circle, with a like couch of smaller size in the midst. As we entered, each of the young men went up to his own couch, and the old man seated himself on the smaller one in the middle. Then said they unto me, O youth, sit down on the ground, and inquire not of our doings, nor of the loss of our right eyes. Presently the old man rose, and brought each one of the young men and myself his portion of meat and drink in separate vessels, and we sat talking, they questioning me of my adventures, and I replying, till the night was far spent. Then said they to the old man, O elder, wilt thou not bring us our ordinary? The time is come, willingly, answered he, and rose, and entering a closet, disappeared, and presently returned, bearing on his head 10 dishes, each covered with a piece of blue stuff. He set a dish before each youth, and lighting 10 wax candles, set one upon each dish, after which he uncovered the dishes. And lo, they were full of ashes, and powdered charcoal and soot. Then all the young men tucked up their sleeves, and fell to weeping and lamenting. And they blackened their faces, and rent their clothes, and buffeted their cheeks, and beat their breasts, exclaiming, We were seated at our ease, but our impertinent curiosity would not let us be. They ceased not to do thus, till near daybreak, when the old man rose and heated water for them, and they washed their faces, and put on fresh clothes. When I saw this, my senses left me for wonderment, and my heart was troubled, and my mind perplexed, for their strange behaviour, till I forgot what had befallen me, and could not refrain from questioning them. So I said to them, What makes you do thus, after our sport and merrymaking together? Praised be God, ye are whole of wit. Yet these are the doings of madmen. I conjure you, by all that is most precious to you, tell me why you behave thus, and how ye came to lose each an eye. At this they turned to me and said, O young man, let not thy youth beguile thee, but leave thy questioning. Then they slept, and I with them. And when we awoke, The old man served up food, and after we had eaten and the vessels had been removed, we sat conversing till nightfall, when the old man rose and lit the candles and lamps and set meat and drink before us. We ate and sat talking and carousing till midnight, when they said to the old man, "Bring us our ordinary, for the hour of sleep is at hand." So he rose and brought them the dishes of soot and ashes, and they did as they had done on the preceding night. I abode with them on this wise for a month, during which time they blackened their faces every night, then washed them and changed their clothes. And my trouble and amazement increased upon me till I could neither eat nor drink. At last I lost patience and said to them, "O young men, if ye will not relieve my concern and acquaint me with the reason of your blackening your faces and the meaning of your words, we were seated at our ease, but our impertinent curiosity would not let us be. Let me leave you and return to my own people, and be at rest from seeing these things. For as says the proverb, 'Twere wiser and better your presence to leave. For when the eye sees not, the heart does not grieve." "O youth," answered they, "we have not concealed this thing from thee, but in our concern for thee, lest what befell us before thee, and thou become like unto us." "It avails not," said I, "you must tell me." "We give thee good advice," rejoined they. "Do thou take it, and leave questioning us of our case, or thou wilt become one-eyed like unto us." But I still persisted in my demand, and they said, "O youth, if this thing befall thee, we warn thee that we will never again receive thee into our company, nor let thee abide with us." Then they took a ram, and slaughtering it, skinned it, and gave me a knife, saying, "Lie down on the skin, and we will sew thee up in it, and leave thee, and go away. Presently there will come to thee a bird called the Roc, that will catch thee up in its claws, and fly away with thee, and set thee down on a mountain. As soon as thou feelest it alight with thee, slit the skin with the knife, and come forth. Whereupon the bird will take fright at thee, and fly away and leave thee. Then rise and fare on half a day's journey, till thou comest to a palace rising high into the air, builded of kelenge and aloes and sandalwood, and plated with red gold, inlaid with all manner emeralds and other jewels. There enter, and thou wilt attain thy desire. We all have been in that place, and this is the cause of the loss of our right eyes, and the reason why we blacken our faces. Were we to tell thee our stories, it would take too much time, for each lost his eye by a separate adventure. They then sewed me up in the skin, and left me on the ground outside the palace, and the Roc carried me off and set me down on the mountain. I cut open the skin and came out, whereupon the bird flew away, and I walked on till I reached the palace. The door stood open, so I entered and found myself in a very wide and goodly hall, as big as a tilting ground, round which were 100 doors of sandal and aloes wood, plated with red gold and furnished with rings of silver. At the upper end of the hall, I saw 40 young ladies, sumptuously clad and adorned as they were moons. One could never tire of gazing on them, and they all came up to me saying, "Welcome, and fair welcome, O my lord. This month past have we been expecting the like of thee, and praised be God, who hath sent us one who is worthy of us, and we of him." Then they made me sit down on a high divan and said to me, "From today thou art our lord and master, and we are thy handmaids, so order us as thou wilt." And I marvelled at their case. Presently one of them arose and set food before me, and I ate, whilst others heated water and washed my hands and feet and changed my clothes, and yet others made ready sherbets and gave me to drink, and they were all full of joy and delight at my coming. Then they sat down and conversed with me till nightfall, when 5 of them arose and, spreading a mat, covered it with flowers and fruits and confections in profusion, and set on wine. And we sat down to drink, while some of them sang and others played the lute and psaltery and recorders and other instruments. So the cup went round amongst us, and such gladness possessed me that I forgot all the cares of the world, and said, "This is indeed life, but that it is fleeting." We ceased not to drink and make merry till the night was far spent, and we were warm with wine, when they said to me, "O our Lord, choose from amongst us one who shall be thy bedfellow this night, and not lie with thee again till 40 days be past." So I chose a girl, fair of face, with liquid black eyes and jetty hair, slightly parted teeth and joining eyebrows, perfect in shape and form, as she were a palm sapling or a stalk of sweet basil, such an one as troubles the heart and bewilders the wit, even as saith of her the poet, "'Twere vain to liken her unto the tender branch, and out on who compares her form to the gazelle. Whence should gazelles indeed her shape's perfection get, or yet her honeyed lips so sweet to taste and smell? Or those great eyes of hers, so dire to those who love, that bind their victims fast in passion's fatal spell? I dote on her with all the folly of a child. What wonder if he turn a child who loves too well?" And I repeated to her the following verses: "My eyes to gaze on aught but thy grace disdain, and none but thou in my thought shall ever reign. The love of thee is my sole concern, my fair. In love of thee I will die and rise again." So I lay with her that night, never knew I a fairer, and when it was morning, the ladies carried me to the bath, and washed me, and clad me in rich clothes. Then they served up food, and we ate and drank, and the cup went round amongst us till the night, when I chose from among them one who was fair to look upon, and soft of sides, such an one as the poet describes, when he says, "I saw upon her breast 2 caskets, snowy white, musk sealed. She doth forbid to lovers their delight. She guards them with the darts that glitter from her eyes, and those who would them press, her arrowy glances smite." I passed a most delightful night with her, and to make a long story short, I led the goodliest life with them, eating and drinking and carousing, and every night taking one or other of them to my bed, for a whole year, at the end of which time they came in to me in tears, and fell to bidding me farewell, and clinging to me, weeping and crying out. Whereat I marvelled and said to them, "What ails you? Indeed, you break my heart. Would we had never known thee," answered they. "We have companied with many men, but never saw we a pleasanter or more courteous than thou, and now we must part from thee. Yet it rests with thee to see us again, and if thou hearken to us, we need never be parted, but our hearts forebode us that thou will not hearken to us, and this is the cause of our weeping." "Tell me how the case stands," said I, and they answered, "Know that we are the daughters of kings, who have lived here together for years past, and once in every year we are absent for 40 days. Then we return and abide here for the rest of the year, eating and drinking and making merry. We are now about to depart, according to our custom, and we fear lest thou disobey our injunctions in our absence, in which case we shall never see thee again. But if thou do as we bid thee, all will yet be well. Take these keys. They are those of the 100 apartments of the palace, each of which contains what will suffice thee for a day's entertainment. 99 of these thou mayest open and take thy pleasure therein, but beware lest thou open the 100th, that which has a door of red gold, for therein is that which will bring about a separation between us and thee." Quoth I will assuredly not open the 100th door, if therein be separation from you. Then one of them came up to me, and embraced me, and repeated the following verses: "If but the days once more our severed loves unite, if but my eyes once more be gladdened by thy sight. Then shall the face of time smile after many a frown, and I will pardon fate for all its past despite. And I repeated the following. When she drew near to bid farewell, upon our parting day, whilst on her heart the double stroke of love and longing smote, she wept pure pearls, and eke mine eyes did rain cornelians forth, and lo, they all combined and made a necklace for her throat. When I saw her weeping, I said, By Allah, I will never open the 100th door. Then they bade me farewell and departed, leaving me alone in the palace. When the evening drew near, I opened the first door and found myself in an orchard, full of blooming trees, laden with ripe fruit, and the air resounded with the loud singing of birds and the ripple of running waters. The sight brought solace to my soul, and I entered and walked among the trees, inhaling the odours of the flowers and listening to the warble of the birds that sang the praises of God the One, the Almighty. I looked upon the apple, whose colour is parcel red and parcel yellow, as says the poet. The apple in itself two colours doth unite, the loved one's cheek of red, and yellow of despite. Then I looked upon the quince and inhaled its fragrance that puts musk and ambergris to shame, even as says the poet, the quince contains all pleasant things that can delight mankind, wherefore above all, fruits that be its virtues are renowned. Its taste is as the taste of wine, its breath the scent of musk. Its hue is that of virgin gold, its shape the full moon's round. Thence I passed to the pear, whose taste surpasses rosewater and sugar, and the plum, whose beauty delights the eye as it were a polished ruby. When I had taken my fill of looking on the place, I went and locked the door again. Next day I opened the second door and found myself in a great pleasaunce, set with many palm trees and watered by a running stream, whose borders were decked with bushes of rose and jessamine and henna and chamomile and marjoram and sweetbriar, and carpeted with narcissus and oxeye and violets and lilies and gillyflowers. The breeze fluttered over all these sweet-smelling plants and scattered their scents right and left, possessing me with complete delight. I took my pleasure in the place a while, and my chagrin was somewhat lightened. Then I went out and locked the door, and opening the third door, found therein a great hall paved with vari-coloured marbles and other precious stones, and hung with cages of sandal and aloes wood, full of singing birds, such as the thousand-voiced nightingale and the cushat and the blackbird and the turtle-dove and the Nubian warbler. My heart was ravished by the song of the birds, and I forgot my cares and slept in the aviary till the morning. Then I opened the fourth door and saw a great hall with 40 cabinets ranged on either side. The doors of the latter stood open, so I entered and found them full of pearls and rubies and chrysolites and beryls and emeralds and corals and carbuncles and all manner of precious stones and jewels of gold and silver, such as the tongue fails to describe. I was amazed at what I saw and said in myself, methinks, if all the kings of the earth joined together, they could not produce the like of these treasures. And my heart dilated, and I exclaimed, now am I king of my time, for all these riches are mine by the favour of God, and I have 40 young ladies under my hand, nor is there any with them but myself. In short, I passed 39 days after this fashion, exploring the riches of the place, till I had opened all the doors, except that which the princesses had charged me not to open. But my thoughts ran ever on this latter, and Satan urged me for my ruin to open it, nor had I patience to forbear, though there remained but 1 day of the appointed time. So I opened the 100th door, that which was plated with red gold, and was met by a perfume, whose like I had never before smelt, and which was of so subtle and penetrating a quality that it invaded my head, and I fell down, as if intoxicated, and lay a while unconscious. Then I revived and took heart, and entering, found myself in a place strewn with saffron and blazing with light shed by lamps of gold and candles that diffused a scent of musk and aloes. In the midst stood 2 great censers, full of burning aloes, wood and ambergris and other perfumes, and the place was full of their fragrance. Presently I espied a horse, black as night at its darkest, girt and bridled and saddled with red gold, standing before 2 mangers of white crystal, one full of winnowed sesame, and the other of rose water flavoured with musk. When I saw this, I was amazed, and said to myself, "Surely this horse must be of extraordinary value." And the devil tempted me, so that I took him out and mounted him, but he would not stir. So I spurred him with my heel, but he did not move, and I took a switch and struck him with it. When he felt the blow, he gave a neigh like the roaring thunder, and spreading a pair of wings, flew up with me high into the air. After a while, he descended and set me down on the terrace of a palace. Then, shaking me off his back, he smote me on the face with his tail and struck out my right eye and flew away, leaving me there. I went down into the palace and found myself again among the 10 one-eyed youths who exclaimed, when they saw me, "An ill welcome to thee." Quoth I, "Behold, I am become like unto you, and now I would have you give me a dish of soot, that I may blacken my face and admit me to your company." "By Allah," answered they, "thou shalt not abide with us. Depart hence." And they drove me away. I was grieved at their rejection of me, and went out from them, mourning-hearted and tearful-eyed, saying to myself, "Of a truth, I was sitting at my ease, but my impertinent curiosity would not let me be." Then I shaved my beard and eyebrows, and renouncing the world, became a calender and wandered about God's earth, till by his blessing I arrived at Baghdad in safety this evening, and met with these 2 other calenders, standing bewildered. So I saluted them, saying, "I am a stranger," to which they replied, "We also are strangers." And, as it chanced, we were all calenders, and each blind of the right eye. End of story of the 3rd calendar. This, then, O my lady, is my story, and the manner of the shaving of my face, and the loss of my eye. Quoth the mistress of the house, "Begone about thy business." But he said, "By Allah, I will not go till I hear the others' stories." Then she turned to the Caliph and his companions, and said, "Give me an account of yourselves." So Jaffa came forward, and repeated the story he had told the portress, whereupon the lady said, "I pardon you all. Go your ways." So they all went out, and when they reached the street, the Caliph said to the calenders, "O folk, whither are you bound now, seeing that it is not yet day?" "By Allah, O my lord," answered they, "we know not where to go." "Then come and pass the rest of the night with us," said the Caliph, and turning to Jaffa, said to him, "Take them home with thee, and tomorrow bring them before me, that we may cause their adventures to be recorded." Jaffa did as the Caliph bade him, and the latter returned to his palace. Sleep did not visit him that night, but he lay awake, pondering the adventures of the 3 calenders, and full of impatience to know the history of the 2 ladies and the black bitches. And no sooner had the day dawned than he went out and sat down on his chair of estate. Then his courtiers presented themselves and withdrew, whereupon he turned to Jaffa and said to him, "Bring me the 3 ladies and the bitches and the calenders, and make haste." So Jaffa went out and brought them all before him, and seated the ladies behind a curtain. Then turned to them, and said, speaking for the Caliph, O women, we pardon you your rough usage of us, in consideration of your previous kindness, and for that ye knew us not. And now I would have you to know that you are in the presence of the fifth of the sons of Abbas, the commander of the faithful Harun-Reshid, son of El-Mehdi Mohammed, son of Abu Ja'far el-Mansur. So do ye acquaint him with your stories, and tell him nothing but the truth. When the ladies heard Ja'far's speech, the eldest came forward and said, O commander of the faithful, my story is one which, were it graven with needles on the corners of the eye, would serve for an example to those who can profit by example, and a warning to those who can take warning. And it is that. The eldest lady's story. These two bitches are my elder sisters by the same mother and father, and these two others, she, on whom are the marks of blows, and the cateress, are my sisters by another mother. When my father died, each took her portion of the heritage, and after a while my mother died also, and left me and my sisters German 1,000 dinars each. After a while my two sisters married, and lived with their husbands for a time. Then the latter bought merchandise with their wives' money, and set out on their travels, and I heard no more of them for 5 years, for their husbands spent their wives' fortunes, and became bankrupt, and deserted them in a foreign land. Presently, my eldest sister came back to me in the guise of a beggar, with tattered clothes and a dirty old veil, and altogether in so sorry a plight that at first I knew her not. But when I recognized her, I asked her how she came in such a state. "O my sister," answered she, "talking profits not now. The pen hath written what was decreed." Then I sent her to the bath, and clothed her in a suit of my own, and entreated her kindly, and said to her, "O my sister, thou standest to me in the stead of my father and mother, and God has blessed me in the share of the inheritance that fell to me and prospered it to me, so that I am now in flourishing case, and thou shalt share with me in my increase." So she abode with me a whole year, during which time we were much concerned to know what was become of our other sister. At last, she too came back to me, in a worse plight than the other, and I dealt still more kindly by her than by the first, and each of them had a share of my substance. After a while they said to me, "O sister, we desire to marry again, for we can no longer endure to live without husbands." "O my dear ones," answered I, "there is no good in marriage, for now-a-days good men are rare to find, nor do I see the advantage of marrying again, since ye have already made trial of matrimony, and it has profited you nothing. They would not listen to me, but married without my consent. Nevertheless, I equipped them and portioned them with my own money, and they went away with their husbands. After a little, the latter cheated them of all they had, and went away and left them. Then they came to me, in abject case, and made their excuses to me, saying, "Do not reproach us. Thou art younger than we, but riper of wit. So take us as thy handmaids, that we may eat our mouthful, and we will never again speak of marriage." Quoth I, "Ye are welcome, O my sisters. There is nothing dearer to me than you." And I took them in, and redoubled in kindness to them. We lived thus for a whole year, at the end of which time I was minded to travel. So I fitted out a great ship at Bassora, and loaded her with merchandise and victual and other necessaries for a voyage, and said to my sisters, "Will you come with me, or abide at home till I return?" "We will go with thee," answered they, "for we cannot endure to be parted from thee." So I took them and set sail, after dividing my money into 2 parts, one of which I deposited with a trusty person, saying, "Maybe ill hap shall betide the ship, and yet we remain alive. But now, if we return, we shall find what will be of service to us. We sailed days and nights, till the captain missed the true course, and the ship went astray with us, and entered a sea other than that we aimed at. We knew not of this awhile, and the wind blew fair for us 10 days, at the end of which time the watch went up to the masthead to look out, and cried, "Good news!" Then he came down, rejoicing, and said to us, "I see a city in the distance, as it were a dove." At this we rejoiced, and before an hour of the day was past, the city appeared to us afar off. And we said to the captain, "What is the name of yonder city?" "By Allah," replied he, "I know not, for I never saw it before, nor have I ever sailed this sea in my life. But since the affair has issued in safety, ye have naught to do but to land your goods, and if ye find a market, sell and buy and barter as the occasion serves. If not, we will rest here 2 days, re-victual and depart." So we entered the harbour, and the captain landed and was absent a while, after which he returned and said to us, "Arise, go up into the city, and marvel at God's dealings with his creatures, and seek to be preserved from his wrath." So we landed, and going up to the city, saw at the gate men with staves in their hands. But when we drew near them, behold, they had been stricken by the wrath of God, and were become stones. Then we entered the city, and found all its inhabitants changed into black stones. There was not a living soul therein, no, not a blower of the fire. At this we were amazed, and passed on through the bazaars, where we found all the goods, and gold and silver left lying in their places, and rejoiced, and said, "Doubtless, there is some mystery in all this." Then we dispersed about the streets of the city, and each busied himself with making prize of the wealth and stuffs lying about, and took no heed of his comrades, whilst I went up to the citadel, and found it goodly of fashion. I entered the king's palace, and saw all the vessels of gold and silver, and the king himself seated in the midst of his officers and grandees, clad in raiment such as confounded the wit. The throne on which he sat was encrusted with pearls and jewels, and his robes were of cloth of gold, adorned with all manner jewels that shone like stars. Around him stood 50 white slaves, with drawn swords in their hands, and clad in divers sorts of silken stuffs. But when I drew near to them, behold, they were all black stones. My understanding was confounded at the sight, but I went on and came to the saloon of the harem, which I found hung with tapestries of gold-striped silk, and spread with carpets of the same, embroidered with flowers of gold. Here I saw the queen lying, arrayed in a robe covered with fresh pearls as big as hazelnuts, and crowned with a diadem set with all manner jewels. Her neck was covered with collars and necklaces, and all her clothes and ornaments were unchanged, but she herself had been smitten of God, and was become black stone. Presently I spied an open door, with 7 steps leading to it, and going up, found myself in a place paved with marble, and hung and carpeted with gold-embroidered stuffs. At the upper end stood an alcove with drawn curtains, and I saw a light issuing thence. So I went up to the alcove, and found therein a couch of juniper wood, inlaid with pearls and diamonds, and set with bosses of emeralds, with silken coverings of bewildering richness, and curtains of the same, looped up with pearls. At the head of the bed stood 2 lighted candles, and in the midst of the alcove was a little stool, on which lay a jewel, the size of a goose's egg, that shone like a lamp and lighted the whole place. But there was no one to be seen. When I saw these things, I wondered and said, "Someone must have lighted these candles." Then I went out and came to the kitchen, and thence to the buttery and the king's treasuries, and continued to explore the palace and to go from place to place. And for wonderment at what I saw, I forgot myself and wandered on, lost in thought. till the night overtook me. Then I would have gone out, but lost my way and could not find the gate. So I returned to the alcove, where I lay down on the bed and, covering myself with a quilt, repeated somewhat of the Koran and would have slept, but could not, for restlessness possessed me. In the middle of the night, I heard a low, sweet voice reciting the Koran, whereat I rejoiced and, rising, followed the sound till it led me to a chamber with the door ajar. I looked through the chink of the door and saw an oratory wherein was a prayer niche with candles burning and lamps hanging from the ceiling. In the midst was spread a prayer carpet, on which sat a handsome youth with a copy of the Koran open before him, from which he was reading. I wondered to see him alone alive of all the people of the city, and entered and saluted him, whereupon he raised his eyes and returned my salutation. Then said I implore thee, by the truth of that thou readest from the book of God, to answer me my questions. He looked at me with a smile and said, O handmaid of God, tell me first how thou camest hither, and I will tell thee what has befallen me and the people of this city and the manner of my preservation. So I told him my story, at which he marvelled, and questioned him of the people of the city. Quoth he, Have patience with me a little, O my sister. And shutting the Koran, laid it in a bag of satin. Then he made me sit down by his side, and I looked at him, and behold, he was like the moon at its full, bright-faced, soft-sided, well-shaped, and fair to look upon, as he were a figure of sugar, even as says the poet of the like of him. A seer of the stars one night was reading the book of the skies, when lo, in his scroll, he saw a lovely youth arise. Saturn had dyed his hair the hue of the raven's wing, and sprinkled upon his face the musk of paradise. The rose of his cheeks from Mars its ruddy colour drew, and the archer winged the shafts that darted from his eyes. Hermes dowered the youth with his own mercurial wit, and the great bear warded off the baleful glance of spies. Wonder seized on the sage at the sight of the lovely boy, for the full moon kissed the earth before him, servant-wise. And indeed God the Most High had clad him in the garment of perfection, and broidered it with the shining fringes of his cheeks, even as says the poet of him, By the perfume of his eyelids and his slender waist, I swear, by the arrows that he feathers with the witchery of his air, by his sides so soft and tender, and his glances bright and keen, by the whiteness of his forehead and the blackness of his hair, by his arched, imperious eyebrows, chasing slumber from my eyes, with their yeas and noes that hold me twixt rejoicing and despair, by the myrtle of his whiskers and the roses of his cheeks, by his lips incarnate rubies and his teeth's fine pearls and rare, by his neck and by its beauty, by the softness of his breast, and the pair of twin pomegranates that my eyes discover there, by his heavy hips that tremble, both in motion and repose, and the slender waist above them, all too slim their weight to bear, by his skin's unsullied satin and the quickness of his sprite, by the matchless combination in his form of all things fair, by his hand's perennial bounty and his true and trusty speech, by the stars that smile upon him, favouring and debonair. Lo, the smell of musk, none other than his very fragrance is, and the ambergris perfume breathes around him everywhere. Yea, the sun in all its splendour cannot with his grace compare, seeming but a shining fragment that he from his nail doth pare. I stole a look at him, which cost me 1,000 sighs, for my heart was taken with his love, and I said to him, O my lord, tell me what I asked thee. I hear and obey, answered he. Know, O handmaid of God, that this city was the capital of my father, who is the king thou sawest on the throne, changed to a black stone. And as for the queen on the bed, she was my mother. And they and all the people of the city were Magians, worshipping the fire instead of the all-powerful king, and swearing by the fire and the light and the shade and the heat and the revolving sphere. My father had no child, till I was vouchsafed to him in his old age, and he reared me, and I grew up and flourished. Now, as my good star would have it, there was with us an old woman, stricken in years, who was at heart a Muslim, believing in God and his prophet, but conforming outwardly to the religion of my people. My father had confidence in her, supposing her to be of his own belief, and showed her exceeding favour, for that he knew her to be trusty and virtuous. So when I grew to a fitting age, he committed me to her charge, saying, "Take him, and do thy best to give him a good education, and teach him the things of our faith." So she took me, and taught me the tenets of Islam, and the ordinances of ablution and prayer, and made me learn the Koran by heart, bidding me worship none but God the Most High, and charging me to keep my faith secret from my father, lest he should kill me. So I hid it from him, and I abode thus, till in a little while the old woman died, and the people of the city redoubled in their impiety and frowardness, and in the error of their ways. One day they heard a voice from on high, proclaiming aloud, with a noise like the resounding thunder, so that all heard it far and near, and saying, "O people of the city, turn from your worship of the fire, and serve God the compassionate King." At this, fear fell on the people of the city, and they crowded to my father and said to him, "What is this awful voice that we have heard, and that has confounded us with the excess of its terror?" But he said, "Let not a voice fright you, nor turn you from your faith." Their hearts inclined to his word, and they ceased not to worship the fire, but redoubled in their frowardness, till the anniversary of the day on which they had heard the supernatural voice, when they heard it anew, and so again a third time at the end of the 2nd year. Still they persisted in their evil ways, till one day, at break of dawn, judgment descended on them and wrath from heaven, and they were all turned into black stones, they and their beasts and cattle, and none was spared, save myself. From that day to this, I have remained as thou seest me, occupying myself with prayer and fasting and reading the Koran aloud. And indeed I am grown weary of solitude, having none to bear me company. Then said I to him, and indeed he had won my heart, "O youth, wilt thou go with me to the city of Baghdad, and foregather with men of learning and theologians, and grow in wisdom and understanding and knowledge of the law? If so, I will be thy handmaid, albeit I am head of my family and mistress over men and slaves and servants. I have here a ship laden with merchandise, and indeed it was Providence drove us to this city, that I might come to the knowledge of these things, for it was fated that we should meet. And I ceased not to speak him fair and persuade him, till he consented to go with me, and I passed the night at his feet, beside myself, for joy. When it was day, we repaired to the treasuries, and took thence what was little of weight and great of value. Then went down into the town, where we met the slaves and the captain seeking for me. When they saw me, they rejoiced, and I told them all I had seen and related to them the story of the young man and of the curse that had fallen on the people of the city. At this they wondered. But when my sisters saw me with the prince, they envied me on his account, and were enraged and plotted mischief against me in their hearts. Then we took ship again, beside ourselves for joy in the booty we had gotten, though the most of my joy was in the prince, and waited till the wind blew fair for us, when we set sail and departed. As we sat talking, my sisters said to me, "O sister, what wilt thou do with this handsome young man?" "I purpose to make him my husband." answered I, and I turned to the prince and said, O my lord, I have that to propose to thee, in which I will not have thee cross me. And it is that, when we reach Baghdad, I will give myself to thee as a handmaid in the way of marriage, and thou shalt be my husband, and I thy wife. Quoth he, I hear and obey. Thou art my lady and my mistress, and whatever thou dost, I will not cross thee. Then I turned to my sisters and said to them, This young man suffices me, and those who have gotten aught, it is theirs. Thou sayest well, replied they, but in their hearts they purposed me evil. We sailed on with a fair wind, till we left the sea of peril and came into safe waters, and in a few days we came in sight of the walls of Bassora, even as night overtook us. My sisters waited till the prince and I were asleep, when they took us up, bed and all, and threw us into the sea. The prince, who could not swim, was drowned, and God wrote him of the company of the martyrs. As for me, would I had been drowned with him. But God decreed that I should be of the saved. So he threw in my way a piece of wood, and I got astride of it, and the waters tossed me about till they cast me up on an island. I landed and walked about the island the rest of the night, and when the day broke, I saw a footway leading to the mainland. By this time the sun had risen, so I dried my clothes in its rays and ate of the fruits of the island and drank of its waters. Then I set out and fared on till I reached the mainland and found myself but 2 hours distant from the city. So I sat down to rest, and presently I saw a great serpent, the bigness of a palm tree, come fleeing towards me with all her might, whilst her tongue, for weariness, hung from her mouth a span's length and swept the dust as she went. She was pursued by a dragon, as long and thin as a spear, which presently overtook her and seized her by the tail, whereat the tears streamed from her eyes, and she wriggled from side to side. I took pity on her, and catching up a stone, threw it at the dragon's head and killed him on the spot. Then the serpent spread a pair of wings and flew away out of sight, leaving me wondering. Now I was tired, and drowsiness overcoming me, I slept where I was for a while. When I awoke, I found a damsel sitting at my feet, rubbing them, and with her 2 black bitches, and I was ashamed before her. So I sat up and said to her, O my sister, who art thou? How quickly thou hast forgotten me, answered she. I am the serpent whom thou didst deliver from my enemy by killing him, for I am a Genie, and the dragon was a Genie, and I was only saved from him by thy kindness. As soon as thou hadst done me this service, I flew on the wind to your ship and transported all that was therein to thy house. Then I sank the vessel and changed thy sisters into 2 black bitches, for I know all that has passed between thee and them. But as for the young man, he is drowned. So saying, she flew up with me and the 2 bitches, and presently set us down on the roof of my house, where I found all the goods that were in my ship, nor was aught missing. Then she said to me, By that which is written on the seal of our Lord Solomon, on whom be peace, except thou give each of these bitches 300 lashes every day, I will come and make thee like unto them. I hear and obey, answered I, and since then I have never failed to beat them thus, O Commander of the Faithful, pitying them the while, and they know it is no fault of mine that they are beaten and accept my excuse. And this is my story. End of the eldest lady's story. The Caliph marvelled at her story and said to the portress, And thou, how camest thou by the wheals on thy body? O Commander of the Faithful, answered she. Story of the Portress. My father died and left me great wealth, and soon after his death I married one of the richest men of Baghdad. At the end of a year he too died, and I inherited from him 80,000 dinars, being my lawful share of his property, so that I became passing rich, and the report of my wealth spread abroad. For I got me 60 suits of clothes, each worth 1,000 dinars. One day, as I was sitting alone, there came in to me an old woman with sunken cheeks and worn eyebrows, bleared eyes and broken teeth, blotched face and bald head, grizzled hair and bent and mangy body, running nose and sallow complexion, even as says the poet of the like of her, a right pernicious hag. Unshriven be her sins, nor let her mercy find what time she comes to die. So full of wile she is, that with a single thread of spider's silk she'd curb 1,000 mules that shy. She saluted me, and kissing the ground before me, said, I have an orphan daughter whose wedding and unveiling I celebrate tonight. We are strangers in the city, and know none of its inhabitants, and verily our hearts are broken. So do thou earn through us a recompense and reward in the world to come by being present at her unveiling. When the ladies of the city hear that thou art to be present, they also will attend, and so wilt thou bring healing to her spirit. For now she is broken-hearted, and has none to look to but God the Most High. Then she wept and kissed my feet, repeating the following verses. Thy presence honoureth us, and we confess thy magnanimity. If thou forsake us, there is none can stand to us instead of thee. I was moved to pity for her and said, I hear and obey, and God willing, I will do more than this for her, for she shall not be unveiled but in my clothes and ornaments and jewellery. At this the old woman rejoiced and fell at my feet and kissed them, saying, God requite thee with good and gladden thy heart, as thou hast gladdened mine. But, O my lady, do not trouble thyself now, but be ready against the evening, when I will come and fetch thee. So saying, she kissed my hand and went away, whilst I attired myself and made my preparations. At the appointed time the old woman returned, smiling, and kissed my hand, saying, O my mistress, the most part of the ladies of the city are assembled, and I told them that thou hadst promised to be present, whereat they rejoiced, and they are now awaiting thee, and are looking eagerly for thy coming. So I veiled myself, and taking my serving maids with me, followed the old woman, till we came to a street swept and watered, through which blew a pleasant breeze. Here she stopped at a handsome portico, vaulted with marble, and leading to a palace that rose from the ground and took hold upon the clouds. The gateway was hung with a black curtain, and lighted by a lamp of gold curiously wrought. And on the door were written the following verses. I am a dwelling, builded for delight. My time is still for joyance day and night. Right in my midst a springing fountain wells, whose waters banish anguish and despite, whose marge with rose, narcissus, chamomile, anemone, and myrtle is bedight. The old woman knocked at the gate, which opened, and we entered a carpeted vestibule hung with lighted lamps and candles, and adorned with pendants of precious stones and minerals. Through this we passed into a saloon, whose like is not to be found in the world, hung and carpeted with silken stuffs, and lighted by hanging lamps and wax candles in rows. At the upper end stood a couch of juniper wood, set with pearls and jewels, and canopied with curtains of satin, looped up with pearls. Hardly had I taken note of all this, when there came out from the alcove a young lady more perfect than the moon at its full, with a forehead brilliant as the morning, when it shines forth, even as says the poet. Upon the imperial necks she walks, a loveling bright, for bride chambers of kings and emperors bedight. The blossom of her cheek is red as dragon's blood, and all her face is flowered with roses red and white. Slender and sleepy-eyed and languorous of gait, all manner loveliness is in her sweetest sight. The locks upon her brow are like a troubled night, from out of which there shines a morning of delight. She came down from the dais and said to me, "Welcome, 1,000 times welcome to the dear and illustrious sister." And she recited the following verses. "If the house knew who visits it, it would indeed rejoice and stoop to kiss the happy place whereon her feet have stood. And in the voice with which the case, though mute, yet speaks, exclaim, 'Welcome, and many a welcome to the generous and good.'" Then she sat down and said to me, "O my sister, I have a brother, who is handsomer than I, and he saw thee at certain festivals and assemblies, and fell passionately in love with thee, for that thou art possessed of beauty and grace beyond thy share. He heard that thou wast thine own mistress, even as he also is the head of his family, and wished to make thine acquaintance. Wherefore he used this device to bring thee in company with me, for he desires to marry thee according to the law of God and his prophet, and there is no shame in what is lawful." When I heard what she said, I bethought me that I was fairly entrapped, and answered, "I hear and obey." At this she was glad, and clapped her hands, whereupon a door opened, and out came the handsomest of young men, elegantly dressed, and perfect in beauty and symmetry and winning grace, with eyebrows like a bended bow, and eyes that ravished hearts with lawful enchantments, even as says a poet, describing the like of him, "His face is like unto the new moon's face, with signs, like pearls, of fortune and of grace. And God bless him who said, He hath indeed been blessed with beauty and with grace, and blessed be he who shaped and fashioned forth his face. All rarest charms that be unite to make him fair, his witching loveliness distracts the human race. Beauty itself hath set these words upon his brow, except this youth, there's none that's fair in any place." When I looked at him, my heart inclined to him, and I loved him. And he sat down by me and talked with me a while. Presently the young lady clapped her hands a second time, and behold, a side door opened, and there came out a Cadi and 4 witnesses, who saluted, and sitting down, drew up the contract of marriage between me and the young man, and retired. Then he turned to me and said, "May our night be blessed. O my mistress, I have a condition to lay on thee." Quoth I, "O my lord, what is it?" Whereupon he rose, and fetching a copy of the Koran, said to me, "Swear to me that thou wilt never look upon another man than myself, nor incline to him." I did as he wished, and he rejoiced with an exceeding joy, and embraced me, and my whole heart was taken with love of him. Presently they set food before us, and we ate and drank, till we were satisfied, and night closed in upon us. Then he took me and went to bed with me, and ceased not to kiss and embrace me till the morning. I lived with him in all delight and happiness for a month, at the end of which time I asked his leave to go to the bazaar to buy certain stuffs that I wanted, and he gave me leave. So I veiled myself, and taking with me the old woman and a serving maid, went to the bazaar, where I sat down in the shop of a young merchant, whom the old woman knew and had recommended to me, saying, "The father of this young man died when he was a boy, and left him great wealth. He has great store of goods, and thou wilt find what thou seekest with him, for none in the bazaar has finer stuffs than he." So she said to him, "Show this lady thy finest stuffs." And he answered, "I hear and obey." Then she began to sound his praises, but I said, "I have no concern with thy praises of him. All I want is to buy what I need of him and return home." So he brought me what I sought, and I offered him the price, but he refused to take it, saying, "It is a guest gift to thee on the occasion of thy visit to me this day." Then I said to the old woman, "If he will not take the money, give him back the stuff." "By Allah," said he, "I will take nothing from thee. I make thee a present of it all, in return for one kiss, for that is more precious to me than all that is in my shop." Quoth the old woman, "What will a kiss profit thee?" Then she said to me, "O my daughter, thou hearest what this young man says. What harm will it do thee if he take from thee a kiss, and thou get the stuffs for nothing?" "Dost thou not know," answered I, "that I am bound by an oath?" But she said, "Hold thy tongue, and let him kiss thee, and thou shalt keep thy money, and no harm shall betide thee." And she ceased not to persuade me till I put my head into the noose and consented. So I veiled my eyes and held up the edge of my veil between me and the street, that the passers-by might not see me. And he put his mouth to my cheek under the veil. But, instead of kissing me, he bit me so hard that he tore the flesh of my cheek, and I swooned away. The old woman took me in her arms, and when I came to myself, I found the shop shut up, and her lamenting over me and saying, "Thank God it was no worse." Then she said to me, "Come, take courage, and let us go home, lest the thing get wind, and thou be disgraced. When thou returnest, do thou feign sickness, and lie down, and cover thyself up, and I will bring thee a remedy that will soon heal the wound." So after a while, I arose, full of fear and anxiety, and went little by little, till I came to the house, where I lay down and gave out that I was ill. When it was night, my husband came in to me and said, "O my lady, what has befallen thee in this excursion?" Quoth I, "I am not well. I have a pain in my head." Then he lighted a candle and drew near and looked at me and said, "What is that wound on thy cheek in the soft part?" Said I, "When I went out today to buy stuffs, with thy leave, a camel laden with firewood jostled me, and the end of one of the pieces of wood tore my veil and wounded my cheek, as thou seest. For indeed, the ways are straight in this city." "Tomorrow," rejoined he, "I will go to the governor and speak to him, that he may hang every firewood seller in the city." "God on thee," cried I, "do not burden thy conscience with such a sin against anyone. The truth is that I was riding on an ass, and it stumbled and threw me down, and my cheek fell on a piece of glass, which wounded it." "Then," said he, "tomorrow I will go to Jaffa the Barmecide and tell him the case, and he will kill every ass in the city." "Wilt thou ruin all the folk on my account?" said I, "when this that befell me was decreed of God?" "There is no help for it," answered he, and springing to his feet, plied me with questions and pressed me, till I was frightened and stammered in my speech so, that he guessed how the case stood, and exclaimed, "Thou hast been false to thine oath." Then he gave a great cry, whereupon a door opened, and in came 7 black slaves, whom he commanded to drag me from my bed and throw me down in the middle of the room. Moreover, he made one take me by the shoulders and sit upon my head, and another sit on my knees and hold my feet, and giving a third a naked sword, said to him, "Strike her, O Saad, and cut her in twain, and let each take half, and throw it into the Tigris, that the fish may eat her. For this is the reward of her who breaks her oath and is unfaithful to her love." And he redoubled in wrath and repeated the following verses: "If any other share with me in her whom I adore, I'll root out passion from my heart, though longing me destroy. And I will say unto my soul, death is the better part. For love is naught that men with me in common do enjoy." Then he said to the slave, "Smite her, O Saad." Whereupon the latter bent down to me and said, "O my lady, repeat the profession of the faith, and tell us if there be aught thou wouldst have done, for thy last hour is come." "O good slave," said I, "grant me a little respite, that I may give thee my last injunctions." Then I raised my head and considered my case, and how I had fallen from high estate into abjection. Wherefore the tears streamed from my eyes, and I wept, passing sore. He looked at me with angry eyes, and repeated the following verses. "Say unto her who wronged us, on whom our kisses tire, her that hath chosen another for darling of desire, lo, we will spurn thee from us, before thou cast us off. That which is passed between us suffices to our ire." When I heard this, I wept and looked at him, and repeated the following verses. "You doom my banishment from love, and all unmoved remain. You rob my wounded lids of rest and sleep, whilst I complain. You make mine eyes familiar with watching and unrest, yet can my heart forget you not, nor eyes from tears refrain. You swore to me that you would keep, for I, your plighted faith. But when my heart was yours, you broke the oath that you had ta'en. Are you secure against the shifts of time and evil chance, that you've no mercy on my love, nor aught of pity deign? If I must die, I prithee write, for God, upon my tomb, a slave of passion lieth here, who died of love in vain. It may be one shall pass that way, who knows the pangs of love, and looking on a lover's grave, take pity on her pain." Then I wept, and when he heard what I said, and saw my tears, his anger redoubled, and he repeated the following verses. "I left the darling of my heart, not from satiety, but she had sinned a sin that called aloud for punishment. She would have ta'en another in to share with me her love, but the religion of my heart to share will not consent." Then I wept again, and implored him, saying to myself, "I will work on him with words, so haply he may spare my life, though he take all I have." So I complained to him of my sufferings, and repeated the following verses. "If thou indeed wert just to me, thou wouldst not take my life. Alas, against the law of death no arbiter is there. Thou layst upon my back the load of passion and desire, when I, for weakness, scarce can lift the very gown I wear. That so my soul should waste away, small wonder is to me. But oh, I wonder how my flesh can thine estrangement bear." Then I wept again, and he looked at me and reviled and reproached me, repeating the following verses. "Thou hast forgotten my love in the arms of another than me. Thou show'st me estrangement, though I was never unfaithful to thee. So I will cast thee away, since thou wast the first to forsake, and by thy pattern content to live without thee will I be. And, like thyself, in the arms of another thy charms I'll forget. 'Tis thou that hast sundered our loves, thou canst not reproach it to me." Then he called to the slave with the sword, saying, "Cut her in half, and rid us of her, for we have no profit of her." So the slave drew near to me, and I gave myself up for lost, and committed my affair to God the Most High. But at this moment in came the old woman, and threw herself at my husband's feet, and kissed them, saying, "O my son, for the sake of my fosterage of thee and my service to thee, spare this young lady, for indeed she has done nothing deserving of death. Thou art a very young man, and I fear lest her death be laid to thy count, for it is said, 'He who kills shall be killed.' As for this wretched woman, put her away from thee, and from thy thought and heart." And she ceased not to weep and implore him, till he relented and said, "I pardon her, but I will set a mark on her that shall stay with her all her life." Then he made the slaves strip off my clothes and hold me down, and taking a rod of quince wood beat me with it on the back and sides, till I lost my senses for excess of pain and despaired of life. Then he commanded slaves, as soon as it was dark, to carry me back to the house in which I had lived before my marriage with him, taking the old woman with them to guide them. They did as he bade them, and cast me down in my house, and went away. I did not recover from my swoon till the morning, when I applied myself to the dressing of my wounds, and medicined myself, and kept my bed for 4 months, at the end of which time my body healed, and I was restored to health. But my sides still bore the marks of the blows, as thou hast seen. As soon as I could walk, I went to the house where all this had happened, but found the whole street pulled down, and nothing but heaps of rubbish where the house had stood, nor could I learn how this had come about. Then I betook myself to this my half-sister, and found with her these 2 black bitches. I saluted her, and told her what had befallen me, and she said, O my sister, who is safe from the vicissitudes of fortune? Praised be God, who hath brought thee off with thy life. And she repeated the following verse. Fortune indeed was ever thus. Endure it patiently, whether thou suffer loss of wealth or friends depart from thee. Then she told me her own story, and we abode together, she and I, never mentioning the name of marriage. After a while, there came to live with us this our other sister, the cateress, who goes out every day and buys what we require for the day and night. We led this life till yesterday, when our sister went out as usual and fell in with the porter. Presently we were joined by these 3 calenders, and later on by 3 respectable merchants from Tiberias, all of whom we admitted to our company on certain conditions, which they infringed. But we forgave them their breach of faith, on condition that they should give us an account of themselves. So they told us their stories and went away. And we heard nothing more till this morning, when we were summoned to appear before thee. And this is our story. End of story of the Portress. The Caliph wondered at her story, and ordered it and those of her sister and the calendars to be recorded in the archives of his reign and laid up in the royal treasury. Then he said to the eldest lady, Knowst thou where to find the Afrite who enchanted thy sisters? O commander of the faithful, answered she gave me some of her hair, saying, When thou wouldst see me, burn 1 or 2 of these hairs, and I will be with thee presently, though I be behind the mountain Kaf. Quoth the Caliph, Bring me the hair. So she fetched it, and he threw the whole lock into the fire, whereupon the palace shook, and they heard a rumbling sound of thunder, and presently the Genie appeared, and saluted the Caliph, saying, Peace be upon thee, O Vicar of God. And on thee be peace, answered he, and the mercy of God and his blessing. Quoth she, Know that this lady did me a service for which I cannot enough requite her, in that she saved me from death and slew my enemy. Now I had seen how her sisters dealt with her, and felt bound to avenge her on them. At first I was minded to kill them, but I feared it would be grievous to her, so I turned them into bitches. And now, O commander of the faithful, if thou wouldst have me release them, I will do so, out of respect to thee and to her, for I am of the true believers. Release them, said the Caliph, and after we will proceed to look into the affair of the beaten lady, and if her account prove true, we will avenge her on him who wronged her. O commander of the faithful, replied she, I will release them forthwith, and bring thee to the knowledge of him who maltreated this lady and took her property, and he is the nearest of all men to thee. So saying, she took a cup of water and muttered over it, and spoke words that might not be understood. Then she threw some of the water in the faces of the bitches, saying, Return to your former human shape, whereupon they were restored to their original form, And the Afrite said to the Caliph, O commander of the faithful, he who beat this lady is thy son El-Amin, brother of El-Mamun, who heard of her beauty and grace and laid a trap for her and married her. And indeed he is not to blame for beating her, for he laid a condition on her and took of her a solemn oath that she would not do a certain thing. But she was false to her vow, and he was minded to kill her, but was restrained by the fear of God, the Most High, and contented himself with beating her, as thou hast seen, and sending her back to her own place. When the Caliph heard this, he wondered greatly, and said, Glory be to God, the Most High, the Supreme, who hath vouchsafed me the delivery of these two damsels from enchantment and torment, and hath granted me to know the secret of this lady's history. By Allah, I will do a thing that shall be chronicled after me. Then he summoned his son El-Amin and questioned him of the story of the Portress, and he told him the truth. Whereupon the Caliph sent for cadis and witnesses, and married the eldest lady and her two sisters, German to the 3 calenders, whom he made his chamberlains, appointing them stipends and all that they needed, and lodging them in his palace at Baghdad. Moreover, he returned the beaten girl to her husband, his son El-Amin, renewing the marriage contract between them, and gave her great wealth, and bade rebuild the house more handsomely than before. As for himself, he took to wife the cateress, and lay with her that night. And on the morrow he assigned her a separate lodging in his seraglio, with a fixed allowance and serving maids to wait on her. And the people marvelled at his equity and magnificence and generosity. When Scheherazade had made an end of her story, Dunyazad said to her, By Allah, this is indeed a pleasant and delightful story. Never was heard its like. But now, O my sister, tell us another story, to beguile the rest of the waking hours of our night. With all my heart, answered Scheherazade, if the king give me leave. And he said, Tell thy story, and that quickly. Then said she, They say, O king of the age, and lord of the time and the day, that. The 3 apples. The Caliph Harun-er-Rashid summoned his vizier Ja'far one night and said to him, I have a mind to go down into the city and question the common people of the conduct of the officers charged with its government, and those of whom they complain, we will depose, and those whom they commend, we will advance. Quoth Ja'far, I hear and obey. So the Caliph and Ja'far and Mesrour went down into the town and walked about the streets and markets till, as they were passing through a certain alley, they came upon an old man walking along at a leisurely pace, with a fishing net and a basket on his head and a staff in his hand, and heard him repeat the following verses. They tell me I shine, by my wisdom and wit, midst the rest of my kind, as the moon in the night. A truce to your idle discourses, I cry. What's knowledge, indeed, unattended by might? If you offered me, knowledge and wisdom and all, with my inkhorn and papers, in pawn for a mite, to buy one day's victual, the pledge they'd reject and cast, like an unread petition, from sight. Sorry, indeed, is the case of the poor, and his life, what a load of chagrin and despite. In summer, he's pinched for a living, and cowers o'er the fire-pot in winter, for warmth and for light. The curs of the street dog his heels as he goes, and the scurviest rascal may rail at the wight. If he lift up his voice to complain of his case, he finds not a soul who will pity his plight. Since such is the life and the lot of the poor, it were better he lay in the graveyard forthright. When the Caliph heard this, he said to Ja'far, See yonder poor man, and note his verses, for they show his necessity. Then he went up to him and said, O old man, what is thy trade? O my lord, replied he, I am a fisherman with a family to maintain, and I have been out since midday. But God has not vouchsafed me aught wherewith to feed them, and indeed I abhor myself and wish for death. Quoth the Caliph, Wilt thou go back with me to the Tigris, and cast thy net yet once more on my account, and I will buy of thee whatever comes up for 100 dinars? On my head be it, answered the fisherman joyfully. I will go back with you. So he returned with them to the river bank and cast his net and waited a while, then drew it up and found in it a chest, locked and heavy. The Caliph lifted it and found it weighty. So he gave the fisherman 100 dinars, and he went his way, whilst Mesrour carried the chest to the palace, where he set it down before the Caliph and lighted the candles. Then Jafar and Mesrour broke open the chest and found in it a basket of palm leaves, sewn together with red worsted. This they cut open and found within a bundle wrapped in a piece of carpet. Under the carpet was a woman's veil, and in this a young lady, as she were an ingot of silver, slain and cut in pieces. When the Caliph saw this, he was sore enraged and afflicted. The tears ran down his cheeks, and he turned to Jafar and said, O dog of a vizier, shall folk be murdered in my capital city and thrown into the river, and their death laid to my account on the day of judgment? I must avenge this woman on her murderer, and put him to death without mercy. And as surely as I am descended from the sons of Abbas, and thou bring me not him who slew her, that I may do her justice on him, I will hang thee and 40 of thy kinsmen at the gate of my palace. Quoth Jafar, Grant me 3 days' respite. And the Caliph said, I grant thee this. So Jafar went out from before him and returned to his house, full of sorrow, and saying to himself, How shall I find him who killed the damsel, that I may bring him before the Caliph? If I bring other than the right man, it will be laid to my charge by God. Indeed, I know not what to do. Then he kept his house 3 days, and on the 4th day the Caliph sent one of his chamberlains for him and said to him, Where is the murderer of the damsel? O commander of the faithful, replied the vizier, am I inspector of murdered folk, that I should know who killed her? The Caliph was enraged at his answer, and commanded to hang him before his palace gate, and that proclamation should be made in the streets of Baghdad. Whoso hath a mind to witness the hanging of Jafar the Barmecide, vizier of the Caliph, and of 40 of his kin, before the gate of the Caliph's palace, let him come out to see. So the people came out from all quarters to witness the execution of Jafar and his kinsmen, not knowing the reason. Then they set up the gallows, and made Jafar and the others stand underneath in readiness. But whilst they awaited the Caliph's signal for the execution, and the people wept for Jafar and his kinsmen, behold, a handsome and well-dressed young man, with shining face and bright black eyes, flower-white forehead, downy whiskers and rosy cheeks, and a mole like a grain of ambergris, pressed through the crowd, till he stood before Jafar and said to him, I come to deliver thee from this strait, O chief of the emirs and refuge of the poor. I am he who killed the woman ye found in the chest, so hang me for her, and do her justice on me. When Jafar heard this, he rejoiced at his own deliverance, but grieved for the young man. And whilst they were yet talking, behold, a man far advanced in years made his way through the crowd, till he came to Jafar and the youth, when he saluted them and said, O vizier and noble lord, credit not what this young man says. None killed the damsel but I. So do thou avenge her on me, or I will accuse thee before God the Most High. Then said the youth, O vizier, this is a doting old man, who knows not what he says. It was I killed her, so do thou avenge her on me. O my son, said the old man, thou art young, and desirest the things of the world, and I am old and weary of the world. I will ransom thee and the vizier and his kinsman with my life. None killed the damsel but I. So God on thee, make haste to hang me, or there is no living for me after her." The vizier marvelled at all this, and taking the youth and the old man, carried them before the caliph, and said to him, "O commander of the faithful, I bring thee the murderer of the damsel." "Where is he?" asked the caliph, and Ja'far answered, "This youth says he killed her, but this old man gives him the lie and affirms that he himself killed her, and behold, they are both in thy hands." The caliph looked at them and said, "Which of you killed the damsel?" The youth replied, "It was I." And the old man, "Indeed, none killed her but myself." Then the caliph said to Ja'far, "Take them and hang them both." But the vizier replied, "If one of them be the murderer, to hang the other were unjust." "By him who vaulted the heavens and spread out the earth like a carpet," cried the youth, "it was I killed her." And he set forth the circumstance of her death and how they had found her body, so that the caliph was certified that he was the murderer, whereat he wondered and said to him, "Why didst thou slay the damsel wrongfully, and what made thee come and accuse thyself thus, and confess thy crime without being beaten?" "Know, O commander of the faithful," answered the young man, "that this damsel was my wife and the daughter of this old man, who is my father's brother, and she was a virgin when I married her. God blessed me with 3 male children by her, and she loved me and served me. And I also loved her with an exceeding love, and saw no evil in her. We lived happily together till the beginning of this month, when she fell grievously ill. I fetched the doctors to her, and she recovered slowly, and I would have had her take a bath. But she said, 'There is something I long for before I go to the bath.' 'What is it?' asked I, and she replied, 'I have a longing for an apple, that I may smell it and bite a piece of it.' So I went out into the city at once and sought for apples, but could find none, though, had they been a dinar apiece, I would have bought them. I was vexed at this, and went home and said to my wife, 'By Allah, my cousin, I can find none.' She was distressed, being yet weak, and her weakness increased greatly on her that night. And I passed the night full of anxiety. As soon as it was day, I went out again and made the round of the gardens, but could find no apples anywhere. At last I met an old gardener, of whom I inquired for them, and he said to me, 'O my son, this fruit is rare with us, and is not now to be found, but in the garden of the commander of the faithful at Bassora, where the gardener keeps them for the caliph's table.' I returned home, troubled at my ill success, and my love and concern for her moved me to undertake the journey to Bassora. So I set out and travelled thither, and bought 3 apples of the gardener there for 3 dinars, with which I returned to Baghdad, after having been absent 15 days and nights, going and coming. I went in to my wife, and gave her the apples, but she took no pleasure in them, and let them lie by her side, for weakness and fever had increased on her, and did not leave her for 10 days, at the end of which time she began to mend. So I left the house, and went to my shop, where I sat, buying and selling. About midday, a great ugly black slave came into the bazaar, having in his hand one of the 3 apples with which he was playing. So I called to him and said, 'Prithee, good slave, tell me whence thou hadst that apple, that I may get the fellow to it.' He laughed and answered, 'I had it of my mistress, for I had been absent, and on my return I found her lying ill with 3 apples by her side, and she told me that the cuckold, her husband, had made a journey for them to Bassora, where he had bought them for 3 dinars. So I ate and drank with her, and took this one from her.' When I heard this, the world grew black in my eyes, and I rose and shut my shop and went home, beside myself for excess of rage. I looked for the apples, and finding but 2 of them, said to my wife, "Where is the 3rd apple?" Quoth she, "I know not what is come of it." This convinced me of the truth of the slave's story, so I took a knife, and coming behind her, without word said, got up on her breast and cut her throat. After which I hewed her in pieces, and wrapping her in her veil and a piece of carpet, sewed the whole up hurriedly in the basket. Then I put the basket in the chest, and locking it up, set it on my mule, and threw it into the Tigris with my own hands. So, God on thee, O Commander of the Faithful, make haste to hang me, for I fear lest she sue for vengeance on me at the day of resurrection. For when I had thrown her into the river, unknown of any, I returned home and found my eldest boy weeping, though he knew not what I had done with his mother. And I said to him, "Why dost thou weep, my son?" He replied, "I took one of my mother's apples and went down with it into the street to play with my brothers, when lo, a tall black slave snatched it from my hand, saying, 'Whence hadst thou this?' Quoth I, 'My father journeyed to Bassora for it, and brought it to my mother, who is ill, with 2 other apples for which he paid 3 dinars. Give it back to me, and do not get me into trouble for it.' He paid no heed to my words, and I demanded the apple a 2nd and a 3rd time. But he beat me and went away with it. I was afraid that my mother would beat me on account of the apple. So for fear of her, I went without the city with my brothers and abode there until night closed in upon us. And indeed, I am in fear of her. So by Allah, O my father, say nothing to her of this, or it will add to her illness." When I heard what the child said, I knew that the slave was he who had forged a lie against my wife, and was certified that I had killed her wrongfully. So I wept sore, and presently this old man, her father, came in, and I told him what had passed. And he sat down by my side, and wept, and we ceased not weeping half the night. This was 5 days ago, and from that time to this, we have never ceased to bewail her and mourn for her, sorrowing sore for that she was unjustly put to death. All this came of the lying story of the slave, and this was the manner of my killing her. So I conjure thee, by the honour of thy forefathers, make haste to kill me and do her justice on me, for there is no living for me after her." The Caliph wondered at his story and said, "By Allah, the young man is excusable, and I will hang none but the accursed slave." Then he fumed to Ja'far and said to him, "Bring me the accursed slave, who was the cause of this calamity, and if thou bring him not in 3 days, thou shalt suffer in his stead." And Ja'far went out, weeping and saying, "Verily, I am beset by deaths. The pitcher does not come off for I unbroken. I can do nothing in this matter, but he who saved me the first time may save me again. By Allah, I will not leave my house during the 3 days that remain to me, and God, who is the truth, shall do what he will." So he kept his house 3 days, and on the 4th day he summoned Cadis and witnesses, and made his last dispositions, and bade farewell to his children, weeping. Presently in came a messenger from the Caliph, and said to him, "The Commander of the Faithful is beyond measure wroth, and sends to seek thee, and swears that the day shall not pass without thy being hanged." When Ja'far heard this, he wept, and his children and slaves and all that were in the house wept with him. Then they brought him his little daughter, that he might bid her farewell. Now he loved her more than all his other children, so he pressed her to his breast, and kissed her, and wept over his separation from her. When lo, he felt something round in her bosom, and said to her, "What is this in thy bosom?" "O my father," answered she, "it is an apple with the name of our lord the Caliph written on it." our slave Rian, brought it to me 4 days ago and would not let me have it, till I gave him 2 dinars for it." When Jafar heard this, he put his hand into her bosom and took out the apple and knew it and rejoiced, saying, "O swift dispeller of trouble." Then he sent for the slave and said to him, "Harkye, Rian, whence hadst thou this apple?" "By Allah, O my lord," replied he, "though lying might get me off, yet is it safer to tell the truth. I did not steal it from thy palace, nor from the palace of his highness, nor the garden of the commander of the faithful. The fact is that some days ago I was passing along a certain alley of this city, when I saw some children playing, and this apple in the hand of one of them. So I snatched it from him, and he wept and said, 'O youth, this apple is my mother's, and she is ill. She longed for apples, and my father journeyed to Bassora and bought her 3 for 3 dinars, and I took one of them to play with. But I paid no heed to what he said, and beat him, and went off with the apple, and sold it to my little mistress for 2 dinars.'" When Jafar heard this, he wondered that the death of the damsel and all this misery should have been caused by his slave, and grieved for the relation of the slave to himself, whilst rejoicing over his own delivery, and he repeated the following verses. "If through a servant misfortune befall thee, spare not to save thine own life at his cost. Servants in plenty thou'lt find to replace him, life for life never, once it is lost." Then he carried the slave to the Caliph, to whom he related the whole story. And the Caliph wondered greatly and laughed till he fell backward and ordered the story to be recorded and published among the folk. Then said Jafar, "O Commander of the Faithful, wonder not at this story, for it is not more marvellous than that of Noureddin Ali of Cairo and his son Bedreddin Hassan." "What is that?" asked the Caliph, "and how can it be more marvellous than this story?" "O Commander of the Faithful," answered Jafar, "I will not tell it thee except thou pardon my slave." Quoth the Caliph, "If it be indeed more marvellous than that of the 3 apples, I grant thee thy slave's life, but if not, I will kill him." "Know then, O Commander of the Faithful," said Jafar, "that Noureddin Ali of Cairo and his son Bedreddin Hassan. There was once in the land of Egypt a just and pious king who loved the poor and companied with the learned, and he had a vizier, a wise and experienced man, well versed in affairs and in the art of government. This vizier, who was a very old man, had 2 sons. As they were 2 moons, never was seen their like for beauty and grace. The elder called Shemseddin Mohammed, and the younger Noureddin Ali. But the younger excelled his brother in comeliness and fair favour, so that folk heard of him in distant lands, and journeyed to Egypt to get sight of him. After a while, the vizier died, to the great grief of the Sultan, who sent for his 2 sons and invested them with robes of honour, saying, "Let not your hearts be troubled, for you shall stand in your father's stead and be joint viziers of Egypt." At this they were glad and kissed the earth before him, and mourned for their father a whole month, at the end of which time they entered upon the vizierate, and the government passed into their hands, as it had been in those of their father, each ruling for a week at a time. Whenever the Sultan went on a journey, they took it in turns to accompany him, and the 2 brothers lived in one house, and there was perfect accord between them. It chanced one night that the Sultan purposed setting out on a journey on the morrow, and the elder, whose turn it was to attend him, was sitting talking with his brother, and said to him, "O my brother, it is my wish that we both marry and go in to our wives on the same night." "O my brother," replied Noureddin, "do as thou wilt. I will conform to thee." So they agreed upon this, and Shemseddin said, "If it be the will of God that we both marry on the same night, and our wives be brought to bed on the same day, and thy wife bear a boy and mine a girl, we will marry the children to one another, for they will be cousins." "O my brother," asked Noureddin, "what dowry wilt thou require of my son for thy daughter?" Quoth the other, "I will have of him 3,000 dinars, and 3 gardens and 3 farms, for it would not be fitting that he bring her a smaller dowry than this." When Noureddin heard this, he said, "What dowry is this thou wouldst impose on my son? Knowest thou not that we are brothers, and both by God's grace viziers, and equal in rank? It behoves thee to offer thy daughter to my son without dowry, or if thou must have a dower, it should be something of nominal value for mere show. For thou knowest the male to be more worthy than the female, and my son is a male, and our memory will be preserved by him, not by thy daughter. But I see thou wouldst do with me according to the saying, if thou wouldst drive away a purchaser, ask him a high price. Or as did one, who, being asked by a friend to do him a favour, replied, "In the name of God, I will comply with thy request, but not till tomorrow." Whereupon the other answered him with this verse, "When one of whom a favour's asked postpones it till next day, 'tis, to a man who knows the world, as if he said him nay." Quoth Shemseddin, "Verily thou errest in that thou wouldst make thy son more worthy than my daughter, and it is plain that thou lackest both judgment and manners. Thou talkest of thy share in the vizierate, when I only admitted thee to share with me, in pity for thee, not wishing to mortify thee, and that thou mightest help me. But since thou talkest thus, by Allah, I will not marry my daughter to thy son, though thou pay down her weight in gold." When Noureddin heard this, he was angry, and said, "And I will never marry my son to thy daughter." "I would not accept him as a husband for her," answered the other, "and were I not bound to attend the Sultan on his journey, I would make an example of thee. But when I return, I will let thee see what my dignity demands." When Noureddin heard this speech from his brother, he was beside himself for rage, but held his peace and stifled his vexation, and each passed the night in his own place, full of wrath against the other. As soon as it was day, the Sultan went out to Gizeh and made for the pyramids, accompanied by the vizier Shemseddin, whilst Noureddin arose, sore enraged, and prayed the morning prayer. Then he went to his treasury, and taking a small pair of saddlebags, filled them with gold. And he called to mind his brother's words, and the contempt with which he had treated him, and repeated the following verses. "Travel, for you shall find new friends in place of those you leave, and labour, for in toil indeed the sweets of life reside. Nor gain nor honour comes to him who idly stays at home. So leave thy native land behind, and journey far and wide. Oft have I seen a stagnant pool corrupt with standing still. If water run, 'tis sweet, but else grows quickly putrefied. If the full moon were always high and never waned nor set, men would not strain their watchful eyes for it at every tide. Except the arrow leave the bow, 'twill never hit the mark, nor will the lion chance on prey, if in the copse he bide. The aloes in its native land a kind of firewood is, and precious metals are but dust, whilst in the mine they hide. The one is sent abroad, and grows more precious, straight than gold. The other's brought to light, and finds its value magnified." Then he bade one of his people saddle him his mule with a padded saddle. Now she was a dapple mule, high-backed, like a dome builded upon columns. Her saddle was of cloth of gold, and her stirrups of Indian steel, her housings of Ispahan velvet, and she was like a bride on her wedding night. Moreover, he bade lay on her back a carpet of silk and strap the saddlebags on that and spread a prayer rug over the whole. The man did as he bade him, and Noureddin said to his servants, I have a mind to ride out a pleasuring towards Shehriyar, and I shall lie 3 nights abroad. But let none of you follow me, for my heart is heavy. Then he mounted the mule in haste and set out from Cairo, taking with him a little victual, and made for the open country. About midday, he reached the town of Belbes, where he alighted and rested himself and the mule. Then he took out food and ate and fared on again in the direction of the desert, after having bought victual and fodder for the mule in the town. Towards nightfall, he came to a town called Sadiyeh, where he alighted and took out food and ate, then spread the carpet on the ground, and laying the saddlebags under his head, slept in the open air, for he was still overcome with anger. As soon as it was day, he mounted and rode onward, till he reached the city of Jerusalem and thence to Aleppo, where he alighted at one of the khans and abode 3 days, to rest himself and the mule. Then, being still intent upon travel, he mounted, and setting out again, he knew not whither, journeyed on without ceasing, till he reached the city of Bassora, where he alighted at a certain khan and spread out his prayer carpet, after having taken the saddlebags off the mule's back and given her to the porter that he might walk her about. As chance would have it, the vizier of Bassora, who was a very old man, was sitting at a window of his palace opposite the khan, and saw the porter walking the mule up and down. He remarked her costly trappings, and took her to be a mule of parade, of such as are ridden by kings and viziers. This set him thinking, and he became perplexed, and said to one of his servants, Bring me yonder porter. So the servant went and returned with the porter, who kissed the ground before the vizier, and the latter said to him, Who is the owner of that mule, and what manner of man is he? O my lord, replied the porter, he is a comely young man of the sons of the merchants, grave and dignified of aspect. When the vizier heard this, he rose at once, and mounting his horse, rode to the khan, and went in to Noureddin, who, seeing him making towards himself, rose, and went to meet him, and saluted him. The vizier bade him welcome to Bassora, and dismounting, embraced him, and made him sit down by his side, and said to him, O my son, whence comest thou, and what dost thou seek? O my lord, answered Noureddin, I come from the city of Cairo, and told him his story from beginning to end, saying, I am resolved not to return home till I have seen all the towns and countries of the world. When the vizier heard this, he said to him, O my son, follow not the promptings of thy soul, lest they bring thee into peril. For indeed, the lands are waste, and I fear the issues of fortune for thee. Then he let load the saddlebags and the carpets on the mule, and carried Noureddin to his own house, where he lodged him in a pleasant place and made much of him, for he had conceived a great affection for him. After a while he said to him, O my son, I am an old man and have no male child, but God has given me a daughter who is thy match for beauty, and I have refused many suitors for her hand. But love of thee has got hold upon my heart. So wilt thou accept of my daughter to thine handmaid, and be her husband? If thou consent to this, I will carry thee to the Sultan of Bassora, and tell him that thou art my brother's son, and bring thee to be appointed vizier in my stead, that I may keep the house. For by Allah, O my son, I am a very old man, and I am weary. When Noureddin heard the vizier's proposal, he bowed his head awhile, then raised it and answered, I hear and obey. At this, the vizier rejoiced and bade his servants decorate the great hall, in which they were wont to celebrate the marriages of nobles. Then he assembled his friends and the notables of the kingdom and the merchants of Bassora, and said to them, I had a brother who was vizier in Cairo, and God vouchsafed him 2 sons, whilst to me, as you know, he has given a daughter. My brother proposed to me to marry my daughter to one of his sons, to which I consented. And when my daughter came at a marriageable age, he sent me one of his sons, this young man now present, to whom I purpose now to marry her, for he is better than a stranger, and that he shall go into her in my house this night. After, if he please, he shall abide with me. Or if he please, he shall return with his wife to his father. The guests replied, It is well seen of thee. And they looked at Noureddin and were pleased with him. So the vizier sent for Cadiz and witnesses, and they drew up the marriage contract, after which the servants perfumed the guests with incense and sprinkled rosewater on them, and they drank sherbet of sugar and went away. Then the vizier bade his servants take Noureddin to the bath, and sent him a suit of the best of his own clothes, besides cups and napkins and perfume burners and all else that he required. So he went to the bath, and when he came out and put on the suit, he was like the moon on the night of her full. Then he mounted his mule, and returning to the vizier's palace, went in to the latter and kissed his hands. The vizier welcomed him and said to him, Arise, go in to thy wife this night, and tomorrow I will carry thee to the Sultan, and I pray God to bless thee with all manner of good. So Noureddin left him and went in to his wife, the vizier's daughter, to return to his brother Shemseddin. When he came back to Cairo, after having been absent a while with the Sultan, he missed his brother and inquired of his servants, who said, On the day of thy departure with the Sultan, thy brother mounted his mule, caparisoned as for state, saying, I am going towards El Kelubiyeh, and shall be absent a day or 2, for I am heavy of heart, and let none follow me. Then he rode away, and from that time to this we have heard nothing of him. Shemseddin was concerned at his brother's absence, and became exceedingly uneasy, when he found that he did not return, and said to himself, This is because I spoke harshly to him that night, and he has taken it to heart and gone away, but I must send after him. Then he went in to the king and acquainted him with what had happened, and he wrote letters and dispatched couriers to his deputies in every province. But after a while they returned without having been able to come at any news of Noureddin, who had by this time reached Bassora. So Shemseddin despaired of finding his brother, and said, Indeed, I went beyond all bounds in what I said to him, with reference to the marriage of our children. Would it had not been so? This all comes of my lack of sense and judgment. Soon after this, he sought in marriage the daughter of a merchant of Cairo, and took her to wife, and went in to her, as it happened by the will of God, the Most High, that so he might carry out what he had decreed to his creatures, on the very night on which Noureddin went in to the vizier's daughter of Bassora. Moreover, it was as the 2 brothers had said, for their wives conceived by them, and were brought to bed on the same day. The wife of Shemseddin of a daughter, never was seen in Cairo a fairer than she, and the wife of Noureddin of a son, than whom a handsomer was never seen in his time. They named the boy Bedreddin Hassan, and his grandfather, the vizier of Bassora, rejoiced in him and gave feasts and public entertainments, as for the birth of a king's son. Then he took Noureddin and went up with him to the Sultan. When Noureddin came in presence of the king, he kissed the ground before him and repeated the following verses, for he was facile of speech, firm of soul, and abounding in good parts and natural gifts. May all delights of life attend thee, O my lord, and mayest thou live as long as night and morning be. Lo, when meats tongues recall thy magnanimity, The age doth leap for joy, and time claps hands for glee. The Sultan rose to receive them, and after thanking Noureddin for his compliment, asked the vizier who he was. The vizier replied, "This is my brother's son." And the Sultan said, "How comes it that we have never heard of him?" "O my lord the Sultan," answered the vizier, "know that my brother was vizier in Egypt and died, leaving 2 sons, whereof the elder became vizier in his father's stead, and the younger, whom thou seest, came to me. I had sworn that I would give my daughter in marriage to none but him. So when he came, I married him to her. Now he is young, and I am old. My hearing grows dull, and my judgment fails. Wherefore I pray our lord, the Sultan, to make him vizier in my room, for he is my brother's son and the husband of my daughter, and he is apt for the vizierate, being a man of sense and judgment." The Sultan looked at Noureddin and was pleased with him, so granted the vizier's request and appointed him to the vizierat, presenting him with a splendid dress of honour and one of his choicest mules, and allotting him stipends and allowances. Noureddin kissed the Sultan's hands and went home, he and his father-in-law, rejoicing greatly and saying, "This is of the good fortune of the new-born Hassan." Next day he presented himself before the king and repeated the following verses. "New favours attend thee each day of thy life, and fortune to counter the craft of thy foes. May thy days with God's favour be white to the end, and black be their days with misfortune and woes." The Sultan commanded him to sit in the vizier's place, so he sat down and applied himself to the business of his office, examining into the folk's affairs and giving judgment on their suits after the usage of viziers, whilst the Sultan watched him and wondered at his wit and good sense and judgment. Wherefore he loved him and took him into favour. When the divan broke up, Noureddin returned to his house and related what had passed to his father-in-law, who rejoiced. Thenceforward, Noureddin ceased not so to apply himself to the duties of the vizierate, that he left not the Sultan day or night, and the latter increased his stipends and allowances till he amassed great wealth and became the owner of ships, that made trading voyages for his hand, as well as of slaves and servants, black and white, and laid out many estates, and made irrigation works, and planted gardens. When his son Hassan was 4 years old, his father-in-law, the old vizier, died, and he buried him with great pomp. Then he occupied himself with the education of his son, and when he came to the age of 7, he brought him a doctor of the law to teach him in his own house, and charged him to give him a good education and teach him good manners. So the tutor taught the boy to read and all manner of useful knowledge, after he had spent some years in committing the Quran to memory, and he grew in stature and beauty and symmetry, even as says the poet, "The moon in the heaven of his grace shines full and fair to see, and the sun of the morning glows in his cheeks' anemones. He's such a compend of beauties, meseems, indeed, from him the world all beauty borrows that lives in lands and seas." The professor brought him up in his father's palace, and all his years of youth he never left the house, till one day his father clad him in his richest clothes, and mounting him on one of the best of his mules, carried him to the Sultan, who was struck with his beauty and loved him. As for the people of the city, when he passed through the streets on his way to the palace, they were dazzled with his loveliness and sat down in the road, awaiting his return, that they might gaze their fill on his beauty and grace and symmetry. The Sultan made much of the boy, and bade his father bring him with him, whenever his affairs called him to the palace. Noureddin replied, "I hear and obey," and ceased not to carry him to the Sultan's court, till he reached the age of 15, when his father sickened, and calling his son, said to him, "Know, O my son, that this world is but a temporary abode, whilst the next is an eternal one. Before I die, I wish to give thee certain last injunctions. So pay heed to my words, and set thy mind to understand them. Then he gave him certain advice as to the proper way of dealing with folk and the conduct of his affairs. After which he called to mind his brother and his native land, and wept for his separation from those he loved. Then he wiped away his tears, and turning to his son, said to him, Before I proceed to my parting exhortations, thou must know that thou hast an uncle who is vizier in Cairo, and I left him and went away without his consent. Then he took a sheet of paper and wrote therein all that had happened to him from the day of the dispute, together with the dates of his marriage and going in to the vizier's daughter and the birth of his son. After which he folded and sealed the paper and gave it to his son, saying, Keep this paper carefully, for in it is written thy rank and lineage and origin, and if any mishap befall thee, go to Cairo and ask for thine uncle, and give him this, and tell him that I died in a foreign land, full of longing for him. So Bedreddin took the paper, and wrapping it in a piece of waxed cloth, sewed it into the lining of his skull-cap, and wound the muslin of his turban over it, weeping the while at the thought of losing his father, whilst himself but a boy. Then said Noureddin, I have 5 behests to lay on thee, and the first is that thou be not too familiar with anyone, neither frequent him, nor foregather with him overmuch. So shalt thou be safe from his mischief, for in retirement is safety. And I have heard it said by a poet, There is no man in all the world whose love is worth thy trust, no friend who, if fate play thee false, will true and constant be. Wherefore I'd have thee live apart and lean for help on none. In this I give thee good advice, so let it profit thee. Secondly, O my son, oppress no one, lest fortune oppress thee. For the fortune of this world is one day for thee, and another against thee, and its goods are but a loan to be repaid. As I have heard a poet say, Be slow to move and hasten not to snatch thy heart's desire. Be merciful to all as thou on mercy reckonest, for no hand is there but the hand of God is over it, and no oppressor but shall be with worse than he oppress. Thirdly, preserve silence, and let thy faults distract thee from those of other men, for it is said that in silence is safety, and thereon I have heard the following verses. Silence is fair, and safety lies in taciturnity. So, when thou speakst, I counsel thee, give not thy tongue the rein, since for one time that thou repent the having held thy tongue, thou shalt of having spoke repent again and yet again. Fourthly, O my son, beware of drinking wine, for wine is the root of all evils and the thief of wit. Guard thyself from it, for the poet says, Wine and the drinkers of wine I have put away, and am become of those that of it missay. For wine indeed diverts from the road of right, and to all kinds of evil opens the way. Lastly, O my son, keep thy wealth, that it may keep thee, and watch over it, that it may watch over thee. Squander not thy substance, or thou wilt come to need the meanest of folk. Guard well thy money, for it is a sovereign salve for the wounds of life, even as says the poet, If wealth should fail, there is no friend will bear thee company. But whilst thy substance still abounds, all men are friends to thee. How many a foe for money's sake hath companied with me? But when wealth failed beneath my hand, my dearest friend did flee. And Noureddin ceased not to exhort his son, till his spirit departed, and his house became the abode of mourning. The king and all the emirs grieved for him, and buried him. But Bedreddin ceased not to bewail his father for 2 whole months, during which time he never left the house, nor did he attend the divan, or present himself before the Sultan. At last the latter became wroth with him, and made one of his chamberlains vizier in his stead, and bade him seize on all Noureddin's houses and goods and possessions, and seal them up. So the new vizier went forth to do this, and take Bedreddin Hassan and bring him before the Sultan, that he might deal with him as he thought fit. Now there was among the troops one who had been a servant of the deceased vizier, and when he heard this order, he spurred his steed, and rode at full speed to Bedreddin's house, where he found him sitting at the gate, with downcast head, broken-hearted. So he dismounted, and kissing his hand, said to him, "O my lord and son of my lord, hasten, ere destruction light on thee." When Bedreddin heard this, he trembled, and said, "What is the matter?" "The Sultan is wroth with thee," answered the other, "and has given orders for thine arrest, and calamity follows hard upon me, so flee for thy life." Quoth Bedreddin, "Is there time for me to go in and take somewhat to stand me instead in my strangerhood?" But the other answered, "O my lord, rise at once, and save thyself whilst it is yet time, and leave thy house." So Bedreddin covered his face with his skirt, and went out, and walked on till he came without the city. On his way, he heard the people saying that the Sultan had sent the new vizier to the late vizier's house, to seize on his possessions, and take his son Bedreddin Hassan, and bring him before him, that he might put him to death, and they grieved for him by reason of his beauty and grace. When he heard this, he fled forth at hazard, not knowing whither, and chance led him to the cemetery where his father was buried. So he passed among the tombs, till he came to his father's sepulchre, and entering, sat down, and let fall from over his head the skirt of his cassock, which was made of brocade, with the following lines embroidered in gold on the hem: "Thou whose face with the rainbow might vie, that art bright as the stars of the sky, may thy fortune ne'er fail to be fair, and thy glory for ever be high." As he sat by his father's tomb, there came up a Jew, as he were a money-changer, with a pair of saddlebags full of gold, and accosted him, saying, "Whither away, O my lord? It is near the end of the day, and thou art lightly clad, and bearest the marks of chagrin on thy countenance." "I was asleep but now," answered Bedreddin, "when my father appeared to me and reproached me for not having visited his tomb, and I awoke, trembling, and came hither at once, fearing lest the day should pass, without my paying him a visit, which would have been grievous to me." "O my lord," said the Jew, "thy father had many ships at sea, whereof some are now due, and it is my wish to buy of thee the cargo of the first that comes into port for 1,000 dinars." "I will well," answered Bedreddin. Whereupon the Jew took out a purse of gold, and counted out 1,000 dinars, which he gave to Bedreddin, saying, "Write me an acknowledgment, and seal it." So Bedreddin took pen and paper, and wrote the following in double: "The writer, Bedreddin Hassan, son of the vizier Noureddin of Bassora, has sold to Isaac the Jew all the cargo of the first of his father's ships that comes into port, at the price of 1,000 dinars, which he has received in advance." Then he gave one copy to the Jew, who took it and went away, and put the other in the purse, which he thrust into his waistcloth. And he bethought him of his former estate of honour and consideration, and wept, and repeated the following verses: "Home is no longer home to me, now ye are gone away, nor are the neighbours neighbours now, after our parting day. The comrade, whom I loved whiler, no more a comrade is, and even the very sun and moon, no longer bright are they. Ye went away, and all the world was saddened for your loss, and all the hills and plains grew dark with sorrow and dismay. Oh, that the raven of ill luck that croaked our parting hour may lose his plumes, nor find a nest in which his bead to lay. My patience fails me for desire, my body wasteth sore. How many avail the hands of death and parting rend in tway? I wonder, will our happy nights come ever back again, or one house hold us two once more after the olden way? Then he wept sore, and laying his head on his father's tomb, remained plunged in melancholy thought till drowsiness overcame him, and he fell asleep. He slept on till the moon rose, when his head rolled off the tomb, and he lay on his back, with his face gleaming in the moon. Now the cemetery was haunted by true-believing jinn, and presently a jinnier came out, and seeing Bedreddin lying asleep, marvelled at his beauty and grace, and said, "Glory be to God! This can be no other than one of the children of paradise." Then she rose into the air to fly about, as was her wont, and met an Afrit flying, who saluted her, and she said to him, "Whence comest thou?" "From Cairo," replied he. Quoth she, "Wilt thou come with me, and look on the beauty of a youth who sleeps in the burial ground yonder?" And he said, "I will well." So they both flew down to the tomb, and she showed him Bedreddin, saying, "Sawest thou ever the like of this young man?" The Afrit looked at him and exclaimed, "Blessed be God, to whom there is none like. But, O my sister, shall I tell thee what I have seen this day?" "What is that?" asked she, and he answered, "I have seen a young lady in the land of Egypt, who is the counterpart of this youth. She is the daughter of the Vizier Shemseddin of Cairo, and is possessed of beauty and grace and symmetry and perfection. When she reached the age of 15, the Sultan of Egypt heard of her, and sending for the Vizier her father, said to him, "O Vizier, it has come to my knowledge that thou hast a daughter, and I wish to demand her of thee in marriage." "O my lord the Sultan," replied the Vizier, "I prithee accept my excuse and take compassion on my grief, for thou knowest that my brother Noureddin, who was my partner in the Vizierat, left us many years ago, and went I know not whither. Now the reason of his departure was that one night we were sitting talking of marriage and children, when we came to words on the subject, and he was angry with me, and went away in his anger. But on the day her mother bore her, 15 years ago, I swore that I would marry my daughter to none but my brother's son. Now, a while ago, I heard that he is lately dead at Bassora, where he was vizier, after having married the former vizier's daughter, and had by her a son, and I will not marry my daughter but to him, in honour of my brother's memory. Moreover, I recorded the date of my marriage, and of the conception and birth of my daughter, and drew her horoscope, and she is destined for her cousin, and there are girls in plenty for our lord the Sultan." When the Sultan heard the vizier's answer, he was exceeding wroth, and said, "When the like of me demands in marriage the daughter of the like of thee, he confers a favour on her, and thou puttest me off with idle excuses. As my head liveth, I will marry her to the meanest of my serving men, to spite thee." Now the Sultan had a hunchbacked groom, with a hump behind and before, and he sent for him and married him to the vizier's daughter, whether she would or no, and bade carry him in procession, and bring him in to his bride this very night. Now I have just come from Cairo, where I left the hunchback at the door of the bath, surrounded by the king's servants, holding lighted flambeaux and making mock of him. As for the vizier's daughter, she sits among her nurses and tire-women, weeping, for they have forbidden her father access to her. Never, O my sister, saw I one more hideous than the hunchback, whilst the young lady is the likest of all folk to this youth, though she is even handsomer than he." "Thou liest," replied the Jinnier. "This youth is handsomer than any one of his day." "By Allah, O my sister," replied the Afrit, "the girl I speak of is handsomer than he, but none but he is worthy of her, for they resemble each other, as they were brother and sister, or brother's children. Alas, the pity of her with that hunchback." Then said she, "O my brother, let us take him up and carry him to Cairo, that we may compare him with the damsel, and see whether of them is the handsomer." "I hear and obey," answered the Afrit. "This is right well advised, and I will carry him." So he took Bedreddin up and flew with him through the air, accompanied by the Afrite, till he alighted in the city of Cairo and set him down on a stone bench. Then he aroused him, and when he found himself no longer on his father's tomb in Bassora, but in a strange city, he would have cried out. But the Afrit gave him a cuff and imposed silence on him. Then he brought him a splendid dress and made him put it on, and giving him a lighted flambeau, said to him, "Know that I have brought thee hither, meaning to do thee a good turn for the love of God. So take this torch and mingle with the people at the door of the bath, and accompany them to the house of the wedding festival. Then advance and enter the hall, and fear none, but sit down on the right hand of the humpbacked bridegroom, and as often as the tire women and singers stop before thee, put thy hand into thy pocket, and thou wilt find it full of gold. Take it out by handsful, and give to all who come to thee, and spare not. For as often as thou puttest thy hand into thy pocket, thou wilt find it without fail full of gold. So fear nothing, but put thy trust in him who created thee. For all this is not by thine own strength, but by that of God, that his decrees may take effect upon his creatures." Quoth Bedreddin to himself, "I wonder what is the meaning of all this?" And taking the torch, went to the bath, where he found the hunchback already on horseback. So he mixed with the people and moved on with the bridal procession, and as often as the singing women stopped to collect largesse from the people, he put his hand into his pocket, and finding it full of gold, took out a handful and threw it into the singer's tambourine till it was full of dinars. The singing women were amazed at his munificence, and they and the people wondered at his beauty and grace and the richness of his dress. He ceased not to do thus, till he reached the vizier's palace, where the chamberlains drove back the people and forbade them to enter. But the singing women said, "By Allah, we will not enter, unless this young man enter with us, for he has overwhelmed us with his bounties. Nor shall the bride be displayed, except he be present." So the chamberlains let him pass, and he entered the bridal saloon with the singers, who made him sit down, in defiance of the humpbacked bridegroom. The wives of the viziers and amirs and chamberlains were ranged, each veiled to the eyes and holding a great lighted flambeau, in 2 ranks, extending right and left from the bride's throne to the upper end of the dais, in front of the door from which she was to issue. When the ladies saw Bedreddin and noted his beauty and grace and his face that shone like the new moon, they all inclined to him, and the singers said to all the women present, "You must know that this handsome youth has handselled us with naught but red gold. So fail ye not to wait on him and comply with all that he says." So all the women crowded round Bedreddin with their torches, and gazed on his beauty and envied him his grace, and each would gladly have lain in his bosom an hour or a year. In their intoxication, they let fall their veils from their faces, and said, "Happy she who belongs to him or to whom he belongs." And they cursed the humpbacked groom and him who was the cause of his marriage to that lovely lady, and as often as they invoked blessings on Bedreddin, they followed them up with imprecations on the hunchback, saying, "Indeed, this youth and he alone deserves our bride. Alas, the pity of her with this wretched hunchback, God's curse be on him and on the sultan who will have her marry him." Then the singers beat their tambourines and raised cries of joy, announcing the coming of the bride. And the vizier's daughter entered, surrounded by her tirewomen, who had perfumed her with essences and incensed her, and decked her hair, and dressed her in costly robes and ornaments, such as were worn by the ancient kings of Persia. Over all, she wore a robe embroidered in red gold, with figures of birds and beasts, with eyes and beaks of precious stones, and feet, and claws of red rubies and green beryl. And about her neck was clasped a necklace of Yemen work, worth many thousands of dinars, whose bezels were all manner jewels, never had Khazar or king of. Yemen its like. She seemed as it were the full moon when it shines out on the 14th night, or one of the houris of paradise, glory be to him who made her so splendidly fair. The women encompassed her as they were stars, and she in their midst as the moon breaking through the clouds. As she came forward, swaying gracefully to and fro, the hunchback rose to kiss her. But she turned from him, and seeing Bedreddin Hassan seated, with all the company gazing on him, went and stood before him. When the folk saw her thus attracted towards Bedreddin, they laughed and shouted, and the singers raised their voices. Whereupon he put his hand to his pocket, and cast gold by handsful into the tambourines of the singing women, who rejoiced and said, "Would this bride were thine." At this he smiled, and the people came round him with the flambeau in their hands, whilst the hunchback was left sitting alone, looking like an ape. For as often as they lighted a candle for him, it went out, and he abode in darkness, speechless and confounded, and grumbling to himself. When Bedreddin saw the bridegroom sitting moping alone, and all the lights and people collected round himself, he was confounded and marvelled. But when he looked at his cousin, the vizier's daughter, he rejoiced and was glad, for indeed her face was radiant with light and brilliancy. Then the tirewomen took off the veil and displayed the bride in her first dress of red satin, and she moved to and fro with a languorous grace till the heads of all the men and women were turned by her loveliness, for she was even as says the excellent poet. Like a sun at the end of a cane in a hill of sand, she shines in a dress of the hue of pomegranate flower. She gives me to drink of her cheeks and her honeyed lips, and quenches the flaming fires that my heart devour. Then they changed her dress and displayed her in a robe of blue, and she reappeared like the moon when it bursts through the clouds, with her coal-black hair and her smiling teeth, her delicate cheeks and her swelling bosom, even as says the sublime poet. She comes in a robe the colour of ultramarine, blue as the stainless sky unflecked with white. I view her with yearning eyes, and she seems to me a moon of the summer set in a winter's night. Then they clad her in a third dress, and letting down her long black ringlets, veiled her face to her eyes with the superabundance of her hair, which vied with the murkiest night in length and blackness. And she smote all hearts with the enchanted arrows of her glances. As says the poet, with hair that hides her rosy cheeks, even to her speaking eyes, she comes, and I her locks compare unto a sable cloud, and say to her, Thou curtainest the morning with the night. But she, not so, it is the moon that with the dark I shroud. Then they displayed her in the fourth dress, and she shone forth like the rising sun, swaying to and fro with amorous languor, and turning from side to side with gazelle-like grace. And she pierced hearts with the arrows of her eyelashes, even as says the poet, a sun of beauty she appears to all that look on her, glorious in arch and amorous grace, with coyness beautified. And when the sun of morning sees her visage and her smile conquered, He hasteneth his face behind the clouds to hide. Then they displayed her in the 5th dress, with her ringlets let down. The downy hair crept along her cheeks, and she swayed to and fro, like a willow wand or a gazelle bending down to drink, with graceful motions of the neck and hips. As says the poet, describing her, like the full moon she doth appear on a calm night and fair, slender of shape and charming all with her seductive air. She hath an eye whose glances pierce the hearts of all mankind, nor can cornelian with her cheeks for ruddiness compare. The sable torrent of her locks falls down unto her hips. Beware the serpents of her curls, I counsel thee, beware. Indeed, her glance, her sides are soft, but none the less, alas, her heart is harder than the rock. There is no mercy there. The starry arrows of her looks she darts above her veil. They hit and never miss the mark, though from afar they fare. When I clasp hands about her waist, to press her to my heart, the swelling apples of her breast compel me to forbear. Alas, her beauty! It outdoes all other loveliness. Her shape transcends the willow wand and makes the branch despair. Then they unveiled her in the 6th dress, which was green. In this she reached the utmost bounds of loveliness, outvying in slender straightness the tawny spear shaft, and in suppleness and flexile grace the bending branch, whilst the splendours of her face outshone the radiance of the full moon. Indeed, she transcended the fair of all quarters of the world, and all hearts were broken by her loveliness, for she was even as says the poet, a damsel made for love and decked with subtle grace. You'd say the very sun had borrowed from her face. She came in robes of green, the likeness of the leaf that the pomegranate's flower cloth in the bud encase. How call'st thou this thy dress? We said to her, and she made answer with a word full of malicious grace. Breaker of hearts, quoth she, I call it, for therewith I've broken many a heart among the human race. Then they dressed her in the 7th dress, which was of a colour between saffron and orange, even as says the poet, scented with sandal and musk and ambergris, lo, she comes. The blended hues of her dress twixt orange and saffron show. Slender and shapely she is. Vivacity bids her arise, but the weight of her hips says, sit, or softly and slowly go. When I solicit her kiss and sue for my heart's desire, be gracious, her beauty says. But her coquetry answers, no. They unveiled the bride in all her 7 dresses before Bedreddin Hassan, leaving the hunchback sitting by himself. And when she opened her eyes, she said, O my God, grant that this youth may be my husband, and deliver me from this hump-backed groom. Then they dismissed the company, and all who were present retired, except Bedreddin Hassan and the hunchback, whilst the tire-women carried off the bride to undress her and prepare her for the bridegroom. Thereupon the hunchback came up to Bedreddin Hassan and said to him, O my lord, thou hast cheered us with thy company tonight, and overwhelmed us with thy favours. Wilt thou not now rise and depart? In the name of God, replied Bedreddin, and rising, went out of the door, where the Afrit met him and said to him, Stay where thou art, and when the hunchback goes out to the draught-house, enter thou the bride-chamber, and do not hesitate, but sit down in the alcove. And when the bride comes, say to her, 'Tis I who am thy husband, for the king only played this trick on thee to conjure the evil eye from us, and he whom thou sawest is one of our grooms. Then go up to her, and uncover her face, and fear nothing, for jealousy hath taken us of this affair, and none is worthy to enjoy her youth but thyself. As he was yet speaking, the groom came out, and entering the closet, sat down on the stool. Hardly had he done so when the Afrit appeared to him in the shape of a mouse, issuing from the water trough, and cried, "Queek!" Quoth the hunchback, "What ails thee?" And the mouse increased till it became a cat, and said, "Meow, meow." Then it grew still more, and became a dog, and cried, "Bow, wow." When the hunchback saw this, he was terrified, and exclaimed, "Begone, O unlucky one." The dog increased, and became an ass colt, that brayed and cried out in his face, "Hee-haw! Hee-haw!" Whereupon the hunchback quaked, and cried out, "Come to my aid, O people of the house." But the ass increased, and swelled, till it became a buffalo, and barred the way against him, and said with a human voice, "Out on thee, hunchback, thou stinkard." The groom was seized with a colic, and sat down on the jakes with his clothes on and his teeth chattering. Quoth the Afrit, "Is the world so small that thou canst find none to marry but my mistress?" But he was silent, and the Afrit said, "Answer me, or I will make thee a dweller in the dust." "By Allah," replied the hunchback, "I am not to blame, for they forced me to marry her, and I knew not that she had a buffalo for a gallant. But I repent to God and to thee. What wilt thou have me do?" Quoth the Afrit, "I swear to thee that, if thou leave this place or speak before sunrise, I will wring thy neck. When the sun rises, go thy way, and never return to this house." So saying, he seized the hunchback and set him upside down against the wall, with his head in the slit and his feet in the air, and said to him, "I will leave thee here, and watch thee till sunrise, and if thou stir before then, I will seize thee by the feet, and dash out thy brains against the wall." Meanwhile, Bedreddin Hassan entered the bride chamber and sat down in the alcove. Presently in came the bride, attended by an old woman, who stopped at the door of the chamber and said, "O father of symmetry, arise and take what God sends thee." Then the old woman went away, and the bride, whose name was the Lady of Beauty, entered, heartbroken, and saying to herself, "By Allah, I will never yield myself to him, though he kill me." When she came to the alcove, she saw Bedreddin sitting there and said, "O my friend, thou here at this hour? By Allah, I was wishing that thou wast my husband, or that thou and the groom were partners in me." "How should the groom have access to thee?" asked Bedreddin, "and how should he share with me in thee?" Quoth she, "Who is my husband, thou or he?" "O Lady of Beauty," replied Bedreddin, "all this was only a device to conjure the evil eye from us. Thy father hired the hunchback for 10 dinars to that end, and now he has taken his wage and gone away. Didst thou not see the singers and tire women laughing at him, and how thy people displayed thee before me?" When the Lady of Beauty heard this, she smiled and rejoiced and laughed softly. Then she said to him, "Thou hast quenched the fire of my heart. So by Allah, take me and press me to thy bosom." Now she was without clothes, so she threw open the veil in which she was wrapped and showed her hidden charms. At this sight, desire stirred in Bedreddin, and he rose and put off his clothes. The purse of 1,000 dinars he had received of the Jew he wrapped in his trousers and laid them under the mattress, then took off his turban and hung it on the settle, remaining in a skull cap and shirt of fine silk, laced with gold. With this arose the Lady of Beauty and drew him to her, and he did the like with her. Then he took her to his embrace, and pointing the engine that batters down the fortalice of virginity, stormed the citadel and found her an unpierced pearl and a filly that none but he had ridden. So he took her maidenhead and enjoyed her dower of youth. nor did he stint to return to the assault till he had furnished 15 courses, and she conceived by him. Then he laid his hand under her head, and she did the like, and they embraced and fell asleep in each other's arms, whilst the tongue of the case spoke the words of the poet. Cleave fast to her thou lovest, and let the envious rail amain, for calumny and envy ne'er to favour love were fain. Lo, the compassionate hath made no fairer thing to see than when one couch in its embrace enfoldeth lovers twain, each to the other's bosom clasped, clad in their own delight, whilst hand with hand and arm with arm about their necks enchain. Lo, when two hearts are straitly knit in passion and desire, but on cold iron smite the folk that chide at them in vain. If in thy time thou find but one to love thee and be true, I rede thee cast the world away, and with that one remain. As soon as Bedreddin was asleep, the Afrit said to the Afrite, Come, let us take up the young man and carry him back to his place, ere the dawn overtake us, for the day is near. So she took up Bedreddin, as he lay asleep, clad only in his shirt and skull-cap, and flew away with him, accompanied by the Afrit. But the dawn overtook them midway, and the muezzins began to chant the call to morning prayer. Then God let his angels cast at the Afrit with shooting stars, and he was consumed. But the Afrite escaped and lighted down with Bedreddin, fearing to carry him further, lest he should come to harm. Now, as fate would have it, she had reached the city of Damascus, so she laid Bedreddin down before one of its gates and flew away. As soon as it was day, the gate was thrown open, and the folk came out. And seeing a handsome young man, clad in nothing but a shirt and skull-cap, lying on the ground, drowned in sleep by reason of his much swink of the night before, said, Happy she with whom this youth lay the night. Would he had waited to put on his clothes. Quoth another, A sorry race are young men of family. Belike this fellow but now came forth of the tavern on some occasion or other, but being overcome with drunkenness, missed the place he was making for, and strayed till he came to the city gate, and finding it shut, lay down and fell asleep. As they were bandying words about him, the breeze blew on him, and raising his shirt, showed a stomach and navel and legs and thighs, firm and clear as crystal and softer than cream. Whereupon the bystanders exclaimed, By Allah, it is good! And made such a noise that Bedreddin awoke, and finding himself lying at the gate of a city, in the midst of a crowd of people, was astonished, and said to them, O good people, where am I? And why do you crowd round me thus? We found thee lying here asleep at the time of the call to morning prayer, replied they, and this is all we know of the matter. Where didst thou lie last night? By Allah, good people, answered he, I lay last night in Cairo. Quoth one, Thou hast eaten hashish, and another, Thou art mad. How couldst thou lie yesternight in Cairo and awake this morning in Damascus? By Allah, good people, rejoined he, I do not lie to you. Indeed, I lay last night in the city of Cairo, and yesterday I was in Bassorah. Good, said one, and another, This youth is mad. And they clapped their hands at him and said to each other, Alack, the pity of his youth. By Allah, there is no doubt of his madness. Then said they to him, Collect thyself and return to thy senses. How couldst thou be in Bassorah yesterday and in Cairo last night, and yet awake in Damascus this morning? But he said, Indeed, I was a bridegroom in Cairo last night. Doubtless thou hast been dreaming, rejoined they, and hast seen all this in sleep. So he bethought himself a while, then said to them, By Allah, it was no dream. I certainly went to Cairo, and they displayed the bride before me in the presence of the hunchback. By Allah, O my brethren, this was no dream. Or if it was a dream, where is the purse of gold I had with me, and my turban and trousers and the rest of my clothes? Then he rose and entered the town and passed through its streets and markets. But the people followed him and pressed on him, crying out, "Madman! Madman!" till he took refuge in a cook's shop. Now this cook had been a robber and a sharper, but God had made him repent and turn from his evil ways and open a cook shop. And all the people of Damascus stood in awe of him and feared his mischief. So when they saw Bedreddin enter his shop, they dispersed for fear of him and went their ways. The cook looked at Bedreddin, and noting his beauty and grace, fell in love with him and said to him, "Whence comest thou, O youth? Tell me thy case, for thou art become to me dearer than my soul." So Bedreddin told him all that had befallen him from first to last. And the cook said, "O my lord Bedreddin, this is indeed a strange thing and a rare story. But, O my son, keep thy case secret, till God grant thee relief, and abide here with me meanwhile, for I am childless and will adopt thee as my son." And Bedreddin answered, "I will well, O uncle." With this, the cook went to the bazaar, where he bought him a handsome suit of clothes and made him put it on, then carried him to the Qadi and formally acknowledged him as his son. So Bedreddin passed in Damascus for the cook's son and abode with him, sitting in the shop to take the money, to return to the Lady of Beauty. When the day broke and she awoke from sleep, she missed Bedreddin from her side and thought he had gone to the lavatory, so lay expecting him a while. When behold, her father entered. Now he was sore at heart by reason of what had passed between him and the Sultan, and for that he had married his daughter by force to one of his servants, and he a lump of a hunchbacked groom. And he said to himself, "If she have suffered this damnable fellow to possess her, I will kill her." So he came to the door of the alcove and cried out, "Ho, Lady of Beauty!" She replied, "Here am I, O my lord," and came out tottering for joy, with a face whose brightness and beauty had redoubled, for that she had lain in the arms of that gazelle and kissed the ground before her father. When the vizier saw her thus, he said to her, "O accursed woman, dost thou rejoice in this groom?" At these words, the Lady of Beauty smiled and said, "O my lord, let what happened yesterday suffice, when all the folk were laughing at me and flouting me with that groom, who is not worth the paring of one of my husband's nails. By Allah, I never in all my life passed a pleasanter night, so do not mock me by reminding me of that hunchback." When her father heard this, he was filled with rage and glared at her, saying, "Out on thee! What words are these?" "It was the hunchbacked groom that lay with thee." "For God's sake," replied the Lady of Beauty, "do not mention him to me. May God curse his father. And mock me not, for the groom was only hired for 10 dinars to conjure the evil eye from us, and he took his hire and departed. As for me, I entered the bridal chamber, where I found my true husband sitting in the alcove, him before whom the singers had unveiled me, and who flung them the red gold by handsful, till he made all the poor there rich. And I passed the night in the arms of my sprightly husband, with the black eyes and joined eyebrows." When her father heard this, the light in his eyes became darkness, and he cried out at her, saying, "O wanton, what is this thou sayest? Where are thy senses?" "O my father," rejoined she, "thou breakest my heart with thy persistence in making mock of me. Indeed, my husband, who took my maidenhead, is in the wardrobe, and I am with child by him." The vizier rose, wondering, and entered the draught-house, where he found the hunchbacked groom with his head in the slit and his heels in the air. At this sight he was confounded and said, "This is none other than the hunchback." So he called to him, "Hello, hunchback." The groom made no answer but a grunt, thinking it was the Afrit who spoke to him. But the vizier cried out at him, saying, "Speak, or I will cut off thy head with this sword." Then said the hunchback, "By Allah, O chief of the Afrits, I have not lifted my head since thou didst set me here. So God on thee, have mercy on me." "What is this thou sayest?" quoth the vizier. "I am no Afrit, I am the father of the bride." "It is enough that thou hast already gone nigh to make me lose my life," replied the hunchback. "Go thy ways, ere he come upon thee who served me thus. Could ye find none to whom to marry me but the mistress of an Afrit and the beloved of a buffalo? May God curse him who married me to her, and him who was the cause of it." Then said the vizier to him, "Come, get up out of this place." "Am I mad," answered the groom, "that I should go with thee without the Afrit's leave?" He said to me, "When the sun rises, get up and go thy way." So has the sun risen or no? For I dare not budge till then. "Who brought thee hither?" asked the vizier. And the hunchback replied, "I came here last night to do an occasion, when behold, a mouse came out of the water and squeaked and grew to a buffalo, and spoke to me words that entered my ears. Then he left me here and went away, accursed be the bride, and he who married me to her." The vizier went up to him and set him on his feet, and he went out, running, not crediting that the sun had risen, and repaired to the Sultan, to whom he related what had befallen him with the Afrit. Meanwhile, the vizier returned to the bride's chamber, troubled in mind about his daughter, and said to her, "O my daughter, expound thy case to me." "O my father," answered she, "what more can I tell thee? Indeed, the bridegroom, he before whom they displayed me yesterday, lay with me all night and took my virginity, and I am with child by him. If thou believe me not, there is his turban, just as he left it, on the settle, and his trousers under the bed, with I know not what wrapped up in them." When her father heard this, he entered the alcove and found Bedreddin's turban. So he took it up, and turning it about, said, "This is a vizier's turban, except that it is of the Mosul cut." Then he perceived an amulet sewn in the cap of the turban, so he unsewed the lining and took it out, then took the trousers, in which was the purse of 1,000 dinars. In the latter, he found the duplicate of Bedreddin's docket of sale to the Jew, naming him as Bedreddin Hassan, son of Noureddin Ali of Cairo. No sooner had he read this than he cried out and fell down in a swoon, and when he revived, he wondered and said, "There is no God but God the Omnipotent. O my daughter, dost thou know who took thy maidenhead?" "No," answered she, and he said, "It was thy cousin, my brother's son, and these 1,000 dinars are thy dowry." "Glory be to God! Would I knew how this had come about." Then he opened the amulet and found therein a paper in the handwriting of his brother Noureddin. And when he saw his writing, he knew it, and kissed it again and again, weeping and making moan for his brother. Then he read the scroll, and found in it a record of the dates of Noureddin's marriage with the vizier's daughter of Bassora, his going in to her, her conception and the birth of Bedreddin Hassan, and the history of his brother's life till his death. At this he wondered and was moved to joy, and comparing the dates with those of his own marriage and the birth of his daughter, the Lady of Beauty, found that they agreed in all respects. So he took the scroll, and carrying it to the Sultan, told him the whole story from first to last, at which the king wondered and commanded the case to be at once set down in writing. The vizier abode all that day awaiting his nephew, but he came not. And when 7 days were past, and he could learn nothing of him, he said, "By Allah, I will do a thing that none has done before me." So he took pen and ink and paper, and drew a plan of the bride chamber, showing the disposition of all the furniture therein, as that the alcove was in such a place, this or that curtain in another, and so on, with all that was in the room. Then he folded the paper and laid it aside, and causing all the furniture to be taken up and stored away, took Bedreddin's purse and turban and clothes, and locked them up with an iron padlock, on which he set a seal, against his nephew's coming. As for the Lady of Beauty, she accomplished the months of her pregnancy, and bore a son like the full moon, resembling his father in beauty and grace. They cut his navel, and blackened his eyelids with coal, and committed him to the nurses, naming him Agib. His day was as a month, and his month as a year, and when 7 years had passed over him, his grandfather sent him to school, bidding the master teach him to read the Koran and give him a good education. And he remained at the school 4 years, till he began to bully the little ones and beat them and abuse them, saying, "Which of you is like me? I am the son of the vizier of Egypt." At last the children came, in a body, to complain to the monitor of Agib's behaviour to them, and he said, "I will tell you how to do with him, so that he shall leave coming to the school, and you shall never see him again. It is this: when he comes tomorrow, sit down round him, and let one of you say to the others, 'By Allah, none shall play at this game, except he tell us the names of his father and mother. For he who knows not his parents' names is a bastard, and shall not play with us.'" So next day, when Agib came to the school, they all assembled round him, and one of them said, "We will play a game, in which no one shall join, except he tell us the names of his father and mother." And they all said, "By Allah, it is good." Then said one of them, "My name is Majid, my mother's name is Alawiyeh, and my father's Izzeddin." And the others said the like, till it came to Agib's turn, and he said, "My name is Agib, my mother is the Lady of Beauty, and my father Shemseddin, vizier of Egypt." "By Allah," cried they, "the vizier is not thy father." Said he, "He is indeed my father." Then they all laughed and clapped their hands at him, saying, "He does not know his father. Arise and go out from us, for none shall play with us, except he know his father's name." Thereupon they dispersed from around him and laughed him to scorn, leaving him choked with tears and mortification. Then said the monitor to him, "O Agib, knowst thou not that the vizier is thy mother's father, thy grandfather, and not thy father? As for thy father, thou knowest him not, nor do we, for the Sultan married thy mother to a humpbacked groom. But the jinn came and lay with her, and thou hast no known father. Wherefore, do thou leave evening thyself with the boys in the school, till thou know who is thy father. For till then thou wilt pass for a misbegotten brat amongst them. Dost thou not see that the huckster's son knows his own father? Thy grandfather is the vizier of Egypt, but as for thy father we know him not, and we say, Thou hast no father. So return to thy senses." When Agib heard the insulting words of the children and the monitor, he went out at once and ran to his mother to complain to her. But his tears would not let him speak a while. When she heard his sobs and saw his tears, her heart was on fire for him, and she said to him, "O my son, why dost thou weep? Tell me what is the matter." So he told her what the children and the monitor had said, and said to her, "Who is my father, O my mother?" "Thy father is the vizier of Egypt," answered she. But he said, "Do not lie to me. The vizier is thy father, not mine. Who then is my father? Except thou tell me the truth, I will kill myself with this dagger." When the Lady of Beauty heard him speak of his father, she wept as she thought of her cousin and her bridal night, and repeated the following verses. "Love in my breast, alas, they lit and went away. Far distant is the camp that holds my soul's delight. Patience and reason fled from me when they withdrew. Sleep failed me, and despair o'ercame me like a blight. They left me, and with them departed all my joy. Tranquility and peace with them have taken flight. They made my lids run down with tears of love laid waste. My eyes for lack of them brim over day and night. When as my sad soul longs to see them once again, and waiting and desire are heavy on my sprite. Midmost my heart of hearts their images I trace, love and desireful pain, and longing for their sight. O ye, one thought of whom clings round me like a cloak, whose love it as a shirt about my body dight, O my beloved ones, how long will ye delay? How long must I endure estrangement and despite? Then she wept and cried out, and her son did the like, when in came the vizier, whose heart burned within him at the sight of their weeping, and he said, Why do ye weep? The Lady of Beauty told him what had happened to Agib, and the vizier also wept, and called to mind his brother, and all that had passed between them, and what had befallen his daughter, and knew not the secret of the matter. Then he rose at once, and going to the divan, related the matter to the Sultan, and begged his leave to travel eastward to the city of Bassora and inquire for his nephew. Moreover, he besought him for letters patent, authorizing him to take Bedreddin wherever he should find him. And he wept before the king, who took pity on him and wrote him royal letters patent to his deputies in all his provinces, whereat the vizier rejoiced and called down blessings on him. Then taking leave of him, he returned to his house, where he equipped himself and his daughter and grandson for the journey, and set out and travelled till he came to the city of Damascus, and found it rich in trees and waters, even as says the poet, I mind me a night and a day spent in Damascus town. Time swore 'twould ne'er again their like to man outmeet. We lay in its languorous glades, where the careless calm of the night and the morn, with its smiling eyes and its twy-coloured tresses meet. The dew to its branches clings like a glittering chain of pearl, whose jewels the zephyr smites and scatters beneath his feet. The birds on the branches chant from the open book of the lake. The breezes write on the scroll, and the clouds mark the points as they fleet. The vizier alighted without the city, and pitched his tents in an open space called the Plain of Pebbles, saying to his servants, We will rest here 2 days. So they went down into the city upon their several occasions, this to sell, that to buy, another to go to the bath, and a fourth to visit the mosque of the Ommeyades, whose like is not in the world. Agib also went into the city to look about him, followed by an eunuch, carrying a knotted cudgel of almond tree wood, wherewith if one smote a camel, it would not rise again. When the people of the city saw Agib's beauty and symmetry, for he was a marvel of loveliness and winning grace, blander than the northern zephyr, sweeter than limpid water to the thirsty and more delightful than recovery to the sick. A great concourse of folk followed him, whilst others ran on before and sat down in the road, against he should come up, that they might gaze on him, till, as fate would have it, the eunuch stopped before the shop of Bedreddin Hassan. Now the cook was dead, and Bedreddin, having been formally adopted by him, had succeeded to his shop and property. And in the course of the 12 years that had passed over him, his beard had grown and his understanding ripened. When his son and the eunuch stopped before him, he had just finished preparing a mess of pomegranate seed, dressed with sugar. And when he looked at Agib and saw how beautiful he was, his heart throbbed, blood drew to blood, and his bowels yearned to him. So he called to him and said, O my lord, O thou that hast gotten the mastery of my heart and my soul, thou to whom my bowels yearn, wilt thou not enter my shop and solace my heart by eating of my food." And the tears welled up, uncalled, from his eyes, and he bethought him of his former estate and compared it with his present condition. When Agib heard his words, his heart yearned to him, and he said to the eunuch, "Indeed, my heart inclines to this cook, and meseems he hath lost a child. So let us enter and gladden his soul by partaking of his hospitality. Perhaps God may requite us our kindness to him by reuniting us with my father." "By Allah," replied the eunuch, "it were a fine thing for a vizier's son to eat in a cookshop. Indeed, I keep off the folk with this stick, lest they look too closely on thee, and I dare not let thee enter a shop." When Bedreddin heard these words, he wondered and turned to the eunuch, with the tears running down his cheeks, and Agib said to the latter, "Indeed, my heart yearns for him." But he answered, "Leave this talk. Indeed, thou shalt not go in." Then Bedreddin turned to the eunuch and said, "O noble sir, why wilt thou not gladden my soul by entering my shop? O thou who art as a chestnut, black without, but with a white heart, thou of whom the poet says." The eunuch laughed and said, "What? Say on, by Allah, and be quick about it." So Bedreddin repeated the following verses: "Were he not polished and discreet and worthy of all trust, he in kings' houses would not be advanced to high estate. Oh, what a guardian he is for a seraglio! The very angels of the skies delight on him to wait." This pleased the eunuch, who laughed, and taking Agib by the hand, entered the shop with him. Bedreddin ladled out a dishful of pomegranate seed, conserved with almonds and sugar, and set it before them, saying, "Ye do me honour. Eat, and may health and enjoyment attend you." And Agib said to him, "Sit down and eat with us, so haply God may unite us with him for whom we long." "O my son," said Bedreddin, "hast thou then suffered the loss of friends at thy tender age?" "Yes, O uncle," answered Agib. "My heart irks me for the loss of a beloved one, who is none other than my father. And indeed my grandfather and myself have come forth to seek for him throughout the world. Alas, how I sigh to be united with him." Then he wept sore, whilst Bedreddin wept at the sight of his tears and for his bereavement, which recalled to him his own separation from those he loved and from his father and mother, and the eunuch was moved to pity for him. Then they ate together till they were satisfied, and Agib and the eunuch rose and left the shop. At this, Bedreddin felt as if his soul had departed his body and gone with them, for he could not live a moment without their sight, albeit he knew not that Agib was his son. So he rose, and shutting his shop, hastened after them, and overtook them before they went out at the great gate. The eunuch turned and said to him, "What dost thou want?" "When you left me," replied Bedreddin, "meseemed my soul had quitted my body, and as I had an occasion without the city, I thought to bear you company till I had done my business, and so return." The eunuch was vexed, and said to Agib, "This is what I feared. Because we entered this fellow's shop and ate that unlucky mouthful, he thinks he has a right to presume upon us, for see, he follows us from place to place." Agib turned, and seeing the cook following him, reddened for anger, and said to the eunuch, "Let him walk in the high road of the Muslims, but if he follow us when we turn aside to our tents, we will drive him away." Then he bowed his head and walked on, with the eunuch behind him. When they came to the plain of pebbles and drew near their tents, Agib turned and saw Bedreddin still following him, whereat he was enraged, fearing lest the eunuch should tell his grandfather, and vexed that it should be said he had entered a cookshop, and the cook had followed him. So he looked at Bedreddin, and found his eyes fixed on him, for he was, as it were, a body without a soul, and it seemed to Agib that his eye was that of a knave or a lewd fellow. So his rage redoubled, and he took up a stone and threw it at Bedreddin. It struck him on the forehead and cut it open, and he fell down in a swoon, with the blood streaming down his face, whilst Agib and the eunuch made for the tents. When he came to himself, he wiped away the blood and tore off a piece of the muslin of his turban, with which he bound his head, blaming himself and saying, "I wronged the lad in closing my shop and following him, so that he thought I was some lewd fellow." Then he returned to his shop, where he busied himself with the sale of his meats, and he yearned after his mother at Bassora, and wept over her, and recited the following verses. "If thou demand fair play of fate, therein thou dost it wrong, and blame it not, for 'twas not made, indeed, for equity. Take what lies ready to thy hand, and lay concern aside, for troubled days and days of peace in life must surely be." Meanwhile, the vizier, his uncle, tarried in Damascus 3 days, then departed for Hems, and passing through that city, fared on by way of Hema and Aleppo, and thence through Diyarbakir, Noureddin, and Mosul, making inquiries at every place he came to, till he arrived at Bassora, where he halted and presented himself before the Sultan, who received him with honour and consideration, and asked the reason of his coming. The vizier related to him his history, and told him that Noureddin Ali was his brother, whereupon the Sultan commended the latter's soul to the mercy of God, and said, "Sir, he was my vizier for 15 years, and I loved him greatly. Then he died, leaving a son, who abode here but 2 months after his father's death, since which time he hath disappeared, and we have never come upon any news of him. But his mother, who was the daughter of my former vizier, is still with us." Shemseddin rejoiced to hear that his nephew's mother was still alive, and said, "O king, I wish to see her." The king at once gave him leave to visit her. So he betook himself to his brother Noureddin's house, and went round about it, and kissed its threshold. And he bethought him of his brother, and how he had died in a strange land, and wept, and repeated the following verses. "I wander through the halls where Layla lived, and kiss the lifeless walls that of her passage tell. It is not for the house that I with passion burn, but for the cherished ones that erst therein did dwell." Then he entered the gate, and found himself in a spacious courtyard, at the end whereof was a door vaulted over with hard stone, inlaid with vari-coloured marbles. He walked round about the house, and casting his eyes on the walls, saw the name of his brother Noureddin written on them in letters of gold. So he went up to the inscription and kissed it, and wept for his brother's loss, and repeated the following verses. "I sue unto the rising sun each morn for news of thee, and of the lightning's lurid gleam I do for thee inquire. The hands of passion and of pain sport with me all the night, yet I complain not of the ills I suffer from desire. O my beloved, if the times be yet for me prolonged, my heart will sure be all consumed with separation's fire. Lo, if thy sight one happy day should bless my longing eyes, there is no other thing on earth that I of fate require. Think not that other loves avail to solace me for thee. My heart can hold no love but thine, my faith can never tire." Then he walked on till he came to the lodging of his brother's widow. Now, from the day of her son's disappearance, she had given herself up to weeping and lamentation day and night, and when the years grew long upon her, she made him a tomb of marble midmost the saloon, and there wept for him day and night, sleeping not but thereby. When the vizier drew near her apartment, he heard her weeping and repeating verses, so he went in to her, and saluting her, informed her that he was her husband's brother, and told her all that had passed between them, and how her son, Bedreddin Hassan, had spent a whole night with his daughter 12 years ago, but had disappeared in the morning, and how she had conceived by him and borne a son, whom he had brought with him. When Bedreddin's mother heard this news of her son and grandson, and that the former was haply still alive, and saw her husband's brother, she threw herself at his feet and kissed them, repeating the following verses. May God be good to him who brought me news that they were come, for never more delightful news unto my ears were borne. If he would take a worn-out wed for boon, I'd proffer him a heart that at the parting hour was all to pieces torn. Then the vizier sent for Agib, and his grandmother embraced him and wept. But Shemseddin said to her, This is no time for weeping. It behoves thee to make ready to go with us to Egypt. Perhaps God will reunite us with thy son, my nephew. I hear and obey, answered she, and rising at once, collected her goods and treasures, and equipped herself and her handmaids for the journey, whilst the vizier went to take his leave of the Sultan of Bassora, who sent by him gifts and rarities to the Sultan of Egypt. Then he set out at once on his homeward journey, and travelled till he came to Damascus, where he halted and pitched his tents as before, saying to his suite, We will halt here a week, to buy presents and curiosities for the Sultan. Now the tie of blood drew Agib to his father. So he said to the eunuch, O Laik, I have a mind to go a-walking. So come, let us go down into the streets of Damascus, and see what is become of the cook whose victuals we ate, and whose head we broke. For indeed he was kind to us, and we used him scurvily. The eunuch replied, I hear and obey. So they left the tents, and going down into the city, stayed not till they came to the cook-shop, where they found Bedreddin Hassan standing at the door. It was near the time of afternoon prayer, and as chance would have it, he had just prepared a mess of pomegranate seed. Agib looked at him, and saw the scar of the blow on his forehead, wherefore his heart yearned to him, and he said, Peace be on thee. Know that my heart is with thee. When Bedreddin saw him, his bowels were troubled, and his heart throbbed, and he bowed his head, and would have spoken, but could not. Then he raised his head, and looked at his son humbly and imploringly, and repeated the following verses. I longed to look on him I love, but when I saw his face, I was as one amazed, and lost the use of tongue and eyes. I bowed my head down to his feet for reverence and awe, and would have hidden what I felt, but could it not disguise. Volumes of plaining and reproach I had within my heart, yet when we met, no word I spoke, nor uttered aught but sighs. Then he said to them, Heal my heart and eat of my food, for by Allah, I cannot look at you but my heart throbs. I should not have followed you the other day, but that I was beside myself. By Allah, replied Agib, thou art too fond of us. We ate with thee before, and thou madest us repent of it, in that thou followedst us and wouldst have put us to shame. So we will not eat with thee, except thou swear not to go out after us nor follow us. Else we will not visit thee again during our present stay, for we abide here a week, that my grandfather may take presents for the king. And Bedreddin said, I grant you this. So Agib and the eunuch entered, and Bedreddin set before them a dish of pomegranate seed. Quoth Agib, Sit down and eat with us, so haply God may grant us relief. At this, Bedreddin was glad, and sat down and ate with them, with his eyes fixed on Agib's face, for indeed his heart and entrails were taken with his love, till the boy said to him, What a tiresome dotard thou art! Leave thy staring in my face. When Bedreddin heard this, he repeated the following verses. Thy face excites in all men's hearts a love they do not own. Folded in silence and concealed, it may not be made known. O thou whose beauty puts to shame the splendor of the moon, whose grace recalls the shining sight of morning newly blown, in thy bright visage is a sign that may not be fulfilled, and there all beauties that incite to tenderness are shown. Must I then die of thirst? What while thy lips with nectar flow? Thy face is paradise to me. Must I in hell fire groan? So they ate till they were satisfied, when Bedreddin rose and poured water on their hands, wiping them with a napkin of silk, which he loosed from his waist, after which he sprinkled rosewater on them from a casting bottle he had by him. Then he went out and returned with a pitcher of sherbet, flavoured with rosewater and musk, which he set before them, saying, "Complete your favours to me by drinking of this sherbet." So Agib took the pitcher and drank and passed it to the eunuch. And it went round amongst them till their stomachs were full, for they had eaten and drunken beyond their wont. Then they went away and made haste in walking till they reached the tents, and Agib went in to his grandmother, who kissed him, and thinking of her son, Bedreddin Hassan, wept and repeated the following verses. But for my hope that God would yet our severed loves unite, I had not lived, for life to me is void of all delight. I swear there's nothing in my heart but love of thee alone, by God, who reads the heart and brings the hidden things to light. And she said to Agib, O my son, where hast thou been? Quoth he, We have been in the city of Damascus. Then she rose and set before him confection of pomegranate seed, and said to the eunuch, Sit down and eat with thy young master. The eunuch said to himself, By Allah, we have no mind to eat. But he sat down, and so did Agib, though his belly was full of what he had already eaten and drunk. Now the conserve lacked sugar, so he took a piece of bread and dipped it therein and ate, but found it insipid, for that he was already surfeited, and exclaimed, Faugh! What is this nasty mess? O my son, said his grandmother, dost thou find fault with my cookery? I cooked this myself, and there is not a cook in the land can compare with me, except it be thy father Bedreddin Hassan. O my lady, replied Agib, this thy dish is naught, for we saw but now in the city a cook who dresses pomegranate seed, so that the very smell of it opens the heart, and the taste would give a full man an appetite. And as for thy mess, compared with his, it is worth neither much nor little. When his grandmother heard this, she was exceeding wroth, and said to the eunuch, Out on thee? Dost thou corrupt my grandson, and take him into cookshops? The eunuch was frightened and denied, saying, We did not enter the shop, but only saw it in passing. By Allah, said Agib, we went in and ate, and it was better than thine. Then his grandmother rose and went and told her brother-in-law, who was incensed against the eunuch, and sending for him, said to him, Why didst thou take my son into a cookshop? We did not go in, replied the eunuch. But Agib said, We did go in and ate of pomegranate seed, till we were full, and the cook gave us to drink of iced sherbet of sugar. At this, the vizier's anger redoubled, and he questioned the eunuch, but he still denied. Then said the vizier, If what thou sayest be true, sit down and eat before us. So he sat down and tried to eat, but could not, and threw away the morsel, saying, O my lord, indeed I am full since yesterday. By this the vizier knew that he had eaten at the cook's, and bade his slaves throw him down and beat him. So they drubbed him till he roared for mercy, and said, O my lord, do not beat me, and I will tell thee the truth. Whereupon the vizier stopped the beating and said, Speak the truth. Quoth the eunuch, Know then that we did enter the shop of a cook, who was dressing pomegranate seed, and he set some of it before us. By Allah, I never ate the like of it in my life, nor did I ever taste aught nastier than that which is before us." Bedreddin's mother was enraged at this, and said to the eunuch, "Thou must go back to the cook and fetch us a dish of his pomegranate seed, and show it to thy master, that he may say which is the better, his or mine." "Good," answered he. So she gave him a dish and half a dinar, and he returned to the shop and said to Bedreddin, "We have made a wager about thy cookery in our lord's household, for they have pomegranate seed there also. So give me half a dinar's worth of thy confection, and let it be of thy best, for I have eaten my belly full of stick on account of thy cookery." Bedreddin laughed and answered, "By Allah, none can dress this dish aright but myself and my mother, and she is far away." Then he filled the dish with pomegranate seed, and finishing it off with musk and rose water, gave it to the eunuch, who hastened back with it and delivered it to Bedreddin's mother. No sooner had she tasted it and remarked the excellence of its flavour and cookery than she knew who had dressed it, and shrieked and fell down in a swoon, to the amazement of the vizier, who sprinkled rose water on her, till she came to herself and said, "If my son be yet of this world, none made this conserve but he. Without doubt, this cook is my son Bedreddin Hassan, for none knew how to dress this dish but he and I taught him." The vizier rejoiced greatly at her words, and said, "Oh, how I long to see my brother's son! I wonder if the days will indeed reunite us with him, but it is to God alone that we look for reunion with him." Then he went out forthright, and said to his men, "Let 20 of you go to the cook's shop and demolish it, then tie his hands behind him with the linen of his turban, saying, 'It was thou madest that vile mess of pomegranate seed,' and bring him hither by force, but without doing him any hurt." And they replied, "It is well." Then he mounted, and riding to the palace, foregathered with the viceroy of Damascus, and showed him the Sultan's letters patent. He kissed them, and laying them on his head, said to the vizier, "Who is it hath offended against thee?" Quoth the vizier, "He is a cook of this city." So the viceroy at once dispatched his chamberlains to the shop, and they went thither, and found it in ruins, and everything in it broken. For whilst the vizier was at the palace, his men had done his bidding, and carried Bedreddin to the tents, where they were then awaiting their master's return, whilst Bedreddin said, "I wonder what they can have found in the pomegranate seed to bring matters to this pass." When the vizier returned to the tents, after having gotten the viceroy's permission to take his debtor and depart with him, he called for the cook, and they brought Bedreddin before him, with his hands bound behind his back. When he saw his uncle, he wept sore and said, "O my lord, what is my offence against thee?" "Art thou he who made the mess of pomegranate seed?" asked Shemseddin. "Yes," replied Bedreddin. "Didst thou find aught in it to call for the cutting off of my head?" Quoth the vizier, "That were the least of thy desert." "O my lord," said Bedreddin, "wilt thou not tell me my crime, and what ails the pomegranate seed?" "Presently," answered the vizier, and called to his men, saying, "Bring the camels." So they struck camp, and the vizier caused Bedreddin to be put into a chest, which they locked and set on a camel. Then they departed and journeyed till nightfall, when they halted to eat, and took Bedreddin out of his chest, and fed him, and locked him up again. Then they set out again, and travelled till they reached Cumre, where they took him out of the chest, and brought him before the vizier, who said to him, "Art thou he who made the mess of pomegranate seed?" "Yes, O my lord," answered he. And Shemseddin said, "Shackle him." So they shackled him, and returned him to the chest, and fared on again, till they arrived at Cairo, and halted in the suburb of Raydanieh. Then the vizier commanded to take Bedreddin out of his chest, and sent for a carpenter, to whom he said, "Make a cross of wood for this fellow." Quoth Bedreddin, "What wilt thou do with it?" "I mean to nail thee upon it," replied the vizier, "and parade thee throughout the city." "And why wilt thou use me thus?" asked Bedreddin. And the vizier answered, "Because of thy villainous mess of pomegranate seed, and for that it lacked pepper." "And because it lacked pepper," said Bedreddin, "wilt thou do all this to me? Is it not enough that thou hast laid my shop in ruins, and smashed my gear, and imprisoned me, and fed me but once a day?" "It lacked pepper," answered the vizier, "and nothing less than death is thy desert." At this, Bedreddin wondered and mourned for himself, till the vizier said to him, "Of what art thou thinking?" "I was thinking of crack-brains like unto thee," answered Bedreddin, "for hadst thou any sense, thou wouldst not treat me thus." Quoth the vizier, "It behoves me to punish thee, lest thou do the like again." And Bedreddin said, "Verily, my offence were overpunished by the least of what thou hast already done to me." "It avails not," answered Shemseddin, "I must crucify thee." All this time the carpenter was shaping the cross, whilst Bedreddin looked on. And thus they did till nightfall, when the vizier took him and clapped him in the chest, saying, "The thing shall be done tomorrow." Then he waited till he knew Bedreddin to be asleep, when he mounted, and taking the chest up before him, rode into the town to his own house, where he alighted and said to his daughter, the Lady of Beauty, "Praised be God, who hath reunited thee with thy cousin. Arise and order the house as it was on thy wedding night." So the servants arose and lit the candles, whilst the vizier took out his plan of the bride chamber and directed them what to do, till they had set everything in its place, so that whoever saw it would not doubt, but it was the very night of the wedding. Then he made them lay Bedreddin's turban on the stool where he had left it, and his trousers and purse under the mattress, and bade his daughter undress herself and go to bed, as on the wedding night, adding, "When he comes in to thee, say to him, Thou hast tarried long in the wardrobe, and call him to lie with thee, and hold him in converse till the morning, when we will explain the whole matter to him." Then he took Bedreddin out of the chest, and laid him in the vestibule, after he had unbound him and taken off his clothes, leaving him in a shirt of fine silk, and he still asleep and knowing nothing. Presently he turned over and awoke, and finding himself in a lighted vestibule, said to himself, "Surely I am dreaming." Then he rose, and opening the inner door, found himself in the chamber where he had passed his wedding night, and knew the alcove and the stool by the bedside, with his turban and clothes. When he saw this, he was confounded, and advanced 1 foot, and drew the other back, saying, "Am I asleep or awake?" And he began to rub his forehead, and say, wondering, "By Allah, this is the chamber of the bride that was unveiled before me. But where can I be? I was surely but now in a chest." Whilst he was debating with himself, the Lady of Beauty lifted the curtain of the alcove and said to him, "O my lord, wilt thou not come in?" Thou hast tarried long in the wardrobe. When he heard what she said and saw her face, he laughed and said, "This is certainly an imbroglio of dreams." Then he entered, sighing, and recalled what had happened, and was perplexed. And his affair became confused to him, and he knew not what to think. Presently he caught sight of his turban and trousers, so he handled the latter, and feeling the purse of 1,000 dinars, said, "God alone is all-knowing. I am certainly in the mazes of a dream." Then said the Lady of Beauty to him, "What ails thee to stand agape and seem perplexed? Thou wast not thus the first part of the night?" He laughed and said to her, "How long have I been absent from thee?" "God preserve thee!" exclaimed she. "The name of God encompass thee. Thou didst but go out an hour ago to do an occasion and return. Hast thou lost thy wits?" When Bedreddin heard this, he laughed and said, "Thou art right. But when I went out from thee, I forgot myself in the closet, and dozed and dreamt that I was a cook in Damascus, and abode there 12 years, and that there came to me a boy, the son of some great man, and with him an eunuch." Here he put his hand to his forehead, and feeling the scar made by the stone, said, "By Allah, O lady, it must have been true, for here is the scar, made by the stone, with which he smote me and cut my forehead open. So it would seem as if it had really happened. But perhaps I dreamt it, when we embraced and fell asleep together. For me seemed I journeyed to Damascus without turban or drawers, and set up as a cook there." Then he was perplexed, and considered a while, and said, "By Allah, I fancied also that I made a mess of pomegranate seed, and put too little pepper in it. By Allah, I must have slept in the closet, and dreamt all this." "God on thee," said the Lady of Beauty, "tell me what else thou didst dream." "By Allah," replied he, "had I not woke up, they would have nailed me to a cross of wood." "Wherefore?" asked she, and he said, "Because of the lack of pepper in the pomegranate seed. Meseemed they demolished my shop, and broke my utensils in pieces, and put me in a chest. Then they sent for a carpenter to make a cross, and would have crucified me thereon. But praised be God, who caused all this to happen to me in sleep, and not on wake." The Lady of Beauty laughed and pressed him to her bosom, and he returned her caresses. Then he thought again, and said, "By Allah, I cannot help," thinking it must have been a reality after all. Indeed, I know not what to think of it all. Then he lay down and passed the night in a state of perplexity, saying now, "I was dreaming, and now I was awake," till the morning, when his uncle Shemseddin entered and saluted him. When Bedreddin saw him, he said to him, "By Allah, art thou not he who gave orders to bind me and demolish my shop, and would have nailed me on a cross, and all because a mess of pomegranate seed lacked pepper?" "O my son," replied the vizier, "know that the truth has appeared, and that which was hidden is divulged. Thou art my brother's son, and I did all this with thee, but that I might certify myself that thou wast indeed he who lay with my daughter on her wedding night. I could not be sure of this, till I saw that thou knewest the chamber, and thy turban, and clothes, and purse, and the scrolls in thy handwriting, and that of my brother. For I had never seen thee, and did not know thee, and I have brought thy mother with me from Bassora." So saying, he threw himself on him, and they embraced and wept for excess of joy. Then said the vizier to Bedreddin, "O my son, all this came of what passed between thy father and myself." And he told him what had taken place between them and the manner of his father's flight to Bassora. After which he sent for Agib, and when his father saw him, he exclaimed, "This is he who threw the stone at me." Quoth the vizier, "This is thy son." And Bedreddin threw himself on Agib and repeated the following verses. "Long time have I bewailed the severance of our loves, with tears that from my lids streamed down like burning rain, and vowed that, if the days should reunite us two, my lips should never speak of severance again. Joy hath o'erwhelmed me so, that for the very stress of that which gladdens me, to weeping I am fain. Tears are become to you a habit, O my eyes, so that ye weep as well for gladness as for pain." Presently, Bedreddin's mother came in and fell on him, repeating the following verses. "When we met to each other, we both did complain of the manifold things that we each had to say. For the lover's complaint of the anguish he feels, the tongue of a messenger cannot convey." Then she wept, and related to him what had befallen her since his departure, and he told her what he had suffered, and they thanked God the Most High for their reunion with one another. 2 days after his arrival, the vizier went in to the Sultan, and kissing the earth before him, saluted him after the fashion of salutation to kings. The Sultan rejoiced at his return and received him with distinguished favour. Then he desired to hear what had befallen him in his travels, so the vizier told him all that had passed, and the Sultan said, "Praised be God, for that thou hast attained thy desire and returned in safety to thy kinsfolk and family. I must see thy brother's son, so do thou bring him to the divan tomorrow." Shemseddin replied, "God willing, thy slave shall be present tomorrow." Then he saluted him, and returning to his own house, informed his nephew of the king's wish to see him, to which Bedreddin replied, "The slave is obedient to his lord's commands." So next day he accompanied his uncle to the divan, and after saluting the Sultan in the most punctilious and elegant manner, repeated the following verses. "All ranks and classes kiss the earth, in homage to thy state. For lo, through thee their every wish is crowned with happy fate. For thou the fount of honour art for those that hope in thee, and from thy hand the bounties flow that make their rich and great." The Sultan smiled and signed to him to sit down. So he sat down beside the vizier, and the king inquired his name. Quoth Bedreddin, "The meanest of thy slaves is known as Bedreddin Hassan of Bassora, who prays for thee day and night." The Sultan was pleased at his words, and being minded to try him and prove his knowledge and good breeding, said to him, "Dost thou remember any verses in praise of a mole on the cheek?" "Yes," replied Bedreddin, and repeated the following. "When I think of my loved one, the sighs from my breast burst up, and the tears to my eyes quickly start. She's a mole that resembles, in beauty and hue, the black of the eye and the core of the heart." The Sultan liked these verses and said, "Let us have some more. Heaven bless thy sire. May thy tongue never tire." So he repeated the following. "The mole's black spot upon her cheek they liken to a grain of musk. Yet wonder not at that, for wonder were in vain. But rather wonder at her face, wherein all beauty is. There is no particle of grace that it doth not contain." The Sultan shook with delight, and said to him, "More." "God bless thy life." So he repeated the following. "O thou, the moles upon whose cheek recall globules of musk upon cornelian strewed, grant me thy favours, be not hard of heart, O thou my heart's desire, my spirit's food." Then said the king, "Thou hast done well, O Hassan, and hast acquitted thyself most excellently. But tell me how many meanings hath the word Kal in the Arabic language?" 50, replied Hassan, "and some say 58. Quoth the king, "Thou art right. Canst thou tell me the points of excellence in beauty?" "Yes," answered Bedreddin, "brightness of face, purity of skin, shapeliness in the nose, softness in the eyes, sweetness in the mouth, elegance in the speech, slenderness of shape and quickness of wit, and the perfection of beauty is in the hair." And indeed, Shihab el-Hijazi has brought them all together in the following doggerel. "Say to the face, be bright, and to the skin, say, see, I show thee what befits thee best, 'tis purity." For elegance of shape, the nose we chiefly prize, and languor soft it is, that best becomes the eyes. Then say unto the mouth, sweetness, but mark thou me, let fragrancy of breath fail never unto thee. Chaste be the speech, the shape be slender and well knit, and quickness mark the thought, the manners and the wit. Then say that in the hair is ever beauty's prime. Give ear to me, and eke forgive my doggerel rhyme. The Sultan rejoiced in his converse, and said to him, What is the meaning of the popular saying, Shehriyar is more cunning than the fox? Know, O king, answered Bedreddin, may God aid thee, that Shehriyar was wont during the days of the plague to go out to Nejef, and whenever he stood up to pray, there came a fox, which would plant itself over against him and distract him from his devotions by mimicking his movements. This went on for some time, till the man became weary of it. So one day he took off his shirt and put it on a cane and shook out the sleeves. Then he set his turban on top of the cane and tied a girdle round the middle of the effigy and planted it in the place where he used to say his prayers. Presently up came the fox, according to his wont, and stood over against the figure, whereupon Shehriyar came behind him and took him, hence the saying. When the Sultan heard Bedreddin's explanation, he said to his uncle Shemseddin, Verily, this thy nephew is perfect in all kinds of culture. I do not believe that his like is to be found in Egypt. At this, Bedreddin arose and kissed the earth, and sat down again in the posture of a servant before his master. When the Sultan had thus assured himself of his proficiency in the liberal arts, he rejoiced greatly, and bestowing on him a splendid dress of honour, invested him with an office, whereby he might better his condition. Then Bedreddin arose, and kissing the earth before the king, wished him enduring glory and craved leave to retire. The Sultan gave him leave, so he returned home with his uncle, and they set food before them, and they ate. After which Bedreddin repaired to his wife's apartment, and told her what had passed between the Sultan and himself. Quoth she, He cannot fail to make thee his boon companion, and load thee with favours and presents. And by the grace of God, the splendours of thy perfections shall shine like the greater light, wherever thou goest, by land or sea. Then said he, I purpose to make an ode in the king's praise, that he may redouble in affection for me. That is well thought, replied she. Consider it well, and word thy thought elegantly, and I doubt not but it will procure thee his favour. So Bedreddin shut himself up, and composed the following verses, which he copied in an ornamental hand. My king hath reached the height of lordlyhead, the shining path of virtue he doth tread. His justice blocks the ways against his foes, and peace and plenty showers on every stead. Bold as a lion, pious, quick of wit, angel or king, he's witch sower is said. He sends the suppliant content away, words fail indeed to paint his goodly head. In time of gifts he's like the brilliant moon, like night in battle, lowering and dread. Our necks are girt with his munificence, he rules by favours on the noble shed. May God prolong his life for our behoof, and ward the blows of fortune from his head. When he had finished transcribing the poem, he dispatched it by one of his uncle's slaves to the king, who perused it, and it gladdened his heart. So he read it out to those present before him, and they praised it exceedingly. Then he sent for Bedreddin to his sitting chamber, and said to him, Henceforth thou art my boon companion, and I appoint thee a stipend of 1,000 dirhams a month, over and above what I have already given thee. So he arose, and kissing the earth 3 times before the Sultan, wished him abiding glory and length of life. Then Bedreddin increased in honour and estate, so that his report spread into all countries, and he abode in the enjoyment of all the delights and comforts of life, he and his uncle and family, till death overtook him. End of Noureddin Ali of Cairo and his son Bedreddin Hassan. When the Caliph Harun-er-Rashid heard this story from the mouth of his vizier Ja'far, He wondered and said, "It behoves that these stories be written in letters of gold." Then he set the slave at liberty and assigned the young man who had killed his wife such a monthly allowance as sufficed to make his life easy. Moreover, he gave him one of his female slaves to wife, and he became one of his boon companions.